Today is the 3rd of October 2019, and this is a conversation between Emilio Longo and Elizabeth Ives Hunter. Elizabeth, it is my pleasure to welcome you to Skill-Based Art, a learning resource for art students and artist teachers. I appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to speak with me today.
Emilio, I'm delighted to be here and to answer any questions you may have because this to me is very important work you're doing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Now, in order to understand your story, it's necessary that we commence from your early years. Elizabeth, you were born in Boston, Massachusetts during 1945. You are an art historian and art consultant as well as former museum director who has extensive knowledge of American art, specifically on the 20th century painter and also your godfather, R.H. Ives Gammell. Can you provide an overview of your early years and elaborate somewhat on your upbringing?
Sure. I'm the only child of my parents. Daddy went to art school because he wanted to be an architectural designer. And in the summer of 1928, he needed some money and he spoke to the director of the school, C. Howard Walker, who was a working architect, to find out if there were any modeling jobs he could get. Now, as it happens, Walker was a member of the Tavern Club, and so was Uncle Ives. And Ives was back in Boston from Provincetown trying to finish up a concept that he had for painting, which came to be known as Angel with Censor. And he asked Mr. Walker if he knew of anybody of pretty good build who was available for modeling. And so they were introduced to each other. And for 3 days that August, Daddy posed for Uncle Ives. Now, Ives always believed to keep the models interested and animated during a long pose, and he worked from life. Poses ran 20 to 30 minutes, and he would engage the model in conversation. And his conversational gambit ran all over the map. But with Daddy, he started with human history, which was one of my father's passions. And so the time went by pretty quickly. He was returning to Provincetown, and Daddy made enough money to do what he wanted to do. But they agreed in the fall, when Ives moved back, Daddy would model for him regularly. Made perfect sense to both of them at the time. And so that's how they met. Over time, and this is, as far as I can tell, of course, neither of them are alive to ask, but as far as I can tell, after a couple of years, so by 1930, Daddy had graduated, and Ives was looking for an assistant when he got back from his European trip, having worked with William Paxton. He actually, Gammell laid down brushes and apprenticed himself to Paxton for a year and a half, working specifically on learning how to draw better and how to improve his composition. When he got back, which was, I believe, March of 1930, he felt he had gathered the information that he needed to begin work on the big allegorical pictures that he had in the back of his head. And he needed an assistant. And if you look at the history of the United States at that point, Daddy was a fresh art school graduate, and they were starting into the Depression, and it was a good thing for him to get a job. So again, it was a confluence of interests. And they worked together until my father died in 1979. Over the time that they were working as a duo, I would say my father's role switched from being straight off assistant to more like the medieval major domo. In other words, handling all the intricacies of property ownership, making sure that their maids got paid and all that kind of stuff. And then where Daddy really made his major contributions were several areas. For the big allegorical murals and easel pictures, Ives, who had been trained as an impressionist, needed to pose models in costumes with props. And Daddy would research the time period, make the design, and often execute either the costumes or the props. Daddy knew how to do perspective. Ives knew how to do small sketches, but that doesn't get you very far when the picture that you have a sketch for that's maybe 18 inches by 12 inches needs to go on a wall where it's going to be 9 feet by 6 feet.
Mm.
And so Daddy would square off, once the commission had been accepted, Daddy would square off the sketch and then get up on the scaffolding and square off the mural and do the preliminary lay-in to get the placements right.
Mm-hmm.
And it I go back to the medieval example because there were people who did that back in the day.
Sure.
Uh, Daddy also designed frames for Gamel's work, and in the beginning, he carved them himself and gilded them. Later, they hired, once he designed it, they would hire somebody to carve them and gild them, mostly under Daddy's oversight because he was good at things like toning the different colors of gold to get the effect that they really wanted. And then their words, not mine, when they got too old and sick and stupid to frisk around on scaffolding, they started seriously taking students. And at that point, Daddy taught the skills that he had. Ives taught the skills that he had. And my father was actively involved in organizing all the household details. That's where the medieval major domo comes in.
I see. Sure. So
Okay.
that's great. That's an incredible summary.
And
So
on top of that, they were really good friends. So,
yeah.
for instance, I was born when my parents lived in Dedham, Massachusetts.
Mm.
And 1945, World War II was coming to an end, and the Cold War was heating up. Now, Ives had been in Army intelligence in the First World War. And in fact, Bill Donovan, who ran the Office of Strategic Services, which was the precursor of the CIA, came up to Boston in the late 30s to try and get Uncle Ives to join the team. His words, not mine. Ives declined, but he did do recruiting posters and altarpieces for the Army. But he also had learned things in his military service which allowed him to view world events through a particular lens. He spoke German, and he read Mein Kampf when it was published first in German. He
Mm.
was appalled. He accepted Hitler's ideas as presented and realized this man was going to be a danger to the world, and if he was allowed to unleash a war in Europe, might very well destroy all the monuments of Western civilization.
Mm.
So, I mean, he took it very seriously. By the way, when I wrote the catalog Transcending Vision and the small biography of Gamel,
Mm.
I tried to get at his military records. They were classified. I went through the family to see if they could get them declassified, and they couldn't. And one of the things that's on my to-go list, but not something that's really high up on it, is to see if I can get them declassified now.
I see.
It's
Right.
intriguing that in the 1990s, the military records of somebody who served at the early part of the 20th century were still classified.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Sure.
So God only knows. But
Sure.
anyway, I also saw that after World War II, the Soviet Union was going to be the dangerous player in the world, and he was very concerned about nuclear war. So he had his library moved from Boston to the third floor of our house in Dedham. And he'd come out every weekend to work on his writings about art history. So he was a constant visitor in the house when I was growing up. We moved out of there when I was 12. But he was there every weekend. He was the grandparent that I didn't have, so to speak.
Mm.
And by the time I was 6, I was the only kid in first grade who had her own French easel. And after Sunday lunch, Uncle Ives would carry his easel and mine down to the Dedham marshes. He would kneel down so he was my height and set up my easel, helping me choose a view that was challenging without being overwhelming, show me how to lay out the palette, the whole 9 yards, and say, let's try to paint. He set himself up to do a different view. And I would last, about 15 or 20 minutes, and then I'd usually run off and catch frogs or pick berries or what have you. And after 2 years of this, it was determined that I was not going to be a painter. So he determined that I would be his literary executrix. And it was it wasn't until I was 16 that he formally asked me to do it, but I got the message before then. And so when, for instance, on Saturdays when I went into the studio with my father, or just other times, um, and he made sure that I was with him and his students in the Museum of Fine Arts at least once a month looking at paintings. And I couldn't just run around and do what I wanted. I had to be with the group and I had to listen and I would be asked questions. The only input I had was if I was really good, we got to go down and look at the Egyptian collection, which fascinated me.
Mm. What's
So
the
I was being taught orally from about 6 on.
Fantastic. So one thing, Elizabeth, as well, I just want to clarify. Now, you refer to Mr. Gamble as Uncle Ives, but there is no blood relation between you, right?
No, no, he's a courtesy uncle.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah,
At
sure.
that time, and I don't know if it's still true or not. Well, it was when my kids were growing up, but the world's changed so fast. When you had a close family friend who was not a blood relative, rather than consistently call them Mr. Gamble,
Mm,
the honorific was uncle.
sure, yeah, that makes sense. Sure.
But yeah, it confuses the hell out of everybody because he was a
It,
lifelong bachelor.
yeah, yeah, sure, that's right as well. So that's a great summary. So it's great to know that Mr. Gamble had such a position in your childhood years and standing there before the French easel and just listening to him talk his instruction, his art instruction at that early age must have been really really insightful. However, at that age, do you think you really appreciated what Mr. Gamble was trying to teach you?
Absolutely not. 6-year-olds don't. But what
Yeah.
it did do, um, just as a small child learns language based on the language used by the adults around them. So there were things like why you lay out a palette the same way every time, and how you look at the visual experience of a landscape and determine where you start transferring what you see onto the canvas. Um, it's just got to be second nature.
Mm,
So in
lovely.
that sense, I mean, it was in that sense it was priceless because it's just there. The way you learn how to use a knife and fork.
Hmm. Sure, sure. And did you carry out any kind of painting or drawing during your childhood?
Um, Not really. Um, I wasn't. In order to be good at painting, I think you have to be of the right temperament to be happy to work in solitude
Mm,
regularly and for long periods.
that's right. And
Hit
was
yourself against your own best prior performance.
mm,
And it really is it's a solitary occupation, and I'm too much of a people person.
right.
It is analogous to what I do with my horse in dressage, where we're competing every day against our own best prior performance and trying to work on the things where we're weakest. But I have Mozart as my companion,
Hmm.
and so we're a team. It's not solitary.
Sure. Now, Mozart is your horse?
Yes.
Great, fantastic. So, Elizabeth, let me paraphrase some of what you've just mentioned. So, you are the daughter of Theodore W.J. Valsam, who was an
Yep.
architectural designer who also worked as an assistant to Mr. Gamble. Now, I understand your father and Mr. Gamble had a long-lasting relationship. In fact, your father worked for Mr. Gamble for a total of 50 years. Can you provide some background information about your father and explain how he came to work for Mr. Gamble? Now, you've done this somewhat in your previous answer. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think that pretty well covers it. I do know, Daddy used to say that there are times when leaves in the book of life stick together.
Mm-hmm.
And I do know, for instance, when they first met, Ives drove a car. And the story that Ives told on himself was he bought himself a very spiffy Packard. And he was driving down to Newport. And he messed up on the gear shift and went from fourth gear to reverse with predictable disaster to the transmission. After that, when the car was fixed, he never drove again and he got Daddy to drive him everywhere. And later, it was art students who drove him around. But he, to my knowledge, as long as I knew of, he never sat in a car.
Sure,
As,
sure. That's interesting. So, can
and
we?
he told me also when he was a young man, he smoked and he drank. And he gave up these two things, not at the same time, because he found that this was something that he did when he was socializing. And it got to a point, I gather, in his early 40s, when he couldn't present himself at the easel at 8 in the morning the way he wanted to if he'd been out carousing the night before. So he gave up carousing.
Wow, what a
Yeah.
sacrifice.
I
Sure.
don't, I'm not clear that he saw that so much as sacrifice, rather as a necessary precondition for what he wanted to do.
What discipline. That's incredible.
Yeah, oh, yes. He worked basically 6.5 days a week.
I heard that. Yeah.
And um, as he got older, in his late 70s and 80s, he would be in the studio at 8 in the morning. He'd criticize his students. He would work till about 12:30, take a cab to the Tavern Club, have lunch there, come back, and sit on the sofa and listen to Wagner or another opera and make notes. Now, sometimes they were sketches and sometimes they were words. And then he'd go home, have an apartment to his apartment, check the mail, have dinner, and then in the evening he would write in his diaries and go
Mm.
to bed at a decent hour.
Wow. So you had quite a full day.
Yeah,
Great. So are we confident to say in that case, Elizabeth, that your father, Theodore W.J. Valsam, was Mr. Gammel's right-hand man?
yes.
Fantastic. Great, great. So coming back
Can I
to...
make May I make a correction?
Absolutely, please do.
The name is spelled, as you say, Val Sam, but it's pronounced as if it was AU, so it would be Valsam.
Valsam, I see. Right. Okay, good. Fantastic. Now, coming back to you for a minute, you graduated from McGill University in 1967 with a Bachelor of Arts, receiving joint honours in economics and political science. After this, you began your career as a banker before the birth of your first child in 1981. Since then, you have held positions that consist of being the curatorial advisor to the RHR's Gammel Studios Trust, as well as holding the position of adjunct curator at the Maryhill Museum of Art and the exhibition curator at the Cape Cod Museum of Art. You became executive director of the Cape Cod Museum in 2003, a position you retired from in 2012. Currently, you are consulting as a private curator for individuals and small institutions, and you live in Walpole, Massachusetts. Can you provide some of the highlights of working in these various roles over the years?
Sure. Um, I was going to be a diplomat when I grew up. I was not interested in art. I was going to go off and save the world. Um, and after I graduated in '67, I started work on a master's degree thesis on Chinese foreign policy, and the topic of this was a comparison of Chinese foreign policy with the United States during the Korean and Vietnamese wars. Okay?
Okay.
That went to hell in a handbasket with the publication of the Pentagon Papers, where it became immediately clear that John Kennedy was involved in the assassination of President Diem in Vietnam.
Hmm.
And I had at that point a choice of either trying to rework the whole thing in light of the Pentagon Papers or just giving up. And I gave up because at that point, um, I was working in Boston at the Federal Reserve Bank. The idea of being a diplomat fell apart because I married my husband, Bob Hunter, in 1968. And the State Department wrote me a lovely letter congratulating me on my marriage. All I had to do was do the medical check and the security check. And they asked a very delicate question. Does your husband understand that even though you speak French, you will probably not be posted in Paris? Other places where French is spoken include French West Africa and Haiti, and it is not clear to us that they have adequate gallery representation or art supply stores in these areas.
Mm.
And that was the end of it. It was the choice between the career and the husband, and I chose the husband. And a dear friend of ours who was a partner in an accounting firm who I consulted on, okay, what do I do now? He said, well, you become a banker. And the way you do it is because you have been out of school for a few years, sell yourself to a temporary agency as an executive floor receptionist. That will give you insight into what is going on in the various places where you'll work. You'll meet senior management, and when you find the job you want, you'll have not only a good idea what is involved, but you'll have references from within the company to get the job. And I worked that system, and it worked like a charm. So I was a junior bank examiner at the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston. And that's how I started as a banker. I traveled for 2 years, as bank examiners do, and got tired of that. So I applied for and got a job as an analyst in the loan and credit department. And that was great fun because I fielded a question for senior management on the foreign exchange risk incurred by banks in our district. And from there, I got a specialized education courtesy of the Fed and was allowed to go out with the international examiners to look at things because I set up a monitoring system at the Boston Fed. And then I was actually in charge of the foreign exchange and Eurodollar segment of the examination for State Street Bank and Trust one year. And when that report of examination was accepted by the bank's board, which was about 3 months after we finished, they waited the requisite 3 weeks and offered me a job running that department, which of course I leapt at. And I stayed there actually after Kate was born, but it just wasn't working out from the point of view of juggling motherhood and the job, and I could see this was not going to work out. Plus the fact it was actually costing me money to work because of running a nanny and so forth. So I tried to resign, and they hired me back as a consultant on the computerized foreign exchange trading package that they were looking at buying. And I worked for them as a consultant for another 2.5 years, at which point I'd had a second child. And it was at that point that they said, now let's figure, we have the software, you've written the manuals, it's either time that you stop being a consultant and stay home or come back as an officer. And I chose to stop being a consultant and staying home because in the interregnum, Uncle Ives died. That was 1981, 6 months before Kate was born. And, the estate took a while to settle and so forth. He had created in his will a trust called the R.H. Ives Gamble Studios Trust, which would last for 20 years. He didn't want to endow a bureaucracy. Mm-hmm. The charge of the trust, which inherited all his unsold work and sketches, I received the unpublished manuscripts and diaries. But the job of the trust was to turn the paintings into money and use the money to help the students and the teaching efforts of his former students and their students. And if there was money left over, to burnish his reputation. And that seemed like a daunting task. We knew that allegorical pictures were not going to sell well in Boston. And we figured either Los Angeles, which seemed a long way away, or New York. And with the help of Professor William Coles, we came up with an introduction to the Hammer Galleries in New York. And they were intrigued. And it was at about that point that I realized that if I did some legwork for the Gamble Trust, because there were three advisors, me, Harry Lodge, and David Crockett. The other two were very serious senior Boston people with great experience, phenomenal contacts, and they were used to staff. But if I did the legwork, the trust would pay for my babysitter. And very few mothers of two kids born 18 months apart are going to sit still when they have the opportunity for a free babysitter. So I was off and running. And so I have, I'm reasonably bright, and I knew something about organization. And I learned very quickly about, with the help of Don Beelan, who was the lawyer at Trout Hall and Stewart, how to negotiate a contract, what the contract ought to say. And I learned from the Hammer Gallery how you market pictures in New York and what is needed and how things will all work out. So we were going along. The gallery said it would help tremendously if we had one of Ives's books published. And that told me that Boston Painters 1900 to 1930 was the book. Gamble had tried to publish it, but he did not want so much as a comma changed, and that was a difficulty. But he had chosen all the photographs pretty well, not completely, but pretty well. And so I thought, well, I can do this, and I have the manuscript, and I have the rights to it. So I found a publisher who would publish it, and I signed a contract in May saying I would have a book ready to go the Monday after Labor Day. And then I was supposed to sign the contract with the editor the following day. And that's when I learned about contract law, because the guy I had planned to be the editor withdrew after I'd signed the contract with the publisher. And I called up the publisher and said, I think we have a problem. And they said, no, you have a problem. We have a contract. You have to get that book to us. And I didn't know what to do. And my husband said, Lizzie, you can do it. And so I said, really? And he said, yeah. And I'll help you if need be. So that summer, we had a wonderful babysitter who came Monday through Friday at 8 in the morning and stayed till 5. And I made over one of the bedrooms into my office and set about editing the book. And it wasn't difficult. I didn't change what was said particularly. But Uncle Ives had written it with copious footnotes and appendices. I think there were 12 appendices.
Wow.
And the publisher said, this is essentially unreadable. It's going to be a coffee table book with a lot of interesting stuff in it. And Ives would not hear of there being color reproductions either.
Yeah.
But without color reproductions don't sell. So, and he'd gotten most of the permissions. So I've rejiggered the text and in places simplifying it, because he was an Edwardian writer and it was not Edwardian times anymore.
Yeah.
So without changing the sense of what he said, I changed the language some and expanded the appendices into the chapters. And as I was doing this, I was thinking, if you want to sell a book, it's great to have lots of pictures from museums, but the ones that people will buy the book for are the ones in private collections. And that set me off on a different path. Again, I was using my husband as a consultant because he'd been a Gamble student. And he knew a lot of people, and I knew a lot of people. And so we came up with a good selection of works that had never been published before. And then I realized I needed a second signature of color. And the trust did not, they were going to underwrite the color work. They weren't thrilled about doing two signatures of color, but I found somebody who was the owner of an Edmund Tarbell picture who was willing to give me $10,000 if that picture went on the cover.
Wow.
And so there was my second signature of color.
Sure. Sure.
And other people were willing to pay for the color separation if their picture was included. You have to be a little strategic about who you ask to do that, but that's how I got the extra money for it. And it was pretty exciting. And that was, before computerized publishing.
Yeah, sure.
And I was pregnant with Dee Dee, who was the third child, and the printer was in New Haven, and I would take the train down. They had a viewing room where you could look at the illustrations as they came off the press and say yes, no, and if you said no, you had to adjust the color. And they were terrified I was going to go into labor there, so they broke their own rule and let me be down in a lawn chair on the press floor, being fed chocolate fraps and McDonald's burgers. And we got all the color work done in one day, which was pretty amazing.
Fantastic.
So I waddled back to the train, and there was much question about whether or not we would get the baby or the book first, and the book preceded the baby by easily 4 weeks.
Oh, fantastic.
So, yeah, it was a good deal. And that's how that book got published. And then the Hammer Gallery said, gee, it would really help if we had a museum show. And I didn't know beans about how to do a museum show. But I did know the director out at the Maryhill Museum of Art in Goldendale, Washington, and they had gavels. So I said, let me come out and talk to you about this project. And they were wonderful. Their registrar taught me what a registrar does in terms of organizing, or registrar and curator does about organizing and advertising for a traveling museum exhibition, and how to condition work and just everything I needed to know. So I got back to Boston and I put together my list of institutions. And by that time, I had met Bridget Boardman, who was the biographer of Francis Thompson, who was the English poet who wrote The Hound of Heaven.
Yep.
We chose putting the Hound of Heaven sequence on the road because it was discreet. 23 panels, it would fit in one gallery. All but 2 of the panels were the same size, so shipping would be relatively easy. And the poem itself would be of interest to the English department. Gamel's interpretation would be of interest to the psychological department, and the symbolism that he used throughout would be of interest to the anthropology department. Mm-hmm. We were thinking of targeting university art museums. And in fact, that went really well. It was on the road for, I think, 3.5, 4 years, and we went to 22 institutions all over the United States, England, and Scotland.
That's incredible. So you went to England and Scotland to try and propagate this idea of exhibiting the Hound of Heaven painting.
Well, no, we did all of that by mail.
Okay.
We traveled the pictures to all those museums. Yeah. And I got to travel with the pictures, acting in 2 roles. One as the trust representative, conditioning the work when it came out of the cases.
Okay.
To be sure that, excuse me, everything was in good condition.
Yeah, sure.
And secondly, to act as a resource to the museum that was borrowing the work, to help them hang it, to answer questions, to give lectures, just be a resource person. Mm-hmm. I didn't have to stay for the full duration at every place, But I would usually go out with the pictures and stay through the first hanging, maybe the opening, give a lecture then, and then come back and give a lecture at the end. And make sure they were packed up properly, particularly the overseas venues, because that was a little complicated. Um, thank God it was before 9/11,
Yeah,
because
sure.
that would have gotten really complicated. Although, when the pictures were going into England, the first show was at Leighton House in London, and they were being transported on a cargo plane. And the day they were unloading the pictures was also the day that the IRA was lobbing homemade mortar shells onto the runway at Heathrow. And I have never been so scared in my life
Mm.
because one shell hitting the plane or the crate, and that would have destroyed the work.
Yeah, yeah,
And that we had good insurance, but I wasn't clear at that point, standing at Heathrow, whether this would be considered an act of war or not. And most liability policies exempt acts of war.
yeah.
But as it happened, nothing bad happened. They did drop one crate out of the belly of the plane, and the guy running the forklift to pick it up had his blades a little high, so he bumped the crate hard. But the crate held. The pictures were fine. And when we unpacked them at Leighton House, we sent the crate off for repairs.
Quite the adventure that series of painting took then.
Yes, the whole thing was an adventure. Quite a lot of fun.
Great, great. So, Elizabeth, while all this is going on, you've got your young children that you're raising. Were you able to, in regard to an income, were you able to earn an income through working for the RHI's Gamble Studio Trust?
Yes, yes, I was. Well, Bob's painting sales are what supported the family.
Yeah,
Yes, I got an income from the trust for my work as the what was it called? Adjunct curator.
I see.
No,
Right.
curatorial advisor. That's what I was. Curatorial advisor.
Yeah,
And the point of that was that the trust went out of business before the memorial show, Transcending Vision show, even went on the road. So the trust had given the Hound of Heaven and a sum of money to Maryhill, sufficient to cover, uh, sort of endow the paintings, but also sufficient to cover my stipend while I was working for them, and the Transcending Vision exhibition was on the road.
sure. Okay. So, how did it come to be that you became the adjunct curator at the Maryhill Museum of Art and the exhibitions curator at the Cape Cod Museum of Art?
Adjunct curator at Maryhill was because they were the lead museum in the Transcending Vision exhibition. And so I was working for them as I was traveling with the pictures.
I see. Right.
There were, I think, 5 venues for Transcending Vision. There was only one in England for that. And then I was responsible as their employee for doing the conditioning as the pictures moved, for dispersing them when the show was over in the end, for following up if any of the individual lenders felt their work had been damaged, to carry through with the insurance company, that kind of stuff. All the stuff museums do when they organize a big traveling exhibition.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Great. And how about the Cape Cod Museum? So, how did you
Well,
end up there?
th- they being the Transcending Vision show went to the Cape Cod Museum of Art because Gamble painted in Provincetown from 1910 until the 1962 was his last summer there. So he qualified as a Cape Cod painter, and he trained students there. So he was within the Cape Cod Museum of Art's mission. And then when I was taking Transcending Vision down and getting it ready to ship off to England, their director approached me about doing a Frederick Judd Waugh exhibition for the museum. And I talked to him about what was involved, and I gave them a price for doing it, and they accepted my proposal. So I did that exhibition for them, and it was coming off the walls just about the time Transcending Vision was coming back into the United States to be dispersed. And so I was rather crazed, to be polite about it.
Mm,
Uh, and at that point, they did not have a curator at the Cape Cod Museum of Art. They had let the previous curator go. And the director offered me a job as a part time curator, which I liked because that meant I was free to have other clients. And so I accepted that job, but agreed to come in every day during the month of August so that I could learn the collection, become familiar with the exhibitions that were already planned and set about doing my work. And I'd been at it for 3 weeks when the board of trustees fired the director who had hired me.
mm.
And as you can understand, one feels vulnerable in these situations. And after another month, they proposed to me that I become director.
Wow.
And I talked it over with my husband. And I talked it, well, two of the three kids were in college. Dee Dee, the youngest, was going into her junior year at the Wheeler School in Providence. And the enthusiasm with which the idea of me being busy for 5 days a week, uh, everybody said, "Mom, you've got to do it," which told me I was underemployed in the home and becoming a bit of a pain to the family. So I took it. And it was a bit of a wild ride because Walpole is 86 miles from Dennis, Massachusetts, and I commuted that every day.
So, in regards to length of time in hours or minutes, how long would that be?
It's an hour and a half each way.
Wow, that's quite a drive. Yeah.
Actually, it wasn't so bad. In the mornings, excepting in high summer, I would be starting out in darkness and then watching the sunrise as I drove east towards Cape Cod,
Beautiful.
usually listening to music. And it was a wonderful kind of Zen hour and a half because there was no
Yeah.
traffic. And then on the way home with Bluetooth technology, I was able to keep both hands on the wheel and return the calls that I hadn't returned during the day.
Oh, fantastic.
So when I got home, there just happens that there was very little traffic in either direction at the hours I was driving.
Sure.
Uh, and it was fun coming home on Friday afternoons when the radio was telling me that there was a 7 mile backup at the Bourne Bridge trying to get on Cape, and I might be one of three cars going off Cape.
Mm.
I did not give in to the urge to give a sort of Queen Elizabeth wave at the oncoming traffic, but it was fun.
Fantastic. So, yeah, you held this position as director of the Cape Cod Museum up until your retirement in 2012. So what led to that? What led to your retirement?
I got tired of the drive. The nature of the board had changed, and it was not as comfortable as it had been. And my husband wasn't as strong as he had been, and I felt uneasy leaving at 6 in the morning and getting home at 7 at night.
Yeah.
Um, and there were other things I wanted to do because that job really, it was 6 days a week.
Yeah, sure. Sure. So that brings us to more of your current day. So I understand you are consulting as a private curator for individuals and small institutions today.
Yes, and um, my primary interest is writing at this point, but at any given time, I have two or three clients. Interestingly enough, I've done no work for institutions at this point since my retirement, but it's usually people who want to either build their collection or deaccession their collection by gift to institutions. So, in fact, I'm working with one client now who inherited quite a large collection of one artist's work, and my job is to place the collection in museums, piece
Okay.
by piece, and it's fun.
Well, it's an exciting job. Yeah, absolutely. So, in regards to the book that you mentioned, Boston Painters, now I understand you've edited two of Mr. Gamel's books. So the first was Boston Painters 1900 to 1930, and the second was Twilight of Painting, the second edition. You have
Hmm.
written a biography on Mr. Gamel, which appears in the book Transcending Visions, and which served as the catalogue for his memorial exhibition. You also have written and lectured on Mr. Gamel's life and work, frequently presenting a lecture titled The Eye of the Needle, How R.H.I.'s Gamel Preserved a Painting Tradition. Can you explain more about the process of editing the two books? For instance, how did you go about ensuring all the information was valid since Mr. Gamel has now passed? Now, you have mentioned a little bit about this in your prior answers, Elizabeth. Is there perhaps anything you would like to add? And specifically in regards to Twilight of Painting, how did you go about editing that?
That was in the public domain. And so the only thing I did was to write a new introduction. It's published otherwise exactly as he wrote it.
Sure. Okay.
And that it is as far as I can figure out, it's historically correct. And because it, this gets into a very interesting area. Let's assume that there is an error of fact in there when he's talking about Renaissance ateliers.
Mm-hmm.
Because he based his teaching on what he wrote in Twilight, you need to leave the error there because it explains how he set up his own atelier.
Okay.
Okay, so I didn't touch a word of it, and the illustrations that we used are the original illustrations that he used.
Okay. Sure.
So it's the only thing. Um, I didn't touch a comma,
So that
literally.
that would have been a fairly quick process then. It wouldn't take
Yeah,
you.
that was a standalone. Um, and in fact, I'm beginning to talk to publishers about a third edition because if you are a realist painter or aspire to be one, and you want to read Twilight of Painting, it's pretty hard to find them in libraries that will lend them.
That's right. Yeah.
Otherwise, you have to go to Amazon,
Mm-hmm.
and a copy of Twilight can go for anywhere between $100 and $300.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
That
right.
that is daunting for an art student.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So the thought is, from my thought, would be to make it more accessible.
Absolutely. And I'm with you 100% on that, Elizabeth. I think making Twilight of Painting readily available, is definitely a good idea, especially for the students who are now coming into the tradition who want more of a backstory as to what happened to art as we progressed into the 20th century.
It is the only thing you could do to it, and I have thought about it and decided not to do it, is to rewrite the English he used to make it more accessible.
Yes. Yeah.
But but and this is if you really are interested, you can figure it out.
That's true.
Uh, and if if you start dumbing it down, you lose the meaning.
Hmm.
Some of the words he uses are difficult and way out of current circulation,
Oh, yeah.
but they have specific meanings, and one can look them up. Dictionaries still exist,
Mm-hmm.
and I just don't think it's in the best interest of either his historic reputation or the training of people who are interested in that kind of painting to try to make it easier, because it's not. And the
Mm.
subtleties count.
Sure.
So it is a conscious decision.
Absolutely. Sure.
I promise you when I'm 80, I'll revisit it.
Let's hope so, Elizabeth. So, in regards to transcending vision, so the catalog, you wrote the biography on Mr. Gamma for that, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that must have been quite a lengthy process in regards to. Did you consult with members of his family? Was it mainly a documentary study, a document study? How did you go about that, getting all the information regarding his biography?
Um, I talked to family members, particularly his niece Helena Hope Gamble. But understand he was never terribly close to his family,
Yeah.
so that was a complication.
Hmm.
I did have his diaries, which he started keeping in 1919, and um, I used them. He had written uh, a book which has yet to be published called In Studio Crosslights, which is a painterly autobiography. And in Transcending Visions, there are large chunks that I simply lifted from his own words because I couldn't possibly write about what he was writing about as well as he did.
Sure.
We're talking about his thoughts and so forth. And I thought it was important to include as many of Gamel's own words as I could in his autobiography. And of course, I had access to my husband, who was one of his early students, and I had access to the later students as well. So it took 4 years to get it in the condition that it you see it now in print.
4 years. That's incredible.
Well, as a child, one is taught not to read other people's mail, correct?
Yeah. Sure. Sure.
Okay, biographers have to read other people's diaries.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
And I guess it's so subjective. Each biographer has their own interpretation as well.
Yes, but I don't know this because I've never written a biography of somebody who wasn't uh, on the planet during my lifetime that I knew. But it was complicated, and there are questions that a biographer asks that one doesn't normally ask of the people who one knows.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I remember. Let's see, he died on the 27th of March, and it would have been about a week later that the lawyer and two other people from the law firm, acting as executors of the estate, came to the apartment. They were meeting me there by prior arrangement because, as literary executrix, everything in the desk was in my purview.
Mm.
And the point of all of this was to, fish out bills that the estate needed to pay, and um, just go through the desk drawer by drawer.
Sure.
That's a weird thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
So, Elizabeth, can I ask, with Boston Painters 1900 to 1930, that isn't exactly readily available as well. Is there any plans on making that more available to the public?
I suppose we could do a second edition of it,
Hmm.
and that could be a lot of fun
Absolutely. Yeah.
because Erica Herschler, for instance, has written uh, on some of the painters that are included. Trevor Fairbrother at the Boston Museum did a wonderful exhibition of painters in Boston,
Hmm.
including a much larger group. And it's as as I have gotten older and learned more about the art world that Ives was writing about, as opposed to what I had been taught, um, even going through his own unpublished works, he has a very narrow focus in that book,
Hmm.
which is going to the men and later women who were considered in their lifetime as the Boston School. And he says early on that it is the agreement on certain fundamentals that defines a school. And I'm thinking, yeah, but um, for instance, when you talk about the influence of Velázquez on the Bostonians, and that came through Carolus Duran,
Hmm.
who was French Academy.
Mm-hmm.
Um, he sort of tips his hat at it, but he doesn't dig into it. And I had never been to Spain until 2 years ago, and going into the Prado, the scales fell from my eyes because I could see technical things and compositional elements that came into play in the work of the Bostonians. And I don't think, apart from the little tip of the hat that he did, Ives mentioned them.
Yeah, right.
And, and it could have been that he was trying to keep that book very tight and close, thinking it might be more easily published. I don't know. I know he showed it to any number of publishers, many of whom were enthusiastic, but they all balked when he insisted that not one comma be changed.
Sure. Now, Elizabeth, that other biography you mentioned that Mr. Gamble has written, which is unpublished, in Studio Crosslights, is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Is there any plans on publishing that?
Yes. But I'm not quite sure when. When my husband first died, and that was 5 years ago, um, we reorganized his studio somewhat because, as you can imagine, a still life painter has still life objects all over the place. And because the last couple of years Bob was painting from a wheelchair, he had things organized. There were little alleys to get to the canvas where he was painting and then roll back to his painting table. But all the objects were kind of at hand, and it was quite a jumble. It is more organized now, but it has taken me until fairly recently to be able to go into that room without thinking of him and ending up in tears.
Sure, sure.
So it has evolved into Bob Still Life properties and banker's boxes filled with papers,
Hmm.
which has to do with his estate and my son's business. This house was built in 1730. It's a center chimney colonial,
Mm.
and there are fireplaces in the living room, dining room, and what was the original kitchen. And then, as you can imagine, there's this massive central brick chimney, and there is space within it under the staircase. And that is packed solid with boxes of gamma material.
Writing?
So, mhm,
Is it writing?
no, it's perfectly dry.
Oh, so, no, no. So is it writing? Is it writing as in text?
Writing, yes, it is letters and papers and manuscripts and photographs. The In order to publish in Studio Crosslights, I have to clean up the studio and get my strong sons-in-law to move those heavy boxes into the studio, open the big trestle table, and start work.
Yeah,
So and I'm feeling time pressure on this, but I'm not going to promise when I'm going to do it.
sure, sure. So that's fascinating as well, Elizabeth. When you think about the amount of output that Mr. Gamble had throughout his life in regards to writing, how did he fit that into as well being such a productive painter? I mean, was he painting during the day and then writing at night?
Yes, he only worked by natural light.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
So, and the magic about 8 o'clock in the morning is even at the darkest time of the year, it's light enough so you can lay out your palette. And in a Northlight studio, by 8:30, the light is good enough to begin work.
Wow, lovely.
And then you have to knock off sometimes as early as 3 in the afternoon because then the light begins to fade.
Yeah,
But he did his writing late afternoons and evenings.
yeah, sure, sure. Now, Elizabeth, did you mention that you have Mr. Gamble's journals and diaries? Is that right?
Yes.
Now, is there any plans on publishing those, making them available to the public?
No, they are microfilmed at the Archives of American Art, and there are libraries around the country here which have them on microfilm, and you can go and read them. They're not they're not strictly speaking, coherent sentences necessarily.
Mm.
And he spoke English, French, German, and Italian,
Hmm.
and he loved to pun.
Yeah.
And some of his notations, particularly in the early years, are plays on words, either by how they sound or including the meaning across multiple languages.
I
I
see.
get I get some of them. I don't get all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
They have a lot of what I would call painterly dope and some fairly interesting observations, particularly marginal notes. He goes on and on. He thought, um, he hoped, he imagined that one day he would be asked to decorate a large hall or public space, much as John Sargent had been asked to decorate the third floor of the Boston Public Library
Mm.
with his girl on the history of religion.
Hmm.
And Ives played with various compositional themes of what he would do. And this is before he even studied with Paxton. So we're going back into the 20s. He was never engaged to do such work, partly because of timing. The Depression kind of knocked the bottom out of that market. And also because his idiom for expressing his thoughts was keyed to Greco Roman mythology and Christian theology. Because at the Groton School, where he studied from, oh God, 1905 till 1911,
Mm.
it was Episcopal school, chapel every day, emphasis on Greece, ancient Greece and Rome. So he was totally fluent with the symbolism of those subjects.
Yeah.
And the world has changed. Even by the middle of the 1930s, people weren't studying that as much. And it was a revelation to him when he finally caught on that by having titles that called back to Greco-Roman times or referenced the Bible, and by dressing the humans in his uh, paintings in either Greco-Roman or biblical dress, he was losing his audience.
Yeah.
And I've got one that hangs in the house, Garden of Proserpine, which references a poem by Swinburne. Nobody reads Swinburne anymore.
Mm.
Nobody's read Swinburne for years and years and years.
Hmm.
And so it takes a scholar to now, Proserpine. Now, wait a minute, that's a variation on the Persephone myth. What Ives was commenting on, if you will, is the almost hallucinogenic character of the 1930s while Hitler was consolidating power and going about starting his evil plans.
Mm.
People were just not believing him or not paying attention or what have you.
Mm.
It's a wonderful, powerful picture, but you have to explain it to people.
Yeah.
And if he didn't want to explain his work because he said a symbol is only effective if people understand it without knowing its specific derivation. Well, okay, that's that.
Not
Um,
everyone, not everyone had his kind of education as well.
right, and not everyone who had the education kept it in mind and carried it with them into adulthood.
Yeah, sure.
There's a wonderful picture that Dick Lack used to own, and it was sold from the Transcending Vision exhibition, and I lost track of it. But it's called Superflumina Babylonis.
Wow, that's an interesting name.
Well, on the banks of the River Babylon,
Yeah.
and you think back to your history, the Jews were in exile, held by the Babylonians.
Mm.
They were displaced from their home country and pining for it
Mm.
and praying for the return to Jerusalem.
Hmm. Now,
It's think of what the Jews were doing during the Holocaust. It's the same thing.
yeah, right.
The title makes it virtually inaccessible.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. No, definitely. Uh, Now, Elizabeth, can I ask, now, throughout Mr. Gamble's life, his writing would have mainly been done just with handwriting, a pen on paper, right?
That's true, unless he hired a typist to do the manuscript.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
And
So,
he did that from time to time.
yeah, sure. So I understand that you often present a lecture nowadays titled "The Eye of the Needle: How RHI's Gamel preserved the painting tradition." So a lot of your research over the years, writing the biography, working as the advisor for the RHI's Studios Trust, all of this has fed your knowledge, obviously, and you're able to present a lot of these discoveries through this presentation. Is that right?
What it amounts to is when he, for sure, when he started taking students in 1950, well, 1949, he set up a school, a small atelier that could accept payments under the GI Bill,
Mm,
which was hugely important because he couldn't afford to educate more than one student at a time from his own resources. And so Bob Hunter, Bob Cumming, Dick Lack, these were all guys coming from military service, and they were eligible for the GI Bill. So that's how the atelier was funded.
I see.
Okay, and he wanted no more than five at a time, preferably four. And he set up and it was approved a 5 year course of study with a certificate at the end. Um, there was nobody else in the continental United States or in Canada. There was one atelier in Italy run by Madame Simi who taught at
Mm,
Pietro Gotti.
yeah,
But that was it for teaching drawing, painting the old-fashioned way.
sure.
By that time, most art schools in the United States had totally given up on anatomical drawing.
Hmm.
And talking to men and women who went to the art schools from the 50s through really the 80s, you came and you were told about aesthetic theory and so forth, and then you went to the studio and there were materials there, and you were told, um, paint what you feel.
Mm,
So you were in a bad position if you wanted to paint a portrait that looked like a person.
yeah, yeah, sure.
And that's I call it the eye of the needle because although he felt totally incapable and not up to the task that he was trying to do, which was to pass on this great body of knowledge, he was doing it. He was doing his best, and nobody else was doing it.
Yeah,
Statement.
that's
So he
right.
was, in fact, the eye of the needle through which the tradition passed.
Yeah,
And
interesting name.
when,
Yeah.
even when he died, he wasn't sure that he'd succeeded. Now, my father predeceased him by 2 years,
Mm,
and I know for a fact that Daddy was not sure that they had succeeded. He was afraid they'd failed.
yeah,
And that's a huge burden for
yeah,
anybody late in life and not well to face.
absolutely. Yeah. Now, Elizabeth, can I ask, when did you decide that you wanted to start documenting Mr. Gamel's life?
Well, he asked me when I was 16 if I'd be his literary executrix. And he and Daddy had both always told me if somebody asks you to do something important, don't say yes right away. Say, let me think about it for a week. And I did. And you should have seen the look of irritation on his face. But I did get back to a week later and I said I'd do it. And it's just something I have to do, like I have to breathe.
Yeah, sure.
Um, it is, I go about it not with the passion of the convert, but It's something I have to do, just like breathing.
Mm, that's interesting. Now, can I ask as well, Elizabeth, when you refer to your lecture, The Eye of the Needle, how R.H. Ives Gammell preserved a painting tradition, what do you tend to cover in that lecture?
Um, I start out explaining briefly what my relationship was to Gammell, and I start with Twilight of Painting, and then I explain that what he learned at the well, he started out he was going to be a painter, and Sergeant Kendall was an active participant in the Newport summer scene, both as a professional painter and as a member of that social realm as well. And so Kendall was painting Ives's mother, and he got one summer, and Ives got to sit and watch. And then he did some drawings, and he showed them to Mr. Kendall, and Mr. Kendall said, you seem to have some talent for this, and they went back and forth. And so Ives would do little still life studies or imaginative drawings and send them to Kendall, and Kendall would criticize them in writing and send them back. Ives never worked specifically in Kendall's studio, and Kendall never saw Ives working from a setup. Um, Ives wanted to be a painter, wanted to go to the museum school.
Mm,
His father said, you can if you meet two criteria. One was to pass the entrance exam to Harvard, and the other one was to have an interview with Joseph de Camp, who was at the time probably the most important portrait painter in Boston.
yeah.
And if de Camp says you will benefit from getting an art education, then you may do it. So he made the appointment with de Camp, who was very impressed by the drawings that Gammell showed him. And so he went to the museum school.
Mm,
And it's interesting, he talked his way out of Paxton's cast drawing class, or as they called it back in the day, drawing from the antique,
mm,
and went straight into Philip Hale's life drawing class. And he was there, started in the fall of 1911,
mm-hmm.
the first year, went back for the second year, and then there was a blow up that March, 1913. And Edmund Tarbell resigned as head of the painting department and took Paxton and Hale and a couple of other people with him. And you will ask, what was the blow up about? And it was very interesting, and it influences Twilight of Painting. When Tarbell was running the painting department at the School of the Museum of Fine Arts, he wanted it to be a program for professionals only.
Mm,
So you had to buy in for the 5 years. And he didn't want anybody coming in and just taking a semester of watercolor or a semester of drawing. Well, the trustees, like all trustees, had to keep an eye on the bottom line. And they wanted to be able to admit ladies who had been to finishing school and were interested in art to a cast drawing class or a watercolor class. They were not on the degree track. They were just coming in to take the course.
yeah.
And Tarbell didn't want amateurs. And that was the point. And it's generally administrations, in order to keep the survival of their institution in the fore, will go for the solution which will generate the most income.
Mm,
And so they did. Philip Hale went back to teaching at the school because he needed the money. But none of the others came back. And Tarbell was succeeded by one of his former students. But you can trace from that moment, you could begin to trace the change at the museum school, moving away from traditional methods and heading more towards what was, I'll call it new and fashionable, for want of a better way of putting it.
mm.
And so in the 80s and 90s, 1980s, 1990s, at the museum school, you would find um, all the work being produced was abstract.
Okay.
Okay, so that's just what it was
Mm.
because
So
that was the fashionable, that was the forefront.
yeah, sure. So these ladies that were coming in from finishing school and taking, a class in cast drawing or in watercolor, this initiated the just change or the breakdown perhaps in the museum school.
Well, that was the specific. It was allowing people to take courses in the painting department that were not on the professional track.
Yeah. So this was the blow up, the argument
Yeah,
that yeah, okay,
that
okay.
was the blow up.
Yeah.
And he and Sumner Wells had wanted to go to Paris, and so they went to Paris. And Gamel signed up at Atelier Berchat, and he studied with Royer and Lapara, and he, by his own admission, didn't get a hell of a lot out of it. Um,
Mm.
and then he cast around looking at other people. He thought about studying with Richard Miller, but somebody said it seems a little odd to go to Paris to study with an American. He came to regard Miller's work very highly because after the First World War broke out, Richard Miller went to Provincetown.
Mm.
And so I've got to know him and see him there somewhat. And the war came along and it cut into his art training time. So it was when he got back. Oh, actually, it was after the first stint on the Texas border. He ran into Paxton in Provincetown, who said, keep me in mind if you are looking for some help. And then he went, Gamel putzed around, as I will put it. Um, Thought about going back to the museum school, decided not to, then went off. His National Guard unit was federalized, and then it was the serious World War One thing.
Mm.
But when he got back, he was feeling pretty good. When he was, for instance, in Paris during the peace conference, Joseph de Camp was also in Paris because he had been commissioned to quote paint the peace conference. In other words, paint a massive group portrait of all the people who were doing the negotiations. And in fact, he did a study which was auctioned off, oh, I want to say 8 or 9 years ago. I remember seeing it, and it exists on the website Ask Art.
Okay.
If you go back and dig through. But he never got beyond the study stage because nobody was going to sit for that kind of a portrait because they had photography.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's just the way it went. But he being I've spent a lot of time going to museums with DeCamp and just absorbing all kinds of things.
Sure.
And he was very happy in that period. He had a studio and he was working in his spare time. It was also that period in Paris was really electric. He had tea one day with um, Gertrude Stein and Alice B. Toklas,
Mm.
and I never could coax out of him whether he actually had funny brownies or not. I suspect he did. Um, and Vita Sackville West was there. It was a Harry Crosby and his wife Caress, Black Sun Press. I know he knew Ernest Hemingway,
Mm.
so I suspect he had quite the life.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Uh, but there's nothing about that in the diaries.
Yeah.
And he gave me the Vita Sackville West book written by her son, Nigel Nicholson. And he asked me what I thought about it. Okay, I got married in 68. This must have been maybe 1970.
Mm.
And I remember reading it and saying about, oh, look, yeah, she was involved in a very interesting thing. She was a married woman and she had a female lover. And at the end, I gave the book back to Uncle Ives. And he said, well, Liz, what did you think of it? And I said, it's fascinating. Um, And he said, but didn't it bother you? And I said, no, because in the world that I was living in, I knew that kind of thing happened. And he looked very relieved.
Sure.
But I got the feeling I wasn't to press the point, so I didn't,
Mm-hmm.
because he was in the end an Edwardian. And Edwardians, having been exposed to Freud, were a little careful about what they put in writing or
Yeah.
what they admit to.
Okay.
Much different from the frankness of our age.
Yeah, sure. That's interesting. Now, Elizabeth, one thing I wanted to do is go back to transcending visions for a minute. So,
Yep.
along with Gerard Ackerman, you wrote the exhibition catalogue for one of Mr. Gamel's major exhibitions titled Transcending Visions, which was mentioned previously. I understand you wrote the biography and Mr. Ackerman wrote an overview of the featured works. Can you
Yeah,
provide
the
some...
art historian's piece, because I wasn't up to that.
Oh, sure. Right. So, can you provide some information on how you collaborated with Mr. Ackman during this time?
Yeah, it was, well, first of all, the introduction was made by Dick Lack and Gary Christensen.
Yeah.
And of course, Jerry was out in Pomona, California, and I was in Walpole, Massachusetts. So we used the telephone a lot. And a couple of times he came east and he'd stay with us. And we just, I had, excuse me, I'd taken over the dining room um, with the Gamble stuff and just draped sheets over it when we were having a dinner party. It was quite an experience. Anyway, we would talk about what I was writing, what he was writing, because he saw things from his perspective, but he wanted to know if, in fact, what he saw was stuff that Gamble had talked about. And that's where Bob was tremendously useful, because the three of us could be in there. And Bob would say, yep, I remember him talking about that, because Bob, as a student and later as a friend of Gamble, had many more in-depth painterly conversations than I did, because I wasn't a painter.
Yeah.
And so I would say we probably, apart from the phone calls, we probably spent 3 or 4 days, although not all at once, batting things back and forth. And then just before the thing was to go to press, he sent me his essay and I sent him my essay. And at that point, we had the option of, by telephone, talking about it, making changes. And I didn't want to change a word he'd written.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't have a correction for me. So it went as it went.
Wow. So it seems like it's pretty a smooth process.
Oh, yeah, he's a delight. Well, he's dead now, but he was a delightful person.
Mm. Yeah.
And he one time he brought along Graydon Parish. I don't know if that name rings a bell for you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And Graydon's a fascinating person.
Mm.
Um, has gotten more prickly in time, and not with reason. But he wasn't prickly when he was here, and we had a lot of fun together. It was great.
So I understand Mr. Ackerman was quite the art historian with incredible knowledge of the 19th century academicians. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes, and he was specialized in Bog.
Yeah, that's right.
He was actually involved with Daniel Graves's operation. I believe he was a trustee. I know he took courses with Dan.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I think because um, one of Dan Graves's students came back to the United States, and actually, my daughter, Kate Hunter Casham, studied with her for a year and worked specifically on bark drawing, which made a huge huge impact.
Yeah, right.
Um, but I know my husband's view was it's all there's there are many ways to pass the tradition, and no one teacher is going to be good for every potential student. So you want
Mm,
different personalities teaching so that the knowledge is available to different personalities of students. That's point one. Point two is that you are teaching a language, a visual language, and it's either good or it's bad. However, once taught, you pray to God that the student has something that they have to say that is uniquely personal.
mm.
Otherwise, you're going to be getting knockoffs.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's so when you going back to the lecture, what I try to do, I because Paxton was Gamel's immediate teacher, and Paxton was of the Boston School, but he had a broader education than some of the others. DeCamp, for instance, having been born in Cincinnati, studied in Germany.
Mm.
And it's a different, it's a, it's analogous, related, but it's different. And that's important.
Was that at the Dusseldorf Academy, Elizabeth?
Munich, Munich.
Oh, the Munich Academy. Yeah, sure.
And so Paxton gave what Gamel had picked up from various sources, including the museum school and his worshiping of the Bostonians who are perhaps more impressionist than academic.
Mm. Yeah.
Um, and then you've got Paxton coming in with his academic training and his adoration, practically, for Ang.
Yeah.
But the lineage is um, David de la Roche, who
Mm-hmm.
was also a David student.
Mm-hmm.
David, Ang and de la Roche didn't get on worth beans, but de la Roche taught Jérôme.
Yeah.
Now, you can argue that there's a hell of a difference, and I believe this because I can see it, the difference between Ang and de la Roche, but Paxton admired both and learned from both visually.
Yeah.
Um, Jérôme was an extraordinary teacher, but also Paxton learned from Monet, and Paxton learned from Dennis Miller Bunker.
Mm.
And Bunker, because of his friendship with Sargent, and Sargent's absolute insistence on the sight-size method for portraits,
Mm-hmm.
that flows into Gamel. And I can remember Gamel telling me and telling his students when he talked about impressionists, it was small I, meaning anybody who was trying on the two-dimensional picture plane to recreate what they saw in three dimension as light was falling across form.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and so that's differentiating capital I Impressionism as in the 19th century movement and the artists associated with the movement.
Yeah, because you could argue that um, Vermeer was an impressionist,
Yeah.
Ravaggio was an impressionist,
Mm-hmm.
Rembrandt was an impressionist,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the impressionist tradition that was in Paxton that passed to Gamel.
Yeah. Now, to your knowledge, Elizabeth, will there ever be a catalogue raisonné on Mr. Gamel's work?
There's a guy who lives in Virginia who is he's a lawyer and he's absolutely in love with Gamel and um, he's starting out on one.
Is he? Wow, that's good to know.
Yeah, well, he was nagging me a bit by email
Okay.
about why I should do it, and I tend to be more of a big picture person.
Yeah.
Uh, it's going to take a lawyer and their exquisite attention to detail to really do a good job. And at the back of Transcending Vision, there is a listing which is pretty complete, I think, of major gamels.
Okay.
And I said, so start with that, try to track them down, figure out where they are. And in the process, you will stumble across all kinds of little studies and sketches
Yeah.
and for it.
Sure.
So that's, um, and I have high hopes for this.
Sure. Are we familiar with where the majority of camels are nowadays?
Nah, sort of.
Sort of. Okay. Yeah.
Um, the ones in museum collections are pretty easy. The ones in private collection, um, I would say probably 50-50. But once it, Gamel's work is not going to be uh, immediately popular with hordes of people. He would
Yeah.
not be anybody's choice for color reproductions to be sold at the supermarket.
Yeah. Yeah.
So my hunch is it'll be pretty simple. And dealers, uh, dealers who are still dealing actively guard their customer lists, and that means the buyers' names, like gold. Once they retire, not so much, and then it is easier to trace.
Mm.
And if you can write sweet letters to auction houses until you turn blue in the face,
Yeah.
and they'll never pass them on to the high bidders. They don't have the staff to do it. And then stuff just turns up. I have on Ask Art, I have them notify me when a gamel comes up at auction. And 3 years ago, one came up from an auction house in Toronto.
Okay.
I knew immediately what it was. It was the study for a picture called Era's End.
Mm.
And the auction house said it was Men on Tumbling Staircase. And they knew it was by Gamel, but they didn't know much other than that. So I called him up and said, you got the title wrong, and I can tell you what you've got, which I did. And they asked permission from the consigner to reveal who the consigner was. And it turns out it was Richard Cohen's widow, Richard Cohen having been a Gamel student, now
Okay.
deceased.
Yeah.
And they were living in Canada, and she put it up at auction. So I dutifully bid on the thing, and I got it because nobody else knew what it was.
Yeah, sure.
It was the study, and I knew it was the study because it had the pencil lines for the blow up on it, which my father had done.
Mm.
And it's personally, I like Gamel's studies more than the finished work
Mm.
because there's a liveliness to them. And in places, I'm looking at Moses breaking the tablets. I have the study, the finished one is out on the West Coast. And this has much more drama to it than the finished one.
Mm.
And it's small. It's probably 18 inches by 18 inches. And it's really got a lot of drama. The finished one is a visually simplified version. The muscles on the back of Moses are not as well articulated, frankly, and the mountains on the far side of Moses are not. They are more articulated, um, but this here, the only thing in focus really is the figure of Moses with the tablets.
Mm. So
So
why is that the case? Why is it the case that the finished work isn't as resolved as the study?
I believe it's because he wasn't good at making that transition on a small scale.
Oh yeah.
Worked beautifully on the big stuff. Works beautifully on the Hound. Those are 7 by 3 feet. And the Providence murals were formidably good
Yeah,
in that way, but not the small stuff. And I think it's the limitation of the painter because everybody has one.
yeah.
Did I just speak heresy?
No, no, definitely. That's true. I mean, sometimes scaling up or scaling down can be a challenge, and not all, and we have to understand as well that not all painters are adept at comparative measurement, especially those who have been trained in sight size.
Yeah, it's he he really should have been Jean-Paul Laurent's student,
You
but
believe so?
Jean-Paul Laurent was a mural painter in France
Yeah.
who was alive when Ives was there, but he was too old to be teaching really.
Okay. Right. Now, it's interesting. At this point in the interview, some listeners may be asking, "Who is Mr. Gamel?" Now, as we've come to learn, RHI's Gamel trained at the School of the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, the Académie Julienne in Paris, and the Atelier Bachet also in Paris. He was one of the last academically trained American artists whose working methods can be charted back to 19th century painters including Jacques-Louis David, Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, and Jean-Leon Gérôme. After returning from Paris, he worked in Boston, Provincetown, and Williamstown, Massachusetts. During the 65 years of his career, Mr. Gamel painted murals, portraits, landscapes, and still lifes. However, his most favored genre was imaginative painting, a form of painting that relied heavily on fabricating images from imagination. Mr. Gamel was also a generous teacher, and throughout the 20th century, he went on to disseminate his knowledge to countless pupils who, as we know today, have gone on to become successful painters, and some have even opened up teaching studios of their own. Is this summary accurate?
Yeah, I think it is more or less accurate. And given, it's again in his work, I can see, and in his writings, he acknowledges the influence of Velázquez via Carolus Duran. Um, and in his work, I can see the influence through William Paxton of the Impressionists of the late 19th century.
Hmm.
But basically, I he was trying to do something for which he had no one adequate teacher.
Yeah.
And as a teacher of painting, um, he did better with some students than others because of a personality fit.
Hmm.
And this is true of every teacher-student relationship
It's
that
true. Yeah.
is known. He was the only show in town if this is how you wanted to learn to paint, and he was only interested in teaching people who were interested in what he had to teach.
Hmm.
So there was the luxury of selecting the best fit didn't exist for him.
Right.
So it's yeah, it's I think we've covered a lot of the information before this that explains the yeah buts
Yeah.
to that paragraph.
Sure. Sure.
But we can let it stand, I think.
Okay, great. Now, concerning Mr. Gamel's biography, I understand he came from a wealthy family from Rhode Island. He attended Groton School when he was 12, which is a private Episcopal college preparatory boarding school located in Massachusetts. However, prior to this, he received homeschooling. Can you explain more about Mr. Gamel's family and his childhood?
Yeah, he was the youngest of four children, William being the oldest. Then came Arthur. Then there was a daughter, Catherine, who died in infancy, and then there was Ives.
Okay.
And a little Gamel family genealogy. Once upon a time, many years ago, there was a fella in Rhode Island called John Nicholas Brown, and he built a mighty fortune on triangular trade, which is sugar, rum, and slaves, basically.
Okay.
He founded Brown University. He had a daughter, Hope Brown, and she was the apple of her father's eye, and she fell in love with his clerk, Thomas Ives. And the story goes that when Hope went to her father and said, I want to marry Tom Ives, he said, absolutely not. He's not a gentleman.
Hmm.
To which she responded, Daddy, what's a gentleman? And he replied, someone with intelligence, breeding, and money. And she said, well, he's very intelligent, he is well bred, and I have the money.
Hmm.
They married, and they had children, 6, I believe, one of whom married an English professor at Brown University by the name of William Gamel. And that William Gamel and Hope Brown Ives, well, yeah, no, that William, let me start again. She married Thomas Ives. They had kids, one of whom married William Gamel, the English professor. And they had kids, one of whom was William Gamel, Ives's father. William Gamel, Ives's father, was known as William the Industrialist,
Hmm.
and he was president of the Rhode Island National Bank or the Providence National Bank, and he was active in all kinds of business ventures. And he built a mighty fortune. And there was the brown money funneling in as well. And if the Gamels summered in Newport, Rhode Island, and their house was part of the Brown family compound, and they predated the quote cottages of the 19th century with the Astors and Vanderbilts and so forth. In fact, they were the people, Gamels and Browns were the people, and Iveses, um, who the nouveau riche sucked up to.
Hmm.
Okay, and I cannot make a valid comparison of fortune size, but um, I remember going down with Uncle Ives to see the grand houses at Newport, now open to the public thanks to the Newport Historical Society. And we spent a day going to all kinds of places. And he was fascinated at how they were being presented to the public, and appalled that you could see Mrs. Astor's bathroom. And on the way back, he was telling me all about the parties that he'd been to when he graduated from Groton, and what life was like in Newport, which was actually pretty grueling because you'd get up in the morning, you'd have breakfast, then you'd go off and play tennis, then you'd come back and you'd go sailing, then you'd dress for lunch. After lunch, you changed your clothes again and would go out in a carriage to leave calling cards.
Hmm.
Then you'd come back and you might go for a swim or you might take a quick nap, and then you'd change for dinner, and there would be a gazillion course dinner, and then you'd go to a ball, get
Wow.
up the next morning and repeat.
Quite a privileged lifestyle.
Yes, and there's a if you can lay hands on an old copy of Emily Post's Etiquette, there's a whole thing. By old, I mean published in the 20s or 30s. There's a whole chapter on which corner of your calling card you turn down and what the meaning of that is.
Okay.
I mean, it's just totally different from anything else. And
Interesting.
when people move to their summer houses, the the servants brought down the sterling silver and the portraits and the china and all of this stuff, and huge wardrobes, because one did not wear the same thing to 2 consecutive dinner parties.
Wow.
I mean, it was just, and I remember after, um, well, Ives's father died in 1945, same year I was born, and in the early 50s, the um, the house in Providence had been left to the oldest son, William, and he was going to sell it. And we took Uncle Ives down there any number of times because he and Arthur and Billy were choosing which things they wanted from the house. And I was going along because after the Rhode Island School of Design's costume curator had chosen what he wanted, Helena Hope and I and a bunch of Moppets, well, she was probably a freshman in college at that point, and I was a Moppet, we were allowed to go through the vast closets to pick stuff for dress up.
Mm.
It was amazing. Just breathtaking. The whole third floor was Mrs. Gammel's clothes.
That's incredible.
Going back to, she was married in 1876, and there were Worth ball gowns from that period that the British had taken. And I thought I was pretty grand. I had these wonderful sort of Queen Mary hats. She was a tiny woman, so I could wear the shirtwaists if Mommy put them, because they didn't do zippers back in the day. So there were a gazillion little hooks and eyes, and you couldn't get dressed by yourself. Somebody had to dress you. And then there were these flannel petticoats, which came down to my ankles, but would normally be coming to about the knee. And I'd put 2 or 3 of those on, and then a pair of shoes and a parasol. And I thought I was just the most adorable thing since sliced bread. And I can remember when I went to my first tea dance, old Mrs. Gamble came out. She wanted to see the dress that I was going to wear, and it was blue, ice blue satin, and I thought it was grand and glorious. And she agreed that it was really smashing, and she said, "You know, Elizabeth, that dress represents fewer clothes than I wore before I put my regular dress on."
Wow.
And I said, "Oh?" And she described to me the stockings, and then the pantaloons, and then the layering of petticoats, and then then the corset, then the layering of petticoats, and then the skirt, and then the shirtwaist went on top of it.
Wow, that's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was just beyond my belief, but it was quite a lot of fun. Anyway, how did I get on the house? Oh, well, that was the house that William Gamble, the industrialist, had built for his wife as a wedding present.
Sure.
And somewhere online, and I'll see if I can find it again, there were pictures of the interior, and I'll send them to you if I can find them.
Great, that'd be great.
Anyway, the Billy and Arthur were somewhat older, and they were off at Groton when Ives was being homeschooled and going to a little elementary school in Rhode Island. And his father suffered from depression, so several times they took Ives with them with a governess when they went to England to consult physicians in Harley Street.
Mm-hmm.
And they stayed in a small hotel on Jermyn Street, which was run by a woman whose name is eluding me right now, but she was one of King Edward's mistresses.
All
and
right.
she was noble, and she had really good contacts. So she would take Ives on to see pictures hanging in private houses, both city houses and country houses. So he had an extraordinary exposure to pictures as a very young impressionable kid, which wouldn't have happened either in England or in the United States, because museums were just getting started in this country at that time. And he had scarlet fever when he was 8. And in the process of recuperating, he was looking at a book of Audubon's bird etchings. And he decided then that he wanted to be a painter. And he kept that information to himself because he knew it was not going to go down well in the family.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't, he got to Groton, and I think I've covered how he got to go to the school at the Museum of Fine Arts. Groton was an interesting place for him to go. It was run by Endicott Peabody, who was the founding headmaster. They gave an excellent classical education. They distrusted the arts and the artistic temperament. Then, as now, they had an extraordinary woodworking program at the school, which produced not freshly designed furniture, but copies of classic Chippendale things.
Mm.
And it was really remarkable. But the kind of thing that Gamel was interested in, and some of his drawings go back to his days at Groton. Some of the concepts of um, rising goddess figures and little bits and pieces that goes back to Groton. And he was, of course, he was short of stature. I'm 5'3",
Yeah.
and over the course, I guess he was about 5'2", maybe 5'1".
Wow. Okay.
He was a really good tennis player,
Mm.
but he was not into things like football and baseball.
Yeah.
And he was essentially an intellectual. He made close friends at Groton, Sumner Wells being an obvious one. But he was not. He wasn't one of the real popular boys. But I don't think he was considered a complete outlier either.
Yeah. Yeah.
But for instance, Billy, his oldest brother, was not anywhere near as academically successful, but he was captain of this team and captain of that team, and very much a figure. His older brother Arthur was not such a big deal as Billy had been, but was still more in the mainstream. But if you read Endicott Peabody's writings, and Groton School was wonderful, by the way. When I was working on the biography, I wrote to them and asked if I could see the records they had of Gamel, and they still had the day books from the professors or
Oh,
the
wow.
masters. And I just sat there and read it all, and they thought it would be useful if I read the older brother's stuff as well, and I did. It was very interesting. But also, Ives's parents were very much more intense with the older two boys than they were with Ives. I think they sensed that this was a kid who was going to go his own way, and they just were not pressing that hard
Mm. I see.
because they had a banker and a corporation lawyer already in the family.
Mm.
So that solved that one.
Sure. Can I clarify something, Elizabeth? Now, the Gamels, were they their background completely American, or did their ancestors come from another country?
They were completely American. The name Gamel actually is Norwegian, and I was told by Ives's niece, Elwyn's husband, who was in the diplomatic corps and actually served as second secretary at our embassy in Norway, that the original Gamel came to England, and then there was a Gamel who came to Medfield, Massachusetts, which is the next town over from me, in the 1600s, and I want to say it would be about 1640.
Mm.
And he came to serve in a local church and found the puritanical way of doing things difficult. So he went down to Rhode Island,
Okay.
which was founded by Quakers. And having sent one child to a school in Providence and the other two having been educated in Massachusetts, I can say categorically that the Quaker influence is still alive and well in Rhode Island.
Mm. And
It's a
sorry, Elizabeth, I have heard a little bit about the Quakers. Can you just elaborate a little bit on what they are and what their religion believes?
Well, they are still around actually, and instead of having a liturgical centered service the way the Church of England does, for instance, they have meetings where individuals come and can speak or not as the Spirit moves them. They are tolerant people. Um, they will go with the Ten Commandments, but they don't get hung up on sin, confession, and a whole bunch of other things. They're very, very tolerant.
Okay. Interesting. Did
That's
that?
that is that's something where Google can help you more than I just did.
Yeah, sure, sure. That's fine. So they're a fairly big community down in Rhode Island, are they?
Yes, and they Massachusetts was founded by Puritans,
Okay.
and they Puritans by definition are not tolerant.
Mm.
It's kind of my way or the highway.
Yeah, right.
They they left England because they were offended by what they viewed as excesses in the Church of England.
Mm.
There were rules about how rich you were before you could wear a silk scarf or a colored shawl.
Mm.
And it's, you know, this is just kind of in the background, but um, Quakers are much more forgiving.
Yeah. Interesting. So moving back to the Groton School for a moment, Mr. Gamma was an intellectual, as you've mentioned, and who was interested in the principles that related to humankind. However, he did not fit into the typical Groton student stereotype. I understand he wasn't into small talk and he wasn't interested in the pathways available to him at school. He would spend all his spare time drawing on his own. It sounds like Mr. Gamble was an outcast. Would that be correct? Now, you mentioned that he wasn't completely an outcast, but he was somewhat of one.
Outcast suggests that others in the group put him down.
Mm.
And I don't think that was true. I think he just chose not to be frantically involved in the group. Do you understand my difference?
So he chose to opt out.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
And for instance, this comes out in his diaries. Um, People of his class and background were expected to do an awful lot of socializing, going to dinner parties every night, that kind of thing. That's not compatible with getting up to be at your easel at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Mm. Yeah, right, right.
And it's he was not a crowd pleaser. John Sargent could pull off the social life and appear to be um, having a good time and still manage to get to his easel the next morning. My husband had that gift of being able to give the illusion of being very much of a party person, but he'd always manage to sneak out so that he could get up the next morning without turning heads, you know?
Yeah, 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 sure.
The other thing is, Ives was short, and I keep coming back to that because um, when after I got married, he was, of course, living in Boston. And on Saturdays, more often than not, he would invite me to lunch with one of his contemporaries who was a friend. And Nancy Cabot Osborne was a woman who he had known since he'd graduated from Groton. In fact, she came out that year, and so he went to her debutante party and all of this kind of thing. And she was somebody who was of an intellectual bent, but she was a woman, and so there was no escaping the coming out hurly burly and the social life stuff.
Mm.
And I can remember, well, and she was also quite tall. I think she was about 5'8". And some women would not dance with Ives because he was too short.
Yeah.
And she never thought that that was an issue because she really would rather talk than dance.
Mm. I see.
So it's that kind of glimpse. And it was Bob and I had been to a waltz evening the night before, and I was listening to Mrs. Osborne and Uncle Ives chatting back and forth. And she was reflecting on a party that they had both been at when they were in their late teens. And I said, golly, that sounds like you were dancing with Arthur Drinkwater. And she looked at me and she said, how on God's green earth do you know about dancing with Arthur Drinkwater?
Mm.
And I said, because I did it last night. And she looked at me, is he still going to waltz evenings? Yes, he is still going to waltz evenings. And well, the thing about Arthur Drinkwater, he was short, shorter than Ives. He was actually Ives's sergeant in the Massachusetts Battery, but that's a separate story.
Oh, was he? Okay.
And, yeah, and Arthur would start spinning you around in the Viennese way, so that you're circling, 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 circling
Mm.
as you also spin around the whole floor. And when you're dancing with somebody who does that, unless you're taking a focal point like a ballerina, you're going to end up in a heap. And um, I caught on to it fairly quickly because here was this frail old man who could dance like a whirling dervish. And my fear was that I would trip and squash a Boston institution. And I said that to Mrs. Osborne, and she just collapsed into gales of laughter because he had been more robust when she was dancing with him, but the principle still held.
That's a funny story. Can I ask Elizabeth as well, with the Groton School, regarding Mr. Gemma, I understand he was drawing in private a lot of his time. Was the art department in the school beneficial, do you think, to Mr. Gamma's formation?
The art department was the furniture building department.
Oh, so there was no fine art.
No, 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 because it was uh, the the rector, the headmaster,
Yeah,
distrusted
yes.
that kind of creativity.
But you'd
And
sorry, you'd imagine that, I mean, furniture design is more of an artisanal thing, whereas painting, sculpture is more of a fine art, right? So I guess I struggle to understand his justification behind that.
the point of doing, and they weren't designing furniture; they were copying Chippendale designs.
Okay.
Okay, and that was teaching you manual dexterity.
Yes.
It was teaching you all kinds of skills, but it wasn't leading you down the slippery slope of imagination
Mm.
and personal expression.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if you look at I can't speak to Australia in the 1880s and 90s, but in the United States, amongst that upper class, innovation was frowned upon.
Okay.
You
Uh,
don't rock the boat.
yeah. Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense now that you've put it into context. Yeah, sure. Now, as you mentioned during the summers, I understand Mr. Gamble and his family would spend time at the family home in Newport, Rhode Island, as his father experienced depression throughout his life, and the family frequented England to consult physicians there. Can you elaborate on these summers somewhat?
Well, I've told you about what the routine was.
Yeah.
And there, the Gamel's house, which was in the part of um, the fashionable bit of Newport, that sort of Bellevue Avenue, and then Bellevue Avenue is, if you will, the main drag, and then you have the houses, and then they all have ocean views. And there is a walkway called Cliff Walk, which is open to the public and goes between the ocean and the houses at the top of the cliff. So if you lived in a house, you could walk on Cliff Walk and look at the scenery. And if you lived in a slum, you could get to Cliff Walk and walk along that and look at the grand houses. They followed this routine of breakfast, tennis, sailing, lunch, um, calls, change of clothes, go to dinner, go to the evening's festivity, come home and repeat.
Mm. Now, can I ask as well, Elizabeth, with regards to Gamel's father experiencing his depression, what was that from? Was he subject to the war during his years, or was it more of a generic thing?
I don't really know, but I do know that he was very uh, conscious of social position. He had a childhood illness that rendered him quite deaf,
Mm.
and the hearing aids were then not what they are now. I don't know. Of course, they didn't have electronic ones, and I don't know whether he read lips or used an ear trumpet, but he had a definite opinion that it was his family's duty to entertain quite a lot and in a certain way.
Mm.
And um, that's how the household ran.
Sure, sure.
Uh, I the story goes, Ives's mother was Bessie Gardner Bowen, and that's Gardner without spelled without an I,
Okay.
uh, and so-called blind gardeners because there's no I. You're supposed to
Ah,
chuckle.
yeah, sure.
Um, and her mother was a widow. They had a family company which had done very well, but after her father died, her older brother took over managing it, and he was not a talented entrepreneur. So Mrs. Bowen took as her responsibility to get her two daughters married well, quickly. And Bessie Gardner Bowen married William Gamble, and her twin sister married Francis Lippett, who was to go on to become governor of Rhode Island. And in fact, the two Bowen twins lived diagonally across from each other in Rhode Island in humongous houses,
Mm.
as were built in the 1870s and 80s. Um, Ives's mother was, when I knew her, a very old lady with a grand sense of humor, and she loved putting things together in beautiful ways. And she actually, for let's see, I think 8 when it started and 12 when it finished. I'd go in for lunch once a month on Saturdays, and we'd have lunch in the dining room, and then she would have the maid Maureen Shea bring in a tray, and the tray held all kinds of things with which to set a place setting and a menu card. And the tray omitted certain things that would be need to set a proper place setting and included things that were not needed for that particular menu. And I didn't get dessert unless I set the place to go with the menu
I see, right.
because she felt this was something that everybody ought to know.
Mm.
Um, and I've used that knowledge twice in 74 years. Both times it was in England at very formal dinners. And I knew when I sat down at the table, I knew what was being served and the order in which it would come.
Mm.
And it was worth it. I have not inflicted this on my children, however.
It's interesting hearing you reminisce all this, Elizabeth, as well, and our discussion regarding art and the breakdown of art, regards to technique and styles and sensibilities as we progress to into the 20th century. When we think about culture as well, and this, like what you've just explained, the example there of sitting down to a meal of multiple courses and having certain etiquette and also dress. That seems to have changed a lot as well. I mean, what do you think is the cause of that? Nowadays, we don't really take the time as people back in, the earlier centuries, did. They took the time to appreciate whether it was a meal, whether it was company, or really getting to know somebody, or whether it was dress. There was a lot more. Seems like a lot more. Lot more of a better quality of life, perhaps.
I'm not sure about that. I'll tell you why. Um, with all the formality and all the show, If you're presented with a 7-course meal, you want time to enjoy it, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, all right, you're not going to have it if you've got to get 7 courses in and out in an hour and 15 minutes before you go to the dance.
Yeah, sure.
What made that style of living go well was a vast pool of labor that was willing to work cheaply. We're talking about servants.
Mm.
And that began to fall apart right after the First World War.
Yeah.
And I don't know about what it's like in Australia, but boy, if you go up on Beacon Hill, the family always lived in the first 3 floors, and the fourth floor was low ceilinged, poorly ventilated, and where I don't think any of them exist as they used to, but with little tiny cubicles for the servants to sleep in.
Mm.
No heat, cold in winter, warm in summer.
Yeah.
Um, I think people enjoy I mean, just the number of people enjoying really good food and really good wine is exponentially larger than it used to be.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you live, I live in the country. This house was built as an inn because I'm on what used to be the number 2 road to the sawmill. Okay, fair enough. Um, it would be really simple food that was served because you're cooking on a fireplace.
Mm.
Later on, you'd have a wood burning stove or something, but there'd be no way to eat as well as I can zipping off to the market and finding mangoes in January.
Mm.
Strawberries come year round.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, if I have friends over for dinner, um, I might do a soup and then a main course and then a dessert, and the whole operation takes 3 hours because there's conversation.
Yeah.
It's I don't think it would have been anywhere near as much fun back in the day.
Well, that's interesting. I didn't really consider it from that perspective, but now that you've explained it, no, it does make sense as well.
I mean, it's great fun to get dressed up in a grand dress and go off and have an amazing meal. I'm remembering a house party I went to um, at a large family place in Italy, and we gathered in the loggia, and we followed a bagpiper to the chapel
Mm.
where we did evening prayer, music provided by one of the guests who also was an opera singer, beautiful baritone voice. And he was up on the musicians gallery and he sang the responses and a couple of anthems. It was breathtaking. Then we processed to the main house and we had cocktails and appetizers outside and then went into dinner, which was 3 courses, including dessert.
Mm.
And then we were led by a choir through the grounds, everybody holding their paper lantern with an LED bulb in it so you didn't break your neck. And they serenaded us in a little mock Grecian temple and then at another folly that was like a cavern. And then we walked along a gravel path to where the original stables had been, where there was a 9-piece 1950s rock band, and we danced till 3 in the morning.
Mm.
That was memorable.
Yeah, definitely.
But that and it was elegant, but it wasn't. I wasn't in 9 layers plus a corset before I put my evening gown on.
Mm.
And there was plenty of time. I think the cocktail hour ran for an hour, and dinner took 2
Mm.
because there was conversation and um, it was just relaxed and quite lovely.
So what year was this circa, Elizabeth?
2019.
Oh, 2019. That was that recent, was it?
Yeah, it was in June this year.
Oh, okay, right. Well, that's great. So, that happened in Italy. So, uh, obviously these things are still happening today. But again, it's a privilege of the wealthy.
Oh yes, and but the style has changed dramatically.
Mm,
And when I got the invitation, it's the first time I'd been invited to something like that in 74 years. So common sense said go because it'll be 74 years before it happens again, and you
mm.
won't be here.
Yeah, right.
But when you go back to the Newport of Ives's growing up, it was every night.
Mm,
It was competitive entertaining.
sure. Yeah.
That's not fun.
Do you think there was a sense to fakeness to all that?
I think there was a sense of shallowness. Um,
Shallowness. Yeah.
and when I look at his diaries, when he came back after the First World War, um, and he went home to Newport because that's where the family was, and he was looking forward to getting out mornings and painting landscape, and it just didn't happen. It couldn't happen
Mm,
because of that ironclad lockstep of what you had to do and where you had to be.
mm, sure. Now, in 1908, Mr. Gamble expressed that he wanted to become a painter to his mother. This led
Mhm.
him to receiving instruction every summer in Newport, Rhode Island, from the 20th century American painter William Sargent Kendall. Are you aware of the kind of training Mr. Gamble undertook during this time?
That's what I referenced earlier when he would um, do drawings and mail them to Kendall, who
Mm,
would give criticism.
sure.
But it was never the kind of training where he and Kendall were together and there was an object for him to draw, and Kendall was standing where he was standing, observing what he was observing and making corrections.
Yeah, 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 absolutely.
So it was um, it was a start, but it wasn't. It was encouragement without his learning much.
Yeah, it was more of a learning through correspondence, not an actual practical setting where there was a studio set up and that idea of assimilation of passing on information from master to apprentice could
Yeah.
occur. Yeah.
And when Gamma was watching Kendall paint his mother in Newport, he wasn't allowed to ask questions.
Mm.
So it would be um, like me watching a mechanic work on a carburetor.
Yeah.
If you can see what's happening, but if you can't ask questions, you're kind of stuck.
Mm. Sure. Now, after Mr. Gamble graduated from the Groton School, he attended the School of the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. Can you
Yep.
explain the teachers that Mr. Gamble had there and the world which was opened up to him?
Well, it was a systematic training. He had Philip Hale for drawing. He had Mr. Tarble for painting. The way it worked, you didn't do everything all at once. The first year was basically spent. First half of the first year was spent drawing and doing some art history.
Yeah.
As I think I mentioned, he placed out of Paxton's cast drawing class
Yeah, you mentioned
and
that. Yeah.
went straight to Hale's figure drawing. And the difference is pretty important. I know on your website you have a wonderful video about how to use the site-sized method to do a cast drawing.
Yep.
And it's really about getting the proportions and seeing the degrees of lightness and darkness.
Mm-hmm.
And the beautiful thing about the white plaster cast, is that the gradation from deep shadow to full light is all there before you and not complicated by any degree of color.
Mm,
Okay?
that's right.
and the cast doesn't move.
Exactly.
Once you've got a grip on that, or actually whilst you're getting a grip on that, you can start with a human figure or a model's head. But you can see the minute you start using a living subject, you've got minuscule motion. You don't have the uniformity of color or lack of it, and the world gets more complicated.
Absolutely.
And in Transcending Vision, there is a very interesting passage from Ives's painterly autobiography in Studio Crosslights about what was wrong with the way he learned to draw.
Mm.
Further complicated by the summers when he worked with Charles Hawthorne in Provincetown.
Yeah.
And it really came back to haunt him, and that's why he laid down brushes and apprenticed himself to Paxton
Hmm.
for a year and a half. And the difference is really quite remarkable.
Mm. So that's fascinating that Mr. Gamble bypassed his entire cast training.
Mm-hmm. Because, as he used to say, with the arrogance of youth, thought he didn't need it.
Yeah, yeah. That's
Later,
incredible. Yeah.
when he was, because in the 1920s, he was very commercially successful as a portraitist, doing doing murals in domestic settings over mantels and that kind of thing. It was a big deal.
Mm.
But then when he was gearing up to do the things that he really wanted to do, he found he didn't have the skills.
Yeah. So he had to, it actually came back to haunt him in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's interesting to think that when he started taking on students, cast drawing was one of the things that he recognized early on that students needed to spend a substantial amount of time working with.
Yes.
Yeah. So in a sense, he learned through his own mistakes.
Very definitely. And one of the things that's a lively debate amongst his students and the students of his students is how long do you work on a particular cast drawing?
Yes. Yeah.
And some say a couple of days and then scrap it and start afresh. And other places, they're working on the same drawing for so long that the drawing paper begins to wear through because of the eraser.
That's right. Yeah.
And I do not have a dog in that fight. Again, it's above my pay grade.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's incredible as well. When I've spoken to a lot of the prior Mr. Gannell's students, it wasn't a lot of time they spent on cast. It was mainly it was the starts. Gammell was really big on starts, on seeing big, getting the shapes right, setting everything in place. But he didn't really, to my understanding, he didn't really, labor too much on the hatching and cross hatching, which is very much what a lot of the academies and teaching studios today, the way that they train their students.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fascinating.
And I again, I think, but I cannot prove that the more successful technique will depend on who the student is.
Mm.
Because some things work for some people, other things work for other people.
Oh yeah, definitely. Now, following this period, Mr. Gamel set off to Paris to receive further training at the Académie Julian and the Atelier Bachet. Can you provide information regarding Mr. Gamel's development in these schools?
No. um, we mentioned it briefly earlier. Again, I'm going by his own writings on the period. And he loved the museums. He didn't feel that he was getting that much from the European training.
Okay.
And he looked around. I think I mentioned he thought about studying with Richard Miller in Paris, and then somebody said, well, it seems kind of silly to go all the way to Paris to study with an American.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's incredible to think because one would think going to Paris, you've got the École des Beaux-Arts, the government sanctioned academy there, where you've got all the major academicians teaching from, that ultimately that would be the well from which you would drink from to get good to get to the point of technical dexterity and vision that these great artists had.
But he was there. He went in the fall of 1913. And a lot of these guys, and keep going back to Jean-Paul Laurens,
Mm,
was alive but not teaching. He was too old.
yes, yeah,
And the L'École des Beaux-Arts had a fabulous reputation, but it was already, and this is probably true beginning 20 years earlier, beginning to lose its punch.
yeah, yeah,
Because the times were changing, and also the guys who were their premier teachers were aging,
yeah.
and they didn't have replacements.
Right. So Mr. Gamble was coming into this pretty much right at the end.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Now, as you've mentioned, understand the First World War forced Mr. Gamble to leave Paris before finishing his training and return to Boston. After this, he was enlisted in the National Guard. His duty had him working on the Mexican border, followed by France. Due to Mr. Gamble's ability to speak French and German, he was relieved from working in the trenches and transferred to the intelligence services. He continued to serve his country during the peace conference in Paris before returning back to Boston. Can you explain more about Mr. Gamble's service years?
No, because as I mentioned previously, his military record is still classified.
Yeah. So you've got very limited
He
knowledge
sa-
on
he
that.
sa- he said he had been involved in the interrogation of the spy Mata Hari,
Mm.
but that's just what he said. I have on my bookshelf a French cookbook written by one Jean Halard, who he was in French intelligence and was a friend of Ives. And I have correspondence which has nothing to do with the war and everything to do with food. Um, so they were friends and they stayed friends.
Mm.
But I have no idea what was going on. As I mentioned previously, during the time of the peace conference, he had met tea with Gertrude Stein and Alice B. Toklas, and um, he knew Vida Sackville West. He knew Hemingway. He knew Harry Crosby. So that's not in the diaries. That's just stuff that he told me.
Yeah.
But he didn't elucidate. So I have no idea.
So, in regards to Mr. Gamble creating work during his service years, besides the work that he created in for the peace conference in Paris, do you think that perhaps he would have been still honing his drawing or perhaps even painting skills whilst in service?
I'm sure he would be certainly drawing.
Drawing, yeah,
And if he got time, certainly during the peace conference, I think he probably was copying stuff in museums.
great.
He may have been painting. I know of no work from the period that survived.
Mm. Was Mr. Gamble fairly open about his years in service?
No.
Mm. Do you think that was because he was uh, sworn to secrecy?
Yes, I do. Again in Transcending Vision, there's a wonderful photograph of him at the Mexican border. He was a scout,
Mm.
and he's got a mustache, and he looks fairly dapper. I'm amused because he was allergic to horses. He was allergic to just about every weed that grows, at least in New England.
Mm.
And they had limited antihistamines at the time, so I don't know how that played out. But um, he didn't talk about it much, and I think the reason was because it. By the time I knew him, call it 1950, he was focused mostly on art.
Yeah, sure. Did you think that a lot of the things that he experienced during his service years would have affected him psychologically?
Probably, but I don't know that.
Sure.
And the diaries are stand moot on that point.
Yeah.
There's no clue.
By the 1920s, Mr. Gamble had established himself as a painter in Boston, receiving commissions and selling his still lifes and interior scenes, as well as painting murals in private spaces. Who would have been in Mr. Gamble's circle during this time? So we're talking
Um,
1920s.
yeah. The easiest way for me to answer that, well, okay, Nancy Cabot Osborne, Amelia Peabody, who was a sculptress and also from that background. Um, I'm going to have to dig around for you.
That's okay.
Um, I'm going to have to work on that.
That's fine. No trouble. But I think the main thing here is that there was a circle around him. He wasn't working in isolation.
Oh, that's true, and it was very much artistic, social Boston.
Yes. Okay.
And what I'm going to do as a way of coming up with this, I have the Tavern Club members list. I have the St. Botolph Club members list. I can get hold of Somerset Club members list because he joined lots of clubs during the 20s too.
Yeah.
And there are some names mentioned in the diaries in passing, and I'll throw those in. Oh, Bunny Brooks, of course.
Bunny
Henry Brooks.
Brooks. Okay. Who was Henry
Henry
Brooks?
Brooks was a friend of his. He didn't go to Groton. They met at the museum school,
Uh,
and they were contemporaries. And Henry Brooks got nicknamed Bunny
mm,
within the first year of his life because he had a little hat that had bunny ears.
okay.
Okay. Um, Bunny was 6'4" with a face that was a typical craggy New England face. He was a landscape architect and quite a good painter and a
Sure.
very good friend of Gamel's.
Okay. Great.
But it's really fun. I remember the year that I was Bob and I announced our engagement, and he invited Uncle Ives and me up to his place for lunch, and he was a fabulous cook. He was doing the cheese souffle and fresh green peas and little mushroom thing. Oh, it was. I remember that lunch. And halfway through, he looked at me and said, "Lislet, you can't call me Mr. Brooks anymore. You're going to be a married woman. You have to call me Bunny."
Mm.
That took real concentration.
Now, I understand during this period, Mr. Gamble's real aim was to paint large-scale imaginative paintings.
Yep.
However, he was inhibited because of his underdeveloped drawing skill and lack of compositional knowledge. In
Yes.
1928, this led him to retire his brushes and begin an apprenticeship with the best-known Boston painter of the time, William McGregor Paxton. Can you explain the kind of training Mr. Gamble underwent with Mr. Paxton? And this is fascinating to think that he was working professionally as a painter, creating portraits, still lifes, landscapes, to retire his brushes, to put them down, and to commit solely to studying drawing with Paxton. I mean, that's quite a decision to make for an early career artist.
Yes, and also because he had a small stipend from the family,
Mm,
but basically, if he wanted to live the way he wanted to live, he had to support himself, and that meant taking commissions.
yes.
So he was signing himself up for a reduced lifestyle, um, which he did gladly. He worked in the mornings drawing from casts. He had models in the afternoon. Paxton came in, morning and afternoon, but I'm not sure about every day for criticisms. And then one afternoon a week, he went to Paxton's studio and they both drew from the same model.
Okay.
And that afternoon drawing session continued until Paxton died in 1941.
Okay. Right.
That was a regular thing. And he often brought George Melnick with him.
Mm. Now, these drawings, were they been created to your knowledge in pencil, or were they charcoal works?
No, they were pencil.
In pencil. Okay. Great.
Oh, he may very well have done charcoals
Yeah.
in the studio, but the drawing sessions with Paxton were pencil drawings.
Sure. Now, do you believe if it wasn't for this year that Mr. Gamble took time out to go back and study the fundamentals of drawing with Paxton, that he would have not become the painter as we today know him to be?
Unquestionably.
Wow.
And I say that with real authority because I have in my collection etchings and drawings that he did before he studied with Paxton.
Mm.
And um, often, particularly in the allegorical ones, the bones are missing from the models.
Yeah.
If you go online to the Vos Gallery in Boston,
Mm-hmm.
they have a Gamble portrait of Mrs. Curtis,
Mm-hmm.
which he did before he studied with Paxton. And if you really look at the picture, the sitter's left arm is not the way God made it.
Yeah, sure. That's fascinating as well. Just to perhaps take two, it would be a great little assignment, just to take two of Gamel's early drawings, Mr. Gamel's early drawings, and to contrast and compare them, and seeing how they change, how his drawing ability, how his anatomical structure improved after that year with Mr. Paxton.
Yes.
Now, moving forward, Mr. Gamble had his major breakthrough in 1936 with a solo exhibition at the Guild of Boston Artists. Although Mr. Gamble's work was worlds away from his fellow American counterparts, the exhibition received positive attention from the public, so much so that the Boston Museum of Fine Art agreed to purchase two of the paintings. However, this purchase was later cancelled due to a new curator taking position at the museum. This
It was
hit
director. It
uh,
was a new director.
a new director at the museum. Okay,
Yeah.
sure. Now this would come to hit Mr. Gamble quite hard, and he realized that he was alone in his pursuits. Consequently, he became a recluse and severed his connection with his early social group. From this point onwards, he dedicated himself to working 7 days a week, sacrificing anything that took from his dream of becoming an artist in the tradition of painters from the Renaissance through to the 19th century. Mr. Gamble seems to have come to a point of great self-realization during his time. Can you explain more about his life during this period?
I think you pretty well described it.
Mm,
The two pictures, Attis and Tammuz, were bought from the Hammer Gallery and are now in a private collection hanging in Germany.
okay.
And I tried to borrow them back for the Transcending Vision exhibition, and I got a delightful note from their owner saying, no, because when I'm in Germany at my house there, I want to see those pictures morning and night. End of statement. Okay. Um,
It's
and I
incredible to think that those purchases were initially cancelled.
well, it was funny because had they not been sold from the Hammer Gallery, we were thinking of offering them to the Museum of Fine Arts.
Okay.
Um, but they were sold, and the object of the exercise was to turn paintings into money to help the students, so you don't walk away from a sale, Trela. Um, that was pretty straightforward. The other thing that you have to, the other lens that you need to apply to that period was what was going on in Europe.
Yeah.
The rise of Hitler, and there is no direct, I mean, Hitler didn't influence the decision of the Museum of Fine Arts.
Mm.
But as I've said previously, Gamble was following world events closely.
Mm.
And it wasn't just what was happening in the art scene in Boston or the United States, it's what was happening in the world. And he really was terrified of the possibility of modern warfare in Europe
Mm.
with bombs dropping on museums and cathedrals. He could not foresee the wisdom of removing he didn't understand even the possibility of removing the stained glass windows from Chartres, for instance, and
Mm.
burying someplace else.
Mm.
I mean, all he knew was what could happen when you have aerial warfare. Think back to World War I. When that started, there were cavalry charges.
Mm.
And the game changer were some of these guns that were put on railroad cars that could fire a shot 20 miles away.
Yeah.
I mean, it terrified him.
Mm.
And not
Sure.
without reason.
Mm. Now, but it is incredible though to think that he had so much assertion at that period to start working 7 days a week. In a sense, I've heard it mentioned that he felt he was almost a guardian of a tradition that was on the brink of extinction. He
Not
sort
almost. He felt he was the guardian of a tradition on the brink of extinction.
okay,
And he felt personally not well prepared for the task. But that did not absolve him from having to make the effort.
yeah, yeah. So this is what leads him to commit himself 7 days a week to his craft and to just work relentlessly to become the painter he wants to be.
Right.
And at the same time, he understands that it's not only important just for me to create the paintings, but I also must write my ideas down and to document the great tradition of picture making for the next generation of artists. And this is precisely Twilight of Painting, because Twilight of Painting is dedicated to future art students. I mean, it's there in the first few opening pages.
Yep.
Amazing. Now, I understand Mr. Gamble taught from the 1930s until he passed in 1981. Where was he
Yes.
teaching initially back in the 1930s? So this is the early days of his teaching.
Yep. And the first student would have been George Melnick.
Yeah.
And he was teaching either in his own studio or in a studio that he provided for his student. And I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. So it would have been in just a small studio.
Yep.
Okay. Now, one thing that I'm not clear about in regards to Gamble's biography, there seems to be some vagaries. So I want to ask this question. What course did Mr. Gamble's life take between the years 1930 and 1960? So that 30-year gap there, what was Mr. Gamble doing?
Okay, 1930, when Paxton told him that Gamble, had absorbed everything that Paxton could teach him, he went off to Europe on an extended trip. And he started in North Africa and went through looking at architecture, sketching, people doing things. He went up to Sicily again, looking, sketching, painting small landscapes on shellacked brown paper because that's easily transportable, it's durable, and if you decide you really want to fix one up, you can have shellacked paper mounted on masonite
Mm,
and stick a frame around it. From North Africa and Sicily, he went into the Middle East. Then he came back up, went into Germany, hoping to see the imperial collection, or what had been the imperial collection, but the museum in which the paintings were housed was closed for renovations. Then he went on from there to Paris and then from there home. He
I
was
see.
gone for about 6 months. And he thought briefly about actually getting a property in Algeria and going there for the winter season.
Mm. So these travels were taken alone. No one was accompanying him.
No, he arranged to meet people
I see.
along the way who he knew. Um, but basically, he was on his own.
Yeah, sure. So this is circa 1930s. So we'll have at the
He
19
gets he gets back March of 1930,
he gets back
uh,
March 1930. Okay.
and then he settles in to begin work on the first of the great easel pictures, and he had most of them scoped out in his mind, and he started with the quote easy ones first.
Mm.
At that point, the routine was that he would be in Boston until June, then he'd go to Provincetown and paint for the summer there, and then come back in September and stay in Boston through the winter with side trips down to Rhode Island to visit his family at Christmas, that kind of thing.
Okay.
And he would take trips to New York to see things at the Met, go to the opera. He'd go to the opera when they came to Boston. He would go to the ballet both in New York and Boston. Sometimes he'd go down to Washington, D.C., stay with Sumner Wells and his wife down there in Maryland, outside D.C. Um, he he basically settled into the same routine,
Sure. Sure. So
and
it's
that routine stuck until he got to be in his late 60s, and then he decided Provincetown was too far from the nearest hospital, and he was getting older, so that's when he built the place in Williamstown.
sure. Right.
But it was the same routine of Boston, September through June, and summer studio, June through September.
Right. Yeah. So it seems like between the years 1930 1960, it was really an active period for Mr. Gamble in regards to travel, painting, and teaching.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Well, yes, yeah.
Sure. Right.
And
So
as he aged, um, he went less and less to theater, to opera, to ballet, and to concerts.
mm,
Um, and that's because he just didn't have the energy that he did when he was younger.
yeah. Right.
And the other thing, which his diaries make a big deal about, is the advent of radio and phonograph,
Yeah.
because that allowed him to have control over the music. And he found Richard Wagner's work so moving that it was before I was born, but there came a point where he couldn't physically tolerate going to the opera and hearing a whole Wagner opera.
Is that
But
right?
yeah, with records, he could listen to an act and then stop it, and
Mm,
then listen to the next act the next day.
yeah.
And if he wrote a book about his Hound of Heaven series. Do you have a copy of it?
I do not have the copy of it. No.
Okay, well, I will mail you one.
Oh,
You
thank
can
you.
email me your address. Um, because in that there's a grayscale image of each painting. They're very small, so it's hard to see them really. But that's on one page, and then on the facing page are notations. There's the tagline from the poem, and then notations about the things which he found particularly conducive in the aesthetic process of creating the image.
Mm,
And there's an awful lot of musical references in there.
sure. Sure. That'll be great to have a look at. Um, Elizabeth, can I ask you in regards to not Gamble not being able to physically tolerate an opera actually going to the show? Was that just because it was too much for him? He was becoming exhausted. Um,
Yes.
yeah. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Sure.
And also, it would interfere with getting up to paint the next day.
Yeah, yeah. So it seems like Mr. Gamble, I mean, getting to sleep at a decent hour was very, very important for Mr. Gamble to get up the next day to paint.
Yep.
What was he an early? Would he go to sleep fairly early?
Um, about 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
And what would be
Um, and
what?
then his routine was to get up at 6,
So
have
yeah,
breakfast,
6. Yeah,
and be in the studio at 8.
yeah, sure. So that's quite a strict routine he's got there, and he's maintaining this 7 days a week.
Yep.
Great. So that brings us approximately to 1936. Now, I understand in 1936 he worked from a rented studio in Provincetown during the summers, and his students were required to find their own accommodation and studio space, which at the time was relatively cheap and readily available. So you've commented somewhat on this period. Now, this was Mr. Gamble's first summer studio before the main one, which he had in Williamstown, Massachusetts. That's correct, right?
Oh, no, it's not. He was using rented studios in Provincetown
Yes. So
from
so
uh, from 1913 onwards.
oh, so
Those,
from 1930 onwards. Okay. So he was maintaining those studios right through to 1936.
yeah. And 1936 is an important year, and I want to check that year, by the way,
Okay.
because the studio that he rented when I was alive was there was a studio at 44 Pearl Street, and then there was a little cottage next door which had been uh, connected to the studio by an 18-inch passageway,
Okay.
which was 46 Pearl Street. Now, Edwin Dickinson had painted there, and Ives got it after Dickinson left. And Dickinson was a friend of his. Um, and I just have to verify that date.
Okay.
And he was there until he left in 1960, at the end of 1962, at which point Bob Hunter, who became my husband, took over the same space.
Right.
And we were there through the summer of 1981.
I see. Right. Okay. So from 1963 he worked from a rented studio in Provincetown. I've got that part. And during the summers his students were required to find their own accommodation and studio spaces, which was fairly cheap and readily available. So it was Mr. Gamble's first summer studio before the main one, which he had in Williamstown, Massachusetts.
Yes, and he owned Williamstown as opposed to renting. And his landlord, interestingly enough, at 44, 46 Pearl Street, was none other than Henry Henchy,
Oh, is that right?
ran the Cape School of Art,
Yeah, yeah. Wow, I didn't
which
know
was
that. Yeah.
which was right next door.
That's very convenient.
Yeah, it was, and it was. That's actually how my husband got to meet Gamel, because
Mm,
Gamel was working on the big Providence decorations, which are history mural decorations, and um, he needed models.
yeah.
Black was one of his students and was posing as John Nicholas Brown, and Bob got the job of posing as, I've forgotten what the man's name was. But every Saturday, throughout the summer, in a powdered wig and proper knee breeches and a wool coat and the whole thing, Dick Lack stood shaking hands with Bob Hunter. And they remember I said Gamel talked to his models to keep them animated.
Yeah, right.
And with two young men, Gamel was studying with Henchy, um, they talked about art. And that's how Bob Hunter decided he really had to study with Ives Gamel.
Yeah, sure, sure. I've heard that story before. Now, in 1936, at the age of 70, Mr. Gamble built his own summer studio in Williamstown, Massachusetts, in order to be closer to a hospital due to his old age. The new studio was built on a piece of 50-acre land on the hills of Mount Greylock. This enabled him to accommodate students within the building. Now, this worked out conveniently for Mr. Gamble as he was 5 miles away from the town and relied on his students to drive him everywhere, as he didn't drive throughout his lifetime. I understand that during this period, Mr. Gamble needed more students around to help him. Therefore, he accepted more than he previously did for training for at least this summer. Former student of Mr. Gamble, Thomas Dunlay, recollects his time training with Mr. Gamble in the following quote, I had the great fortune to study with Gamble from 1972 to 1979. It was a great period of my life. Bob Hunter made the recommendation that I study with him, and it was very tough to get a position with him. If it wasn't the right match, it didn't work out. He only really had 19 students who stayed more than a year, unquote. Mr. Dunlay goes on to state, quote, Gamble is known as a lot of different things. He was best known as an allegorical painter. He was known as a teacher, the person most responsible for the outgrowth of ateliers that have sprouted up around the country, and he was known as an author. But most don't realize that landscape painting was very important to him, even though he didn't practice it in terms of sales. Landscape painting was important for his pictures, and therefore painting on location was an integral part of the training in Boston, unquote. Mr. Dunlay further states, quote, the goal was to seek nature truthfully and naturally. Gamble used it as the element of nature in his own imaginative work. He was always painting preparatory studies on location, all the way up until he died. The landscape was paramount in our training. In the summers, we were painting outdoors for 4 hours every day, unquote. Now, Mr. Dunlay's recollection gives us a sense of what it was like to be a student of Mr. Gamble's. Can you provide your opinion of what it would have been like to be a student training with Mr. Gamble in both Boston and Provincetown?
The principal, I think the kind of artistic training that he gave was probably essentially the same in both places, except that I think it improved over time because things always improve over time as we get older.
Yes.
The quality of life as a Gamble student was quite different, however, because in Provincetown, Uncle Ives could walk from his studio to the market, to restaurants, to the pharmacy, to the newsstand, to the beach. He could walk anywhere, the art supply store. He was totally mobile, all on his own. He could go bird watching without anybody having to go with him or take him there. Similarly, the students, once they'd figured out where they would sleep and where they would paint, and sometimes there were facilities where you could both sleep and have a studio. As long as they were available at the easel when the scheduled criticism took place, their life was their own. If they chose in their 20s to go out drinking till 3 in the morning, as long as they weren't hungover when they were at the easel, or if they could hide it, nobody cared. They could do anything they wanted. But when they came to Williamstown, he was buying their food. If they went out at night, because of the way the house was configured on the land, he would hear the car coming up the driveway and the headlights would shine in his bedroom window because he never pulled the shades because he liked to wake up to the sunrise.
Mm.
Do you see the problem?
Yeah, absolutely.
And the other thing was that the students in Provincetown had space between them, so they, if two guys didn't get on maybe as well as one would wish, then they didn't have to socialize. But in Williamstown, everybody was living under the same roof, and there were 2 bedrooms in the students' wing, and both of them had 2 twin beds in them. So nobody had their own room.
I see.
So it was a very different dynamic. Now,
Mm,
sometimes a married student like Tom Dunley and his wife Katie would live off campus,
okay.
but there was still a hardcore of people living at the studio, and there was usually an art student from the Vesper George School, in fact, who would be there partly as an art student, but also partly as a houseboy.
Yeah.
And so when the serious students were drawing in the morning, it would be that person who would bring Ives into Williamstown to get his New York Times and to go to the market and do one thing or another.
I see. Sure. One thing as well that is important to mention when it comes to the difference in training from Boston to Provincetown is that in Provincetown, the students spent a considerable amount of time painting landscapes.
And they did in Williamstown too.
Oh, they did in Williamstown as well. Well, that was the
Yeah,
summer studio, right?
right.
Yeah.
And the other thing, um, you have to consider the difference in light. In Provincetown, because it's surrounded by ocean on three sides, there is a brilliance to the light that is unlike other places. And because of the coastal winds, Provincetown almost never gets foggy. You can look up the coast and see a fog bank sitting on the town of Truro, which is the next town up, and it will be crystal clear in Provincetown. In Williamstown, you are on the eastern side of the Berkshire Mountains.
Mm.
And when you have mountains, you have interesting cloud formations that are constantly moving. The prevailing winds inland go from west to east. And so when you're there, you have constant changes from cloudy to sunny to cloudy to sunny.
Mm.
And um, Bob painted a portrait of me nursing our first child in Williamstown in November. And he swore that it took him 3 times as long as if he'd done it in his Boston studio because of the constantly changing light. And when you think about a portrait, you key the flesh tones for either a blue sky day with that very harsh blue light or the warmer tones of a gray sky day.
Yeah.
Well, if it's flipping back and forth, it requires some concentration.
Absolutely. Now, in regards to students' training regimes, what were they like? Were they expected to be in their studios 7 days a week?
6.
So 6 days a week,
Let's say 5.5.
5.5. So I'm guessing half of Saturday and Sunday would be off.
Theoretically, yes.
Okay. So tell me, can you elaborate a little bit more on the actual the training? So how would a day be divided up? So would it start with class drawing in the mornings
For,
and then
for that, you'd have to talk to the students
okay, yeah, sure.
because at that point, I was in college, and Bob and I used to go up to visit Uncle Ives Columbus Day weekend
Okay.
every year. But the students weren't there. It was just Bob and me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, at this point, Elizabeth, how many students would have typically the gamma been taken on?
There would be 5 residents and maybe 2 more living off campus.
Okay, right. So the house was pretty full.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
And you
Now,
see, I mean, on the student side, there were 2 big Northport studios. There are 2 bedrooms for 2, and there was a kitchen.
mm,
So, again, because these guys had virtually no money, and I wasn't going to pay for them to go out to dinner every night. So they had to come to a communal decision about who cooked, what would be cooked, and so on and so forth.
mm,
And it was a totally different kind of atmosphere.
yeah,
And it's again in Provincetown, um, the students had to come up with their own living quarters. They didn't get food stipends
Mm.
because Bob shared space with two other Henchy students, even when he was a Gamel student.
Mm.
And no, they'd send a pretty girl down to bum fish at the fish pier, and um, they would go off. The town had a dump, which you don't do anymore, but
Mm.
at the fringes of the town would set the dump on fire in the fall to burn the waste. Well, people would be throwing squashes and so forth. And at the A&P, the manager would put out vegetables that were past their prime, and you could go pick those up for free. And from sort of mid-August on, you could go up to the dump, and the prior year people would have thrown out garbage, and some of the seeds would have taken, and you could go pick yourself a squash.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, if you went down to the Portuguese bakery before they opened and knocked at the back door, you could either be given or buy for very short dollars a loaf of day-old bread.
Mm. Yeah, right, right.
And I know about all of this because when Bob and I got married, um, we were not totally impecunious, but on a tight budget. And so he'd go landscape painting, and I'd go organize some fish for dinner, and some vegetables, and some bread.
Lovely. Now, in regards to Mr. Gamble with his students, I think when we think about Mr. Gamble being more of a solitary man, do you think it was very important for him to have his students around him so perhaps he wasn't lonely?
Um, Possibly in Williamstown. But again, in Provincetown, because he was that much younger and there were other people around with whom he was friends, Ed Dickinson, Reeves Euler, Bill Boogar. Um, he had contemporaries,
Yeah,
um, and also because of the kind of life he led, he didn't have a whole lot of flexibility. He wanted to be in bed early. He wanted to get up early. He didn't drink, and he was bored by small talk.
yeah, sure. Now, in regards to the students, I understand there would oftentimes be friction between some of them. What used to call these fallouts between them?
Well, I don't know because I wasn't there. Um, I cut short his biography in Transcending Vision because often in the diaries, he would go into lengthy character analysis based on his interpretation of Jungian psychology.
Mm,
And he died in 81. And by the 1990s, some of his students who hadn't spoken in almost 20 years were just starting to talk to each other. And I felt I would do no service by including some of his thoughts about people's character, which
mm.
is it would drive wedges instead of bringing people together. So if you read the biography in Transcending Visions, it kind of trails off in the Williamstown years, and
Sure.
that's why. And as I said, those diaries are on microfilm at the Archives of American Art, but the last few years are under a restriction, um, which holds to this day, as far as I know, that those years cannot be circulated to the public until 50 years after the date of Ives's death.
Yeah, that's right. Right.
It's
Yeah.
let the historians sort it out. But um, I think it would just fan fan flames, not do anything constructive for the art of painting.
Hmm. Yeah, sure. And in regards to these character analysis, Elizabeth, these
Yep.
were based on Mr. Gamble's students, so direct observations of his students.
Yes, and long speculations about what their real motives were.
Okay, right, right. Do you think that when students would have these fallouts, that Mr. Gamble would be the peacemaker between them?
No. You have to go back again to the Groton School and what was the current pedagogical theory at the time that he was there. Uh, at the time, and we're talking 1906 to 1911, it was believed in some circles that the way you got students to excel was by playing them off one against the other.
Ah,
So if you had a test in your history class, the results of the test would be posted in grade order on the door of the classroom.
hmm,
So everybody would see who did best and who did worst and where they ranged in between.
I see. And
And that's the way he was taught, and that was the theory that he grew up with, and that was the theory that he stuck with. And you also recall that the Twilight of Painting is dedicated to that painter, born or yet unborn, who will raise the art of painting to the lowest state, from the lowest state to which it has fallen, or words to that effect.
that's it. That's the
And
one. Yeah.
he was always looking for the great white hope of American painting.
Hmm.
And that mantle shifted from time to time amongst his students.
Sure.
And he had no compulsion about not sharing his view at the moment.
Right. Now,
That is not going to win friends and influence people or build a core.
hmm. So there were instances where Mr. Gamble would identify who he thought would be the best student to carry on the tradition of painting into the future, but that was somewhat he was somewhat amenable to that, whereas other students would come in and perhaps he would change his mind.
Yes, and because he had more money than the average art student, but nobody quite understood how much. He wasn't above uh, implying that he would leave a chunk of change to the student who he thought was his favorite.
Mm,
And similarly, with objects in the flat where he lived in Boston, there were pictures and artifacts, and I was everything was to come to me, and I was to dispense it according to a letter of instruction. And he'd issue a letter of instruction, and then 6 months later, he'd have me to lunch and he would reissue the letter of instruction.
mm,
And 6 months after that, he would reissue it again. And that would be fine if it was just between the two of us. But in point of fact, he would take the favorite student at the moment and say, someday this will be yours. Well, he wouldn't tell them when he changed the letter of instruction.
oh, I see. Right, right. Hmm.
Now, anybody with a brain in their head who's been around for a couple of years in this situation realizes what's going on. But that doesn't add to a spirit of camaraderie either. It adds to a spirit of competition.
Hmm. That's it's quite a. I mean, it's a strategy that he's using, but perhaps not a very nice strategy.
No, it's not very nice at all.
Yeah, yeah, sure. I mean, he practiced favoritism.
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
and he did so in the belief that by doing that, he was inspiring the others to work harder so they could be the favorite.
I see. Now, Mr. Gemmell's first generation of students were George Malnick, Robert Douglas Hunter, Richard Lack, Robert Cormier, and Robert Cummings, who have all passed on. In noting
Yeah.
this, there are still a multitude of painters working today who are keeping his legacy alive. Can you explain how the majority of students would come to find Mr. Gemmell, as I understand he was an anti-institutional figure?
The first, well, George Melnick, he found, I believe, painting landscape outside, and he solicited Melnick to come and work with him. Bob Cumming came, and I'm not sure how, but Cumming met Lack at the Metropolitan Museum in New York
That's right.
and convinced him to come to Boston.
That's right.
Hunter met Gemmell posing for him in Provincetown.
Yep.
And Cormier was a very talented 16-year-old who was studying with Margaret Fitzhugh Brown in the Fenway Studio building. And Cormier, heard about Gemmell, and Margaret Brown encouraged Ives to see Cormier.
Okay, I see.
Okay, and then there's Dick Byron, who was also of that group, also now dead, who came to Gemmell through Christine Herter Kendall, who was the, I believe, daughter or wife, I'm not sure, of Sergeant Kendall, because Dick Byron's family was from Virginia, and that's how he came.
Okay, right. Now, at any point, did Mr. Gemmell put out any kind of advertisements for his teaching?
No.
No. So it was purely something that developed sort of under the public's eye.
Yes. At that period, he might or might not have gotten anybody from an advertisement.
Okay.
It was his kind of work, representational painting in general, was so beyond the pale in the art world.
Mm,
I'll
sure.
give you an example.
Yes,
Uh,
please.
in 10th grade, um, I was at Beaver Country Day and I was taking an art history class. And Miss Perkins, who was our teacher, had the university prints, which are a series of black and white prints of everything from Giotto down to the present, basically.
Mm,
That's what she was using as a teaching device, along with a textbook on art history going from the Renaissance forward. And she had an assignment for us. We could choose any painter whose work was included in the university print series, and we were to write a paper on why they were worthy of consideration. And Joseph DeCamp's granddaughter, Lucy Harding, was in my class. And there were university prints of DeCamp's work. And I'd known about DeCamp all my life because he was a venerated member of the Boston School and he'd painted US presidents and so forth. So I decided I would do DeCamp. And Lucy's mother gave me permission to come and photograph the works in the family home. And I interviewed Ives Gemmell up one side and down the other about Joseph DeCamp, and I did some research in the library and found out about his training and so forth. And I wrote the paper. And I passed it in, and I was really quite pleased.
mm.
And so were my parents. And I got a D on the paper because Miss Perkins said by choosing DeCamp, I had shown that I had not learned a thing in the art class.
Mm.
And I was really crestfallen. And my father decided this wasn't fair and talked to the headmaster about it, who read the paper, and he thought it was well written, and he talked to Miss Perkins, and so I got 2 grades on the paper. Actually, I got 3. I got a B plus from the English department, an A minus from the history department, and the D from the art department stood.
So why did your teacher, your art teacher, initially give that D? Because she felt like you didn't learn anything. I mean, what was her curriculum based on? Was it more on modern art, was it?
Well, it was art history, but she believed that the movement that started, she actually started with Cimabue, who taught Giotto.
Mm,
Um, and she went through to Picasso and Hans Hofmann, and she believed that it was like a great satin thread and a continuum.
mm.
And if I had chosen to camp, it meant that I had not absorbed what happened after about 1920, 1930.
Oh, I see. So
Okay, so
yeah, yeah, okay, right. So she felt like you were being ignorant.
yes,
Yeah, okay, right. Now, coming back to Mr. Gamel's story for a moment, how you fit into the overall story is fascinating. Now, as mentioned earlier, your father, Theodore W.J. Valsam, was Mr. Gamel's assistant. Because of this link, you grew up knowing many of Mr. Gamel's students whilst playing in the Fenway Studios in Boston. I understand that you often accompanied your father to the studio on Saturdays whilst your mother played golf. Back then, Mr. Gamel's studio was located at 30 Ipswich Street, the address of the famous Fenway Studios. During this time, you would be sent down the hall to the studios where Mr. Gamel's students would be working. Can you provide an overview of what you remember from your time at the Fenway Studios, including who you remember being there as students, what the studios look like, and Mr. Gamel's interaction with his students?
I saw very little interaction with the students, excepting for very polite back and forth. I wasn't around for his criticisms of them.
Okay.
Okay, so that, but he was in Studio 401, which is the top floor. You'd enter on a balcony level in 401. There were 2 small rooms on the balcony, and then you'd go down a large staircase, straight ahead of which was a fireplace. To the left was a shelf series that held still life objects and things, and it was covered by a tapestry. Then there was an opening that led to an area where my father had his desk. There was a sofa that Uncle Ives would lie on to listen to music, and there were various still life art related objects sticking around. The main part of the studio was basically an oblong with one long side being the staircase and the opening to the office area, the other side being these huge north light windows. And if the windows are north, on the east side, there were model stands and things set up for posing models, call them backdrops, if you will.
Mm.
And whatever was in process would be there. There might be a chair with a false wall behind it for a portrait that was in progress, and there'd be another place with drapes over it for posing a model for an allegorical piece. And there was another sofa under a west window, which was heavily curtained so as not to pollute the north light. And the record player was over on that side as well. Um, Off the office area, there was a bathroom and a little kitchen that never got used. If you walk back up the stairs and headed back down the hall, which is heading west, the students were in Studio 408, which was a 3-window northlit studio. On the balcony level was a large closet, and then you'd go down the stairs, and the students would be working in the studio space. There was a little kind of sitting area with a desk under the balcony where you came in, and off that was a sync room. And the students would usually be three, and it was usually Hunter, Lack, and Cumming who were there.
Mm.
And later, when Cumming left, it was Cormier who would be there, and they'd be working on either cast drawings or still lives. And I would come in with my father on the balcony level, and he would say where he was going to be and how long he would be there, and then would ask if somebody would come up and open up the closet and get things down for me. And very often it was Bob Hunter who came up the stairs, and the closet had all kinds of wonderful objects, um, therables, and swords and costumes up the wazoo. There was an anatomical skeleton, which we called Lizzie Skelly. There was an articulated lay figure who was called Lulu, and she had a key so you could manipulate the joints and pose her. And I could get her dressed up any way I wanted to and play made up stuff all morning and be perfectly happy.
So that keep you occupied then whilst everybody
Yes.
was working. Yeah, yeah, sure. Uh, Elizabeth, can I ask, in regards to the Fenway Studios, I believe there was a certain studio prop there that was known as the equalizer. Are you familiar with this tool?
Oh yeah, it was a box, and it actually um, there were multiple versions because it depended on the height of the art student.
Mm,
But the point of it was so that when Ives was standing at the point of observation, he could see the same thing that the art students saw. So if you've got somebody like David Lowery, who was probably 6'1" or 6'2",
yeah,
it was a tall. If it was somebody like Bob Hunter, who was 5'9" or 5'10", it was more like 6 or 7 inches. But these were boxes to stand on.
sure. Yeah, yeah. And what that done was, I mean, for some listeners who might not be familiar with what the purpose of that is, it's to bring the vantage point, the anchor point from where you're viewing the subject or viewing the model, to make it equal. So your instructor and student are looking at the same thing from the same height.
Right.
Yeah. Now, can I ask, in regards to Mr. Gamel's routine, now, what was it like during these years? What time would he come to the studio? What would he do? I understand that he would oftentimes critique, and then he would go lie down on his couch for a bit, and then there were other things he would do as well. So, could you mind elaborating somewhat on his routine whilst at the Fenway Studios?
He'd be there ready to go by 8 o'clock in the morning, and often there earlier. So he'd get his coat off, get a little organized, what have you. And he would work through whether from his own model or criticizing students or some combination of the two until about 12 or 12:30. Then either Daddy would drive him up to the Tavern Club for lunch, or he'd take a cab. And after lunch, he'd come back to the studio, lie down, get a fresh eye for 20 minutes or so, and then go back to painting in the afternoon. The beauty of a Northlight studio is that you don't have to worry about the sun coming in. The only change is the quality of the light. It is a much cooler light on a blue sky day and a much warmer light on a gray day.
Hmm, I see. Now, in regards to the Fenway Studios themselves, I mean it's a heritage site, and those are it's a building which houses multiple artist studios within it. Now, were you from what you recall, was there anybody else, any other artist not associated with Mr. Gamble, who was in the Fenway Studios who was creating essentially traditional realist paintings?
There was Jacob Binder,
Okay.
who was a portraitist. There was Edith Scott. Oh Lord, she was a very old lady, but she still painted. She had studied actually in Giverny with Claude Monet.
Oh
She
wow.
had painted Amelia Earhart from life.
Yeah.
She was an amazing person. She was in her late 90s. gosh, one year after Bob and I were married and we were living at the Fenway studio, we had a huge Christmas party and a sit down dinner for 25 people. I got trestle tables from church and begged, borrowed, and stole a series of white cloths to make this long table work as one. Um, Again, borrowed folding chairs from the church and laid it out. And we had cocktails in the. We had two studios, 301, which was Bob's working studio, and our dining room. And I used that kitchen. And 302, which we had set up as a living room, and under the balcony was our bedroom. So we had cocktails in the living room to start, and then um, we all came into the main studio and sat down at this wonderful long table. And it was roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, green beans, and plum pudding for dessert. And the way I pulled it off, because it was a one oven gas stove, was I got permission from Uncle Ives to go up the back stairs to his studio kitchen, and that's where I did the Yorkshire pudding. Um, and it was a bit of a hustle to go up and down the stairs with hot food, but
Yeah.
it all, and it was our niece Elizabeth was there. She was at the time, I think, 13 or 14, and she was sitting in the place of honor on Bob's right and next to Edith Scott. And you know what teenagers are like, I expect, of
Yeah.
that age. She was sitting down next to this old lady, crossed her face, what on earth do I say? And Bob said, well, you're studying art history, and you'll want to speak to Mrs. Scott because um, she actually studied with Claude Monet.
Mm.
And the look on Elizabeth's face was priceless because we were talking about somebody that is, Claude Monet and Michelangelo were both dead guys from Europe. And suddenly here was somebody who she was sitting next to who had studied. And once you mentioned that, Edith was a great conversationalist, and she took off with the topic and ran with it. And she was really good with a teenager pausing and say, well, you must be curious about this. And what do you think of that? And it was just delightful. It
Mm.
was a memorable Christmas party.
Lovely. So Mr. Gamble got on well with the other artists who were working in Fenway Studios?
Most of them, no, some of them.
Some of
Um,
them. Mm.
some of them. Gardner Cox, who was a very fashionable portrait painter, in during that time period had a studio there, and I've thought that he didn't draw well and that his paintings weren't very good, and was known to have said so. And that didn't go down universally well. Gardner was also a member of the Tavern Club. You see where the problems could be.
Mm.
Um, and there were some abstract expressionists in the building, and I didn't think much of them either. But he was old enough and enough of a presence, so people didn't take him on. If they didn't agree, they just kind of smile and go off into the middle distance.
Mm. I see. Now, was Mr. Gamble, I mean, we've come to learn that Mr. Gamble was quite forward and he could be outspoken at times, but he doesn't sound like one to withhold from stating his opinion. Like when he saw the work of those abstract expressionist artists or looking at the artist whose drawing ability wasn't quite developed, would that be something that he would confront them on?
Uh, Not confront.
Mm.
I mean, he just wouldn't go up and say, your work looks like dribbles.
Mm.
But if he was in a group and their work was being praised, he wasn't shy about stating his opinion.
Yeah, sure, sure. Do you recall much of the shop talk that was going on between students and Mr. Gamble during your visits?
No,
Okay.
because I was a separate entity, and he wouldn't. If I was there, he wasn't going to be really dealing with the students. And he felt since I wasn't a painter, I shouldn't be hearing what he had to say because it wasn't of relevance.
Okay. Even at that age, at 5 years old.
Yeah.
Wow. Now, as you have mentioned, on the balcony level of the Fenway Studios was a closet that held all sorts of props and costumes for allegorical paintings. As a young student, being fascinated by this paraphernalia, you wanted to have a closer look. As you mentioned, a student by the name of Robert Douglas Hunter would oftentimes take a moment to bring these items down from high shelves so you could play with them. Can you explain more about these encounters, these initial encounters with Mr. Hunter?
Pretty straightforward. Because sometimes it was Dick Lack who came up, and sometimes it was Bob Cormier, and sometimes it was Bob Cumming, and they were all really sweet to me as a 5, 6, 7 year old.
Sure.
Um, they were unmistakably nice guys.
Hmm.
Um, and I was basically treated like a princess.
Mm. Were the gentlemen all around the same age?
Yes, pretty much. In fact, Dick Lack and Bob Hunter were exactly the same age.
Exactly the same age. Okay. So did you felt like, in a sense, they were treating you like a little sister?
Yes.
Great. However, I understand you initially met Robert Douglas Hunter when you were only 5 and Mr. Hunter was 23. Can you
Yep.
explain how you first met? Now, was that in the Fenway Studios?
Actually, we first met because Bob didn't know how to drive a car, and my father was teaching him so he could get a license. And Daddy had brought Bob out from the studio, and they picked me up at school and dropped me at home, and then went off for the driving lesson. And then Daddy dropped Bob at the train station so he could go back in town.
Mm, I
And
see.
he was just um, a nice one of the charming students from the studio. End of statement.
Sure.
Um, and I'm trying to think. A lot of at that point, the Metropolitan Opera came on tour to Boston for about a week every year. And the Saturday matinee was an opera that was suitable for children. It would be something like Hansel and Gretel.
Mm,
And Uncle Ives never came to the opera with me. He always sent a student, and it was usually Bob Cumming who was my escort for the opera.
okay.
Um, and he was perfectly nice, but he didn't have the charming gift of gab to go with a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year old.
Mm.
But we got on. When I was 8, um, I was very much interested in the Cinderella story, and I decided that Bob Hunter was charming, so I would propose to him, and then he'd wait for me to grow up and marry me. So I proposed, and he said no.
How old are you?
I was 8,
Oh, wow. And he
and
was, how old would he have been at that time?
um, so 26.
Oh, okay.
And he wasn't mean about it. He smiled and said, "Well, um, I think no, but we'll see." And so I settled on that. It was good enough, and I forgot about it. It was 8-year-olds ask the darndest questions.
Mm,
And when I was in college, because I was at McGill, I was invited to parties in Boston, um, and I didn't have a beau who was enough of a beau so I could say, well, here, why don't you buy a plane ticket? We'll go down to Boston, and you rent a black tie, and we'll go to a dance, and then we'll come home. Um, so if I really wanted to go, I'd call Bob and I'd say, I've got an invitation to a dance. Will you be my date? And if he could, he would say yes. And it pleased my parents because they didn't have to worry about some strange person having too much to drink and getting in a car accident or having them behave badly. And he was a really cool escort because he had his own car, and he had the suaveness that came with that more advanced age, and that was fine. A complete gentleman. Um, he would invite me every summer to come down to P-Town with a girlfriend because he slept in the cottage and there were twin beds on the balcony over his studio. So I could have a friend there, and we had our own bathroom downstairs. And it was a wonderful place to stay. We could run around and do whatever we wanted. And he'd usually invite us out to dinner one night, and I always brought a house present. And that was pretty straightforward. And somewhere in there, and I'm not sure where, um, I began to see him as something other than a big brother.
Mm.
And I can't speak for him. I was in my first year of graduate school, and we went to the theater a couple of times. We went to a couple of concerts, um, and they were proper dates, I guess. But nothing untoward was happening. Anyway, Daddy commissioned a portrait of me by Bob, and it's actually hanging in my living room. And so I would come down into his studio. I was posing in a green velvet dress with a lace collar, and the zipper went from my waist to my neck. So I'd get into it and I'd sashay out of the sink room and say, "Oh, could you zip me up?" Um, Two fingers on the zipper and up it went. So I'd pose for 3 hours with breaks, and then I would come come time to get out of the dress. I said, "Could you unzip me?" Again, two fingers on the zipper. And I mentioned to Daddy that I thought if there had been a spark there, there sure wasn't. And Daddy just smiled and said, "No, he's being professional, dear." And I figured, what the heck does my father know? And the portrait was presented, it was accepted. And 2 days later, Bob invited me out to dinner and proposed.
Wow. How was the proposal? Do you recall how he popped the question?
We were sitting at the restaurant. Um, the soup had been ordered, the soup was served. I had a spoonful of vichyssoise halfway to my mouth, and he reached over and held my other hand and said, "Will you marry me?" And I put the
Incredible.
soup spoon down and said yes.
So Elizabeth, what's it's interesting. So what age were you when you started to Mr. Hunter started to take you to your balls and then after that you started dating. I mean, what age were you? About 18?
18 when he started being my escort, yes.
Okay, right. Now, at this time, so what are we talking? Circa what year?
1963.
63. All right. So at this time, was it uncommon for a young lady at that age to be dating a older man?
I don't know.
Okay.
All my friends were hideously jealous because the alternative was guys you knew from high school or college who were in in transition, you know?
Hmm.
And my friend Lee Kimball was dating the guy that she ultimately married. But at that point, no, nobody else was seriously dating somebody where it went on to marriage. And it was funny. My father was perfectly comfortable with the age difference. My mother didn't like it because my parents were divorced at that point, and she knew Bob Hunter was friends with my father, and she didn't want me to marry anybody who was friends with my father because they were friends with my father. Um, and Bob's father thought it was fine. Bob's mother didn't approve of the age difference. And over the course of about 5 years, she decided it was really the right thing. But, Hazel Hunter was a wonderful, strong woman, and you didn't tell her what to do. She would make up her own mind. Thank you very much.
Mm, sure. So moving forward, you must have really left an impression on Mr. Hunter, as many years later you married on October 12, 1968, and have had 3 children today named Catherine Hunter Casham, Nathaniel Vos Hunter, and Dorothy Satch Hunter. Now, I understand Catherine is a painter. What do Nathaniel and Dorothy do?
Nat's an engineer, and when he got out of college in 2009, no, 2008, we were having the financial crisis, and there were no engineering jobs for mechanical engineers.
Mm.
And so he looked around, and he came to me. I was weeding in the garden, and he said, "Mom, I'm buying a backhoe." And I thought, well, this probably is safer than a convertible.
Mm.
But being ever the realist, I said, "And how do you plan to pay for it, dear?" And he had the down payment, which he'd saved, and he had the financing, which he'd put together. And he said, explained the whole thing. And I said, well, okay. I was relieved because that meant he wasn't going to ask me for a loan. And then I said, what do you plan to do with it? And he said, I'm going to make money. And I said, okay, good luck. And he taught himself how to use it and got the license to use it. And at first would take any digging job that came along. And in the winter, he subcontracted out in snow removal. And he did that for 2 years. And then he started a little company called Hunter Environmental Winter Storm Services that was commercial snow plowing. Meantime, he'd found an engineering job, and he was working in New Hampshire and doing the snow plowing gig when there was snow to plow. And after 3 years, he got to the point where he realized he could either give up the snow plowing and stick with the engineering company he was with, or he could resign from the engineering company and try to grow the business. And that's what he chose to do. And 9 years into it, he's running a successful business.
Great, good on him. And
yeah.
How about Dorothy?
She is a registered nurse.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, she got out of college the following year, and she had thought she'd be a physiotherapist. But again, because of the financial crisis, she couldn't even get a job as a volunteer shadowing a therapist. So she had taken the EMT training course at college because she thought it was a good life skill to have. And on a lark, she applied to an ambulance company as an EMT and was hired. And she did that for 3 years and decided what she really needed to do was be a nurse. So she got a second bachelor's degree and went straight into oncology at one of the Boston hospitals. And she did that until this year, and she switched over to emergency room medicine because she has in mind to get a master's and become a nurse anesthetist.
Oh, I see. Great. Fantastic. Now, in regard, just coming back to Mr. Hunter for a moment, I understand there was a 17-year age gap between yourself and Mr. Hunter, marrying when you were 23 and he was 40. Can you describe your courtship and how your parents took to the idea of marrying an older gentleman? Now, you have elaborated on that in your prior answers. Is there anything else perhaps you'd like to add?
Well, just after Bob proposed, we finished dinner, and then he brought me back to the apartment where my father lived and where I was staying for the moment. And it was on the shore of a lake, and we sat on the balcony sipping the 50-year-old brandy that had been given to my father by a previous fiancé. And we must have made too much noise because Daddy came out he had white hair, which was kind of standing on end, and he was wrapped in a houndstooth check bathrobe that came to his ankles, and he looked at the brandy snifters. And he said, "So you've opened Adrian's Brandy?" And I said, "Yes, we did." And he said, "Well, you can get me a glass." And I did. And Bob stood up and said, "Ted, I've asked Liz to marry me and she has accepted. May we have your blessing?" And Daddy said, "Yes, you have my blessing. And what the hell took you so long?"
Ah, oh, that's lovely, isn't it? So,
Yes.
so Mr. Hunter, uh, he wouldn't have asked your father's permission before proposing?
Apparently he didn't.
Hmm. But it seems like your father had his full confidence.
Yes.
Yeah, lovely. Very nice. Now, I'll come back to Mr. Hunter in my subsequent questions. Moving back to Mr. Gamble for the time being. Transcending Visions was an exhibition that was shown from May 12, 2001 until November 15, 2001 at the Maryhill Museum of Art before travelling to other areas around Boston and England. Essentially, the exhibition represents the first major effort to bring together the range of Mr. Gamble's work from the 23-panel allegorical sequence based on Francis Thompson's popular poem The Hound of Heaven to 56 of his other paintings, drawings, and etchings that show his early portraits and earlier allegorical paintings. I understand this exhibition was curated by yourself with support from RHR's Gamble Studio Trust in collaboration with the Maryhill Museum of Art. It provided an opportunity to review the full range of Mr. Gamble's work from 1915 until his death in 1981. Can you provide some information as to the process of curating this exhibition, as I imagine lots of work must have been involved?
Yes. Um, it was a lot of work. It was a lot of fun, quite frankly. Um, we had, or I had decided that the key piece was around which I would build the exhibition would be the Hound of Heaven. And the fragments of an uncompleted cycle, which, if you look at the book, they come after the Hound,
That's right.
and they're tall, skinny panels that Uncle Ives worked on really up until the time of his death, and he had thought he might use them as spacers between the Hound panels, but they really represented an exploration of pictorial ideas that he had during the course of his painting career and wanted to explore further. And I, when he had died and I was going through folios and all kinds of stuff, I found etchings that he'd done really early on of Provincetown and allegorical things. And there were things that just traced his artistic development. If some of the images in the early etching series were things that you could also find in the Groton notebooks. I mean, he was playing with this as an entire lifelong exercise, and some of the pictorial concepts repeat with variation in the Hound of Heaven. Then there were photographs of work that we could not find, and those were reproduced in the catalog as well, just to give an example of the kinds of things that he had done. And then it was a question of identifying the work that we would use and figuring out who owned it, could we borrow it, was it in good enough condition to travel. Some pictures were not available for loan. Others, we had no idea of the location, so they were just put in as illustrations. And of course, I didn't have to do it in isolation because I could rely on his students to help me make selections. And I'm pretty good at knowing what things look like and what's a good picture and what isn't, but I'm not a painter. So it was tremendously useful to have Gamel's students. And then there was serendipity that came into it. There's a painting that's reproduced called Estelle and the Twins of a girl with two dolls. And I found that in Topperness, Washington, which is way to hell and gone in northwestern or no, northeastern Washington state. And that had been bought from an exhibition of Gamble paintings at the Maryhill Museum in the early 1950s.
Mm.
There was no other record of it. And I was able to talk to the lady who owned it and borrow it for the show. I mean, it was a lot of fun.
Mm. So,
Um,
how long in total would you say it took to actually organize all the work for the exhibition?
uh, the whole thing, including the catalog, 5 years.
Wow, 5 years of preparation.
Yep.
Incredible. And congratulations on persevering for that long. Were there at times where you really felt the pressure of it all?
Right. The only time I really felt pressure was writing the book.
Yeah, sure.
Otherwise, it was just plain fun.
Yeah, yeah. Moving forward. Gamel's 23 panel series, The Hand of Heaven, loosely based on Francis Thompson's poem of the same name, was the highlight of the exhibition. Now, Mr. Gamble completed this series in 1956, and it represents the culmination of years of imaginative work. These works toured 12 museums in the United States and England from 1993 through to 1996. Can you describe the ideas that are explored in the Hound of Heaven painting? So you've touched upon it. Would you like to elaborate a little further?
Yeah, it's Ives knew the poem because he it was one of those seminal works which people growing up in his time just plain knew. And it's obviously some kind of a journey of flight at the beginning and then resolution at the very end. When Boston College bought the original manuscript and the attendant documents from the Mennels in England, Father Conley, who was the president of the college, felt strongly and pushed the idea that the poem was, in fact, the journey of a soul struggling and then finding God. It was the story of a Christian conversion.
I see, right.
Um, Ives felt that that religious interpretation would conjure up a whole bunch of, in his words, medieval images, which would make it pretty hard to paint. And he preferred to look at it as the story of a nervous breakdown, and he had had one.
Mm.
That was, he fell apart 3 weeks after Hitler's Anschluss into Poland, and it took him 2 years to regain his balance.
Mm.
That's when he started, he didn't undergo any particular psychiatric or psychological therapy,
Mm.
but his general practitioner advised that he read the work of Carl Jung, and that's what he did. And he was forever, for the rest of his life actually, trying to fit the people that he came across in his life into Jungian, and particularly his students, into their Jungian character classifications.
I see.
And not always successfully, because his interpretation was idiosyncratic. I met Dr. Bridget Boardman, who was, she wrote a biography of Thompson for Yale University. And we became very good friends. And when The Hound of Heaven was on the road, we gave what we called the Liz and Bridget show. She'd talk about Francis Thompson, the poet, and I'd talk about the paintings. And Thompson had a very interesting life. He started out. His mother died. His father remarried. His father was a physician in Victorian England. The stepmother was not at all sympathetic to Thompson's artistic bent. His father thought he should study for the priesthood and put him in a seminary at age 13. He washed out of seminary because he spent all his time in the library drawing. So, having failed at the priesthood, oh, and I might add, at that point, the Roman Catholic Church had just become legal in England. So there was a resurgence of interest in Catholicism, and his family was Roman Catholic. They'd been hiding it for a couple of hundred years, but there you have it. Anyway, the next step was to turn him into a doctor, and he went to medical school. But he was a pretty sensitive soul, and he didn't do well in the Victorian operating theater, and in fact became addicted to morphine.
Oh, wow.
And when he washed out of medical school, his stepmother thought he was a complete disaster and basically wanted to throw him out of the house, which she did. So he ended up homeless, living under the bridges in London. And it was there that he wrote The Hound of Heaven.
I
And
see.
he, I'd have to look it up. I want to say it was the winter of 1898, but don't quote me on that. Anyway, it was one of the coldest winters on record in London, and he was supporting himself by selling matches and calling cabs. And he was taken under the wing of a prostitute who let him stay in her rooms and gave him food. So he got through that winter. And he had been writing some poetry. And Mr. Mennel ran a poetry magazine called Merry England. And Thompson had submitted poems to it, but because he was up to this point pretty much homeless, he gave as his return address a bar. And of course, he then wasn't there when the letters came with the paycheck for publishing the poems. Anyway, Mennel was a Roman Catholic and sent a priest out to see if he could find this Francis Thompson. And the priest was successful and gave him the money which he was due for the poems that had been published, and convinced Thompson to come with him to a monastery in southern England to begin the rehab process. The following year was Jack the Ripper time, and Thompson never knew the name of the woman who had sheltered him through the cold winter, and he was terrified that she was one of the victims.
Yeah.
But he never found out. In any case, he got on his feet, worked with the Mennels, wrote things, turned his life around, basically, which opens the possibility of an inspirational interpretation other than the one Father Conley put on it.
Yeah, right, right. That what an incredible story that was.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, he's an amazing figure.
sure. Now, do you think it's the biography of Mr. Thompson's would have really resonated with Mr. Gamble, considering that he was going through the breakdown that he had suffered from all he had experienced? Was that something that really connected with him and struck a note within him?
Gamble was dead by the time I met Bridget Boardman and her biography of Thompson was published by Yale.
Oh, so he never read it. Okay.
He never read it.
Yeah.
Yes, I think it would have resonated.
Sure.
I mean, there's a lot there.
Yes, there is. Yeah. Now, I understand the RHI's Gamble Studio Trust donated Mr. Gamel's The Hound of Heaven collection to Maryhill Museum of Art as part of the exhibition. They first exhibited the paintings in 1957 and again in 1995. How did this decision of donating the works come to be?
Well, there were studies of the hound, much smaller ones. I mean, call it 2 feet by 3 feet. And as a group, we at the Gamel Trust decided that we would try to, because the goal was to raise money to help the teaching efforts of Gamel students and the students of Gamel students.
Mm,
Therefore, the key thing was to sell as many pictures as possible. Breaking up the actual Hound of Heaven seemed like a disastrous choice. So we chose to sell the puppies and we chose to sell the studies, but keep the hound itself intact. And we had hoped that Boston College, which had the papers, would be interested in buying them, or failing that, be willing to accept the paintings and what we thought was a generous uh, six-figure sum to ensure their maintenance.
mm.
We were wrong. And their development office came back to us suggesting that we give 4 times as much as we thought we were going to, and we decided that wasn't appropriate for our purposes. So we still worried a little bit about what to do about the hound, and every year that went by, the life of the trust was getting shorter. So then we decided to offer the pictures to Maryhill because they had been shown there back in the 50s, and because Gamel had quite a history with the museum. And we offered them the paintings and the same sum of money, and they accepted.
Wow. So let me clarify this, Elizabeth. So regarding the Hand of Heaven, you did not you did not sell the main paintings, only the studies for it. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
That is correct.
Oh, those are the original paintings are still owned by the Gamel Family Trust.
No, the the 23 panel Hound of Heaven series is owned by the Maryhill Museum because we gave it to the museum so they would be kept together.
Oh, I see. Right. So currently, the whole body of work is with the Maryhill Museum.
Yes, and they have an endowment to keep them and look after them.
I see.
And
Sure.
the deal is that they show the whole series, I think it's once every 5 years.
Okay. And that must be shown in the Maryhill Museum.
No, they can travel it if they
Oh, they
can
can
find something.
travel it. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Lovely. Has there ever been any talk in your time as a curator of the Hound of Heaven exhibition, or the Hound of Heaven paintings rather, coming to Australia?
No,
Wow,
but that doesn't mean there are airplanes that fly in that direction. There's no reason why they couldn't go.
that's true. Now, the Hound of Heaven is intended to be read as open-ended, as Mr. Gamel states, quote, "It remains an essential part of my intention that these pictures should be open to various interpretations, and my purpose would be defeated were I to define the subject matter strictly, thereby limiting its connotations. The age-old myths, rituals, and symbols from which this subject matter is derived have meant many things to many men because they embodied the deep-seated fears and aspirations of mankind. Their lasting effectiveness has been in some measure due to their vagueness and ambiguity." Unquote. Indeed, Mr. Gamel was a deep thinker. Do you ever recall him talking to you or others about the ideas he based the Hound of Heaven works on?
No. Um, and it was very interesting because I grew up while he was painting these things. And so, for instance, if you don't have a copy of the book there, but if you look at panel 7 of The Hound, the tagline of the poem is under running laughter. It goes, I fled him down the nights and down the days. I fled him down the arches of the years. I fled him down the labyrinthine ways of mine own mind. And in the midst of tears, I hid from him and under running laughter. This particular one, plate 6, shows a juster flying through the air, tossing cards that are falling on a group of revelers on a rock with puppets and a spectral figure in the background holding up the ace of spades. Anyway, there's a story behind this. The cards, as painted, do seem to be falling. There's a randomness to them, and the angles are believable. And that was something that absolutely eluded my godfather. So one day, Sunday afternoon, I was brought into the studio, and he was sitting below on the studio floor with sketchpad, and I had 5 packs of cards. They were identical. And my job was to stand on the balcony and throw the cards down while he observed and sketched.
Mm.
And there were 3 grown-ups who happened to be art students who were gathering up the cards and bringing them up to me so that I could do it again. It was, for a very young child, a complete power trip.
That's incredible. So, as these cards were falling, Mr. Gamma was studying the angles, the shapes the cards were making,
And sketching.
and in sketching. And then he's using these sketches as initial resources to then draft them into his larger panel painting.
Yes.
Fantastic. Now, Mr. Gamel's early work was based on the classically and biblically defined world. However, his later work changed and became more spiritually based, in large due to the teachings of the Swiss psychoanalyst Carl Jung, as you have mentioned. In his diary, Mr. Gamel wrote that he was, quote, fascinated by the drama of man in his relationship to the forces of the universe and of his own nature, unquote. How would you say Mr. Gamel's early work compares to his later work? Because there is a very big distinct difference there. As you mentioned, his early work was based on more Judeo-Christian themes, and then all of a sudden, later in life, he has his breakdown, which all of a sudden he gets involved with Carl Jung, and his work becomes very much more spiritually based.
Um, I okay. I don't. The titles change after he gets involved with Carl Jung.
Mm.
The dress of his models changes. But I believe that the spirituality is the same in the early and later work. It's just that the costuming and the titles gets in the way of the modern viewer seeing it.
Yeah. Okay. I get. So, in regards to Mr. Gamel's earlier works, when we look at his body of work, essentially, we're looking at a lot of paintings that look like religious paintings, look like paintings that were based on the Bible. However, after he reads from Jung, the perhaps the attire, the clothing of the characters changes. Is that correct?
Yes, and I'll give you an example, which would be the prime example, would be Strangers and Sojourners,
Yes.
uh, which is a biblical title, but you don't have to be, you don't have to take it in the biblical sense to think about what is a stranger and a traveler.
Mm.
Uh, and the figures in Strangers and Sojourners are all in modern dress.
Sure.
Um, and it speaks to alienation, it speaks to diversity. The background is what looks like a kind of stylized temple. Could be anywhere, could be Aztec, could be Egyptian, could be God knows where.
Yeah.
But in the foreground there are people who were obviously feeling disturbed profoundly and peering over the protagonist's left shoulder, so on the right as you look at the picture, is a skull peeping out. That's that picture talks visually to me at least about alienation, about fear, about confusion. And I think that's the same kind of thing that is behind Song of Lamentation.
Yeah.
But the antique costumes get in the way.
Mm. Yeah, that's true, and the context as well, as you mentioned, the context of the later works can be very ambiguous. Uh, However, like with the example you given there of the Song of Lamentation, context, you can see that it is set in a more of a biblical, classical period of time, whereas the later works, the Hound of Heaven context, is almost based on surrealism or kind of outer space.
It could be.
Yeah.
It perfectly well could be.
Hmm.
Because there's nowhere excepting in the mind of a painter that you could be having that underwater sequence of panel 11 where a drowning man is grasping at the feet of another person who's underwater, and there's a kind of goddess rising from the surf. I mean, yeah, it's all things to all men.
It is, and it is quite different, especially for someone who would consider to be a classical painter. I mean, that really brings into question in regards to Gamel's later work, Mr. Gamel's later work, would we refer to that as classical painting?
Um, Dick Lack was the person who, as far as I know, founded the notion or the phrase classical realism.
That's right.
And I think the classical doesn't necessarily mean subject matter as much as it does classical technique in terms of technical accuracy.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So it's about the techniques used to execute the work, not necessarily about the subject matter that's depicted in the work.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I understand that over the years, Mr. Gamble experimented using ancient myths and rituals as well as contemporary symbols in his attempts to articulate images of man's terror, wonder, and yearning in the face of a century of upheaval. Mr. Gamble was haunted by the destruction and chaos generated by the events of his time, the Great Depression and the rise of fascism, World War II and the Vietnam War, all of which took a toll on him and helped shape his work. Can you explain how exactly all these experiences informed his work? Now, that's quite a broad question, and you have touched on somewhat on this answer in previous answers. Would you like to perhaps add something more to it?
I think, and this is tentative, and it relates to me in some degree personally, that as one ages, as the longer you live, the more change you see. And when you're starting out, the grown-ups tell you what the world's all about, right?
Yeah.
And there are things that you can rely on. It doesn't have to be a religious rule that you're following. It's just the sun rises tomorrow, and if you work hard, you will prosper, and keep your chin up, show up to work, and everything will be all right. And it ain't necessarily so.
Mm.
And that inherent optimism of childhood and youth, if it exists, will be tempered by, in any age, by some negative experiences. It probably the negative experiences have always been there. Now I know Ives Gamble subscribed to Archaeology magazine from the time he left Groton onwards. Do you know that magazine? It's an American one.
I'm not
Comes out
familiar
every
with it.
it comes out every other month, and it has articles on archaeology from all over the world.
Oh, okay.
Okay, they're not long scholarly articles. They're pitched to the interested layman.
Mm.
Going back to the Hound of Heaven, um, when it was first shown at Maryhill in my lifetime, um, Maryhill Museum was busily packaging up Native American artifacts to be repatriated to the local tribe because they were grave goods, and a law had been passed that said such items needed to be repatriated. And the museum had a staff archaeologist to make the determination and consult with the tribe. Anyway, Francine was busy packing up objects, and the shaman of the Yakima tribe had arrived, and she wasn't ready yet to turn over the things. So I happened to be down where she was working, and she grabbed the two of us, pushed us into the elevator, and said, "Go up on the third floor and look at the Hound of Heaven." If we had been cartoon characters, over his head would have been a bubble saying, "And I'm going to go look at paintings by a dead white guy. Why?" And if there had been a bubble over my head, the bubble would have said, "Oh Lord, what do I say to this man?"
Mm.
So it was a very silent elevator ride to the third floor. And the elevator doors opened, as they are apt to do. And looking straight across the gallery were the Hound of Heaven hanging. And the particular panel that was straight in front of us was panel 7. There's a Native American totem with a man beating drums, a cymbal, a fellow running downstairs holding a key, and a tragic looking figure at the bottom, and clouds. And the shaman headed straight for that, made a beeline, stopped, looked, and then proceeded to the next panel in the sequence. It took him an hour and 15 minutes to go from picture to picture.
Wow.
When he finished, I said, "Will you tell me what you see in these pictures?" And he said, "Yes, if you will tell me what you see." So we started at the beginning, and 2 hours later we had finished. It was
Mm.
fascinating. And he introduced me to the notion of the concept of trickster in his culture. I think, or thought up to that point of trickster as a kind of amusing kind of elf type
Yeah.
that played little tricks. No. The trickster that he was familiar with was the devil,
Uh,
and would lead you astray, seriously, with an absolutely guaranteed cruel outcome.
sure.
I was fascinated, and then fast forward a couple of years, I'm at Leighton House. We're having the Gamel opening. Uh, the American ambassador had come and invited a whole bunch of other ambassadors. And there was an ambassador from a country in Africa, and I want to say it was Kenya, but I am not 100% sure of that. And he came up to me, and he was agitated, and he wanted me to tell me what I saw in the pictures, and I said I will, but obviously you're seeing something too, so we'll share. And his trickster was the same as the Native American trickster,
Right.
which I didn't expect that connection. And he was, for instance, if you go to panel 8, there's a scarab beetle holding an egg. That's an Egyptian fertility symbol.
Mm.
And he was not at all sure that it was fertility. He thought it was death, and explained why.
Mm.
And that to me is the ultimate valediction of Gamel's notion that the symbol, if effective, conveys meaning independent of your specific knowledge of the symbol.
Sure. That's fascinating. So, do you think in that case that the Hound of Heaven series of paintings does incorporate certain notions of the devil throughout it?
I think he's there.
Yeah, yeah,
I think he's definitely there. I don't think he triumphs.
no.
I think it's a very optimistic view.
Mm. Well, there is definitely something very supernatural about the compositions.
Yes. Oh, they're fascinating, and the images in reproduction are are quite good. But there is nothing that can substitute for the power of standing in a room surrounded by the series.
Sure,
It really has a life of its own.
of course, yeah. Now, Mr. Gamble believed that World War II would result in the annihilation of Western civilization, which eventually caused him to have a prolonged nervous breakdown throughout 1939. Can you explain more about Mr. Gamble's state during this year?
I can only, because I wasn't born yet,
Sure.
but he describes it pretty clearly in the diaries. Fatigue, lassitude, depression,
Mm,
and nothing could shake that.
mm. He was really
Uh,
stuck, it seems.
he was absolutely stuck, and he actually went home to Providence because he didn't have the energy to look after himself. He needed to be looked after.
Wow. So he couldn't function. It was that bad.
No, yes. And it took him once he got back to Boston, it took him almost a year before he could really paint. He could sketch, but he couldn't
Hmm.
really paint.
Fascinating, and it's fascinating to learn that his recovery was self-initiated essentially. I mean, you mentioned he went to his GP who recommended that he start reading the works of Jung, and it seems like he recovered himself.
Yeah, yes, he did apparently.
Fascinating. Now, can you comment on the relationship Mr. Gamel shared with his foremost student Richard Lack?
Yes, it was mixed. Once Lack founded the atelier and began producing students, and they came, some of them to study with Gamel Summers, the obvious one being Charles Cecil, but Bob, Tom Mars was another one. Um, there was cross pollination. I think Gamel did not approve of Lack taking money from students,
Mm,
which is crazy because um, Lack didn't come from any kind of privileged background, and he had a family to support. So, to pull this off, you've got to charge something. Um, and I know Richard Whitney wrote to Dick Lack asking him how long it was advisable to stay with Gamel.
that's right.
And uh, Lack wrote back to Whitney that 2 years was safe, and then you ran the risk of getting involved in the personality disputes that could be painful. Actually, Charles Cecil gave me Xeroxes of excerpts from that letter.
Oh, wow.
Um, and I will find them there in the office that looks as if somebody dumped a pail upside down, but they're here. And I will Xerox the Xeroxes, and oh no, I won't either. I'll scan them and email them to you.
Oh, thank you very much, Elizabeth. Fantastic. Now, do you think there was any sense of resentment perhaps between Mr. Gamble and Mr. Lack, especially when Mr. Lack established his atelier in Minneapolis and started to get, well known as a influential teacher of the classical realist tradition?
I betcha there was.
Yeah.
Can't prove it, but I mean, there's no documentation. But yeah, I'm quite sure. Um, and because I'm not a painter, but I've traveled around to a lot of the different ateliers, um, and they're teaching the same language in slightly different ways. And the point of teaching that language of expressing yourself in paint, is to make it possible for an individual to then go out and paint the things that they are impelled to paint, just as Gamble did, just as Lack did, just as Hunter did. And not, it is arguable perhaps that the measure of a teacher's success is the originality of what their students produce in maturity, which means there's a whole lot of breadth there. We do not want to have an endless series of pictures that looked as if they were painted in Boston in 1914. And if people move into the allegorical realm, and Lack did a superb job, I think. I'm thinking particularly of that huge triptych that he did. It's got to be highly personal. It would not be possible without Lack's training with Gamble. But the result is highly personal. Only Dick Lack could have painted it.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's, Cimabue was a decent artist, but his real contribution was Giotto.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true.
And this is, I get worried sometimes when I see a promotional piece from an atelier, and what they're showing is many student portraits or landscapes, and they all kind of look like each other.
Yeah, yeah. That's one of the criticisms of it all. Yeah.
And that's the of course, in any given age, there aren't too many people who are born with a truly unique artistic vision.
Yeah.
And they go in and out of fashion. My favorite example is Caravaggio, who was very successful in his lifetime, debauch notwithstanding. And then he went basically into a 400-year eclipse where he was known to painters, but he was not known to the general public. And then all of a sudden you get the French Impressionists, and his work starts resurfacing, and now it's priceless.
Absolutely.
So there's that pendulum swing. And I know when men and women are trying to support themselves and their families, marketability counts. But and it's particularly discouraging, I think, when you have work of indifferent quality, to be polite, fetching millions at auction. And people are having trouble selling a picture for $20,000. But that's really not the point. That's economics. That's fashion like hemlines.
Yeah.
And it does not speak to the enduring quality of the work.
That's right.
But it takes some discipline to cultivate that view.
Sure. Do you think it's a coincidence that Mr. Lack's later work begins to resemble some of Mr. Gamble's later work?
I don't know. It's a really good question. I've asked myself that, and I don't know.
Because it is, I mean, Mr. Lack towards the end of his life. His work becomes more psychological, very much the same course that Mr. Gamble had taken. And I'm wondering, is there a link there? Did
Well,
Mr. Lack, was he inspired by Mr. Gamble's venture into the unknown, so to speak?
that's that's one explanation. Another explanation possibly is that if you are doing allegorical work as you age, and I've mentioned already the perspective change,
Yes.
perhaps that brings you to that place.
Mm, that's true.
The interesting thing about Dick Lacto, he and Bob Hunter stayed quite close. I mean, they would call each other, and uh, neither one of them liked to travel much because it takes you away from your studio.
Mm,
But Bob Hunter was appalled when Dick Lack quit painting, saying, "I have nothing left to say."
mm,
And I contrast that with Bob, who on his deathbed was talking about wanting to get home so he could finish what was on the easel, and he had a great idea for another painting.
incredible. But in Mr. Lack's defense, Elizabeth, uh, Mr. Lack, he was quite ill when he did give up painting.
So was Bob, and he didn't give it up.
Mm.
It's
So,
I you know, and I suppose I could ask Catherine, but I don't dare.
mm. When Mr. Lack did state that he has nothing left to say, uh, I mean, do you care to elaborate on that a little bit more? I mean, what do you think?
He said that in a phone conversation with Bob Hunter, and when Bob hung up the phone, that's when I heard about it, and he said, "What the hell do you think he means?"
Mm. He sounds like perhaps he was defeated at that point.
I have no idea.
Yeah. And how long was this prior to Mr. Lack's death?
Oh, 5, 6 years.
Okay, right. That's fascinating, really is. Now, many of Mr. Gamble's prior students recall his notoriously strong personality as well as his brutality at times. Whether Mr. Gamble intended to or not, these sudden outbursts have taken their toll on on his past students, some of which are still affected until this day. Some students refer to this condition as Gambleitis. Throughout your Yeah, it's a funny one. Uh, Throughout your time with Mr. Gamble, did you ever witness his unpleasant side?
um, Not directed at me personally, but yes, on 3 occasions.
Do you care to share those occasions?
Um, Incident number one, he'd taken me to lunch at the Tennis and Racket Club where he was a member. And it is a great cavernous, or well, the building is still there. It's cavernous on Boylston Street, but they've reorganized it into shops. I think they still have the squash rackets courts, but it was a real turn of the century huge building, and it doesn't support itself as fully as club. In any case, we were coming out of the dining room and crossing a great high ceilinged, marble floored hall with pillars. And coming towards us in the other direction was F. Murray Forbes, who was a man of about Gamble's stature, from a distinguished Boston family, who whose real estate company owned the Fenway Studio building.
Mm,
And at this point, we're talking in the 1970s, about the time of the gas crisis, when that's when OPEC really flexed its muscles, and we had gasoline rationing in this country, and heating oil was in scarce supply. So the Fenway Studio was, instead of being heated constantly, they turned the heat on at 8 in the morning and turned it off at 8 at night, and you were advised to be well dressed if it was below 32 degrees Fahrenheit outside.
hmm
Um, in any case, Ives was furious about the way the studio building was deteriorating. And there was Murray Forbes, and he let him have it in a high-pitched voice in the middle of an echo chamber.
Wow.
And Murray Forbes was not somebody who could cringe easily, um, but it was a withering attack, and he withered.
Mm.
And then we stamped out. Well, he stamped out, and I scurried to keep up.
Sure.
The second instance was Daddy usually came into the studio at about 7:15 or 7:30, and he would go up to the corner and bring donuts, and Bob and I would be finishing breakfast in our studio, and Daddy would arrive with his little brown dachshund, and we would have donuts with our coffee.
Mm-hmm.
And little brown dachshund always bounded up to the chair upon which our cat sat and would be wagging his tail and trying to make nice. And every morning Tigger would go and scratch Rudy's nose, and Rudy would run away. And the next day repeat. In any case, we were all sitting there having coffee, and suddenly there was a banging on the door. Let me in, I'm having a heart attack. Well, Bob ran up the stairs and opened the door, and there was Ives, who announced again that he was having a heart attack, and this was the worst thing that had ever happened. And so Bob ushered him into one of the upstairs rooms that we had as a guest room and had him lie down and took his shoes off. I was dispatched to call Dr. Lockhart, who was his physician. Daddy went off to get water. And it seems that David Ziegler, who was one of the students, had announced that morning that he was going to leave. He just didn't want to be a Gamble student anymore. And he wouldn't reconsider, and he wouldn't say why he wanted to leave. He just wanted to leave. And this was the reaction. Dr. Lockhart soothed me down. I was shaking. I didn't know what the hell was going on. And he said, Liz, if people are having a heart attack, they don't kick the door down.
Yeah.
And he said he's having a temper tantrum, and that can cause a heart attack. And I'll be over in about half an hour. Keep him lying down. And he did, in fact, kick the panel out of our front door.
Wow.
And Bob kept him calm for a while, and then Daddy went on. Daddy could calm him down better than anybody else on the planet. And Dr. Lockhart came and examined him and had some kind of a tranquilizer that he gave him, and then went home with him in a cab. And Bob was just drained. He had a sitter coming that morning, and the guy was coming from Concord, and it was too late to call off the sitting. So he thought he'd lay down, and then he said, no, that's no good. So he got up and he wet up the portion of the portrait that he was going to work on that day, and somehow got through it all, and I went off to work. And so that was an example. And then the third time was after my father had died. No, I guess Daddy had died. And Bill Osgood, who was Uncle Ives' trustee at State Street Bank and also vice president of the Museum of Fine Art, convinced Ives that what he should do was to give a pretty extravagant gift to the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. And I don't know what the actual pitch was, but Ives thought he was going to be restoring the Sargent murals in the rotunda at the Huntington Avenue entrance. Sargent painted them just before he died, really. And subsequently, in the 1930s, I believe, the museum had seen fit to change the background of the murals, change the color, which, as you can appreciate, alters the color relationships that the artist had had in mind.
Yeah, sure.
Also, when the murals were put in, um, the skylight of the rotunda was operating as a skylight, and then, of course, it leaked, so they blocked it off and they put in artificial light. Well, there'd been some artificial light there anyway, for use at night or on very dark days, but that changed the lighting on the decorations. And Ives got it in his head that his money would be used to soften the uh, effect of the electric lights and change the color of the bulbs and restore the skylight.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he gave the gift when my father was alive, but then it took a while for the work to be done. And there was a day when Ives was to come to the studio, I mean, to the museum and see what he had wrought.
Mm.
And so I took a half day off from work because I was going to be the driver. And we had a special parking space, and we were ushered in through the Evans wing and up the stairs and through the tapestry gallery. And we got to the top of the rotunda. And it didn't take a trained eye to see that what Ives expected and what we were faced with were two different critters.
Mm.
I prayed very hard that the floor would open up and swallow me, and it didn't work. And the pillars were way too far away to kind of sidle over and hide behind one. We had the president of the board of trustees, the vice president of the board of trustees, the director of the museum, whoever had been in charge of the project. And the president of the board went through prepared laudatory remarks, followed by the director, who went through even more prepared laudatory remarks. And I could see that my godfather was progressing from a slow burn to a white hot fury. And there was a pause, and he said, "You fools! You Philistines!" And went on for 9 minutes, and I timed it, telling them exactly what they had done, what they had not done, and that it was a complete disaster. Now, if you're standing at the top of a staircase and there's marble all over the place, and there is a rotunda above you, that acts as a sounding board.
Mm.
And his voice traveled well, so a crowd began to gather at the foot of the staircase. And there was actually quite a large number of people there by the time he finished. And then he said, "Come, Lizlet, we're going." And we turned and we marched out of the museum.
What an incredible story. I've heard
It's funny now, but let me tell you, at the time, I just wanted to pretend I wasn't there.
Yeah, I can imagine that. It is said that Mr. Gamel's voice used to ricochet off the walls.
Yep.
Incredible. Now,
That screech I gave you was a pretty good approximation of what he sounded like.
and Mr. Gamel had a really distinctive voice, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Now, regarding Mr. Gamel's challenging personality, I believe it was Mr. Hunter himself who mentioned that when Mr. Gamel would walk into the tavern club, the whole room would walk out. Do you care to elaborate on this comment?
Yeah, the one of the members of the tavern club was Perry T. Rathbone, who was the director of the Museum
Mm.
of Fine Arts in Boston. And he came from Cleveland, I think. He was a charming, erudite man, and I think he was a good director of that museum for the most part. Um, Ives thought he was superficial, with the manners of a dancing master, which was not a compliment in the Edwardian day. And he called him Perry T. Ratbone.
Okay.
Okay, and he'd do that to his face in the library at the Tavern Club.
Mm.
And Ives was absolutely outspoken about his opinions. He was not always right, and he was loud.
Mm.
And the trouble was, as a senior member of the Tavern Club, and they have a fabulous collection of pictures, a different temperament could have done much to at least elicit sympathy for what he was trying to do.
Mm.
And he did not elicit sympathy. He created hostility.
Sure. So is that to be taken literally, as in when Mr. Gamble would walk into the tavern club, your members of the club would start to just exit the room?
A certain number did. They just didn't want, they go into lunch early. They
Mm.
just didn't want to be there or be part of it.
Wow. Okay.
And um, because he was so focused on passing the tradition, in later years, Ives was quite oblivious to other aspects of what was going on, and that didn't necessarily hold him back from expressing an opinion.
Yeah.
And I remember asking my father, was he always this way? And Daddy looked at me and said, he's actually softened in old age.
Wow.
There were there were times when they had words, and the words weren't always pleasant. And Daddy had a look, and when he shot Ives the look, excuse me, I don't know what Daddy meant by that because, as I said way early in this conversation, sometimes the pages of the Book of Life stick together.
Mm.
But I think there were youthful episodes that Daddy knew, and he may have gotten Ives out of a pickle or two.
Okay.
Um, but I don't know. I don't know what they were. And Daddy was nothing if not discreet.
I see. Right, right. So there were instances where your father, Mr. Gamble, would argue.
Ives would start. They didn't argue exactly. Ives would start picking and then haranguing, and then Daddy would shut him up.
Mm. So your father had a way of dealing with Gamble which worked quite well.
Yeah. The other thing is when Daddy was alive, even the last 2 years of his life, when he was quite sick and basically in his apartment, not going into the studio, but he always called in every day. And when they were up in Williamstown, he would talk to the senior student and he'd talk to the other students, not on one phone call, but separate ones during the day.
Hmm.
And he knew Ives awfully well, so he could sometimes, not always, but sometimes head off a dust up before it really got going.
Mm. Sure. Now, during his recovery from the breakdown, I understand Mr. Gamble began to explore the work of psychoanalyst Carl Jung,
Yep.
which very much inspired the Hound of Heaven series, which he completed the last painting for in 1956. As we have come to discuss in detail, the imagery in this series is rich in symbols drawn from Mr. Jung and primitive and mythological sources. It's fascinating that Mr. Gamble was interested in primitivism and mythology. I understand that he was more of a spiritual man than a religious one. Did he subscribe to any particular religion during his life?
he was brought up in a high church Episcopal family. They went to St. Stephen's in Providence. He went to the Groton School. He gave specific instructions that there be no funeral at the time of his death and that he be interred in the family, cremated and interred in the family plot um, at Swan Point Cemetery in Providence.
I see. So, is the Episcopal Church, was that a church that Mr. Gamble frequented throughout his life?
No, he never went to church as far as I know. He did go to his father's funeral and he did go to his mother's funeral.
Mm.
And he went to my father's funeral.
Okay, I see.
And apart from that, I don't think he ever went to church. The Episcopal Church, by the way, in the United States is the U.S. version of the Church of England.
Oh, is it? I see. Right. I see.
When I, excuse me, when I said high church, I mean fancy vestments, incense, various bells, so forth.
Sure. But Mr. Gamble was a spiritual man. If you read throughout his writings, I mean, I believe I recall reading at one instance that he only really took on students after much, and this is a quote, much prayer and fasting.
Oh, I'm perfectly willing to say he was a spiritual person.
Hmm.
When he said, if he said, I'll take them on only after much prayer and fasting, I don't think he meant it literally. I think he meant it as a proxy for much consideration.
I see. Right. Okay, that makes sense. Completing the Hound of Heaven series represented the culmination of more than 30 years of reflection and anguish and was philosophically the precursor for all of Mr. Gamble's later works. Do you believe that the pinnacle of Mr. Gamble's achievements as a painter are exemplified in the Hound of Heaven paintings?
It was certainly the most important work that he created in his lifetime. And it stands as such. There are interesting things that he did afterwards. The so-called fragments of an uncompleted cycle, which are much smaller pictures in which he explored pictorial and philosophical themes that he'd been playing with since his boyhood days, make a fascinating study in their own right. But honestly, I think the Hound of Heaven is Gamble's Sistine Chapel.
Okay, so it is considered to be his masterpiece then.
Yes.
Okay, great. Until Mr. Gamble's death in 1981, I understand he continued working on a series of paintings which he began in the 1960s that were titled Fragments of an Uncompleted Cycle, and you've just
Yes.
mentioned these
Yes.
paintings. Now, these paintings explore similar themes to those in The Hound of Heaven and include ideas from earlier sketches that he created in his early years at the Groton School and the School of the Museum of Fine Arts. However, the paintings seem to be more positive in nature than the Hound of Heaven series. Can you explain more about these works?
Well, I think the Hound of Heaven actually is a fairly positive series when you take it as a whole, because in the end, the protagonist comes out on top, if you will. He
Okay.
survives. He goes through various trials to get there. The fragments, which we all called the puppies because they might have been spacers for the hound,
Yeah.
and you used to laugh at that one. The puppies are more interesting. I think the first one in the series, which is planets with swirling space dust. It's a lovely design, and it can be sinister or reassuring depending on the viewer's mood. Interestingly enough, when I was in Verona in the Church of Saint Saint Anastasia,
Mm-hmm.
there's a side chapel, and it is surrounded with some amazing marble inlays, which look remarkably reminiscent of that first panel in Fragments.
Okay.
And okay, Gamble was in Italy in 1922 and 1923. He went from Venice to Florence, and he went by train, so he would have had to go through Verona, and I can't imagine that he didn't stop and spend some time there. Although I, at this point, can't remember his painterly autobiography well enough, and the diaries are mute on the point. But I will bet that he saw that side altar at St. Anastasia's, and it stuck in his mind. And so later, when he was putting together these things, these paintings that harkened back to things he had seen and thought about, that's where that particular one came from.
Oh,
In
I
fact,
see.
okay, so I have a slide of that I took in Verona, and actually, I've incorporated into my lecture on Gamel.
Wow, okay. So that was quite an inspiration then, that this particular panel that he saw in Italy.
Yeah, it was marble in Italy,
Yeah.
um, and so I think my experience, having been around artists all my life, some of whom document their work rather closely, as Ives Gamel did, some of them less so, as in the case of Bob Hunter. But my experience tells me artists see things and they remember them, and then those things resurface.
Mm.
And that's what makes it fun and fascinating.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming that when Mr. Gamma was in Italy, he was taking perhaps reference photos of this marble piece.
Uh, Photos, no, we're talking 1923. He would have
Oh,
had to bring all kinds of camera stuff.
of course.
My assumption is that it was he saw it and he remembered it.
Okay. So do you think he done developmental drawings of this marble piece, or was it just pure
Um,
memory?
I haven't found them. That
You haven't
doesn't
found
mean
them.
that he didn't do them,
Yeah.
because particularly, let's see, he died in 81. My father died in 79. So it would have been approximately 1972 or 3
Okay.
that he and Daddy went through what I can call the Great Cleanse, which is when they went through folios and all kinds of stuff in the studio to clean it up and tidy it up. It could also be called the Great Bowdlerizing.
So what was the point of doing that great cleanse?
I think it was to get rid of stuff that they felt wouldn't be really useful historically, but which was taking up space
Mm.
and could, in fact, muddy the waters, perhaps. I know that there was some correspondence between Ives and some of his former students that he decided to get rid of at that point. I don't know what the correspondence was, but he just felt it wouldn't be useful to the historic record. His words, not mine.
Mm.
So I'll say the Great Bowdlerizing.
That's interesting. That's really fascinating. It's I've heard a similar story to William McGregor Paxton. Apparently, a lot of his paintings were destroyed, the ones that he believed were inferior.
Um, I know, again, thinking of Bob, every now and then something would come back from a gallery and he'd look at it and say, I don't know what I was thinking when I did that. And he would just take the canvas off the stretcher,
Mm.
cut it up, and feed it to the fire in the fireplace.
Oh, wow.
Um, I think no artist wants to have their mistakes live on after them.
Yes. Yeah.
So that I just assume that is normal practice.
Sure. Sure.
And if you were working on memory drawing, you might want to keep a series of drawings for your own edification so you could see the progress. But you wouldn't necessarily want to keep them around after you died so that they could.
Reveal the magic.
Yeah, I mean, nobody rings the bell 100% of the time.
Yeah.
It's just as an author might dispose of first drafts of a book or a short story. So similarly, the I think the payer has a right and perhaps an obligation to get rid of the halting steps in the process.
Sure, sure. That makes sense. As mentioned previously, you were the curatorial advisor to the RHI's Gamble Studios Trust from 1990 until the trust termination in March of 2001. I understand Mr. Gamble wrote in his will that he wanted the trust to be maintained for 20 years after his death. Why only 20 years?
He did not want to fund a bureaucracy.
Oh, I see.
Uh, there were two trustees, um, Bill Osgood representing U.S. Trust, the trust company, and G. Donalot Beelan representing, he was a trustee personally representing the law firm of Choate Hall and Stewart.
Okay.
Um, okay, and in both cases, these guys retired and other people came on to fill their function. Originally, it was the two trustees, and there were three of us who were advisors. There was me, Henry Sears Lodge, and David Crockett. David David and Harry together had quite a set of careers in Boston, raising money for worthy causes and important things, bringing back what became the Wang Center from a derelict theater into a proper uh, theatrical space with a proper stage and all kinds of things, and they raised millions for that.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, David actually was a professional fundraiser for the Massachusetts General Hospital, and Harry had done a vast number of things. His father had been Secretary of State and so forth, and he was wonderfully connected, and he and David were tremendous resources in terms of introducing not only the trust and me to individuals, but they knew how the thing ought to work and how to do it as efficiently as possible. But neither Harry nor David was used to being anything but the top of a pyramid where there was staff.
Mm.
And we kind of bounced around three advisors. Ives died in 81. I would say we were up and running as a trust by 80, late 82, early 83. And we were trying to figure out what our strategic plan would be, basically.
Okay.
And when I discovered early on that the two bright idea men would give me introductions and do all kinds of things, but they didn't want to do the legwork. And I had three small children, and they authorized the trust to pay for the babysitter so I could do the legwork. And I became curatorial advisor with a salary in 1990 because I was spending about 40 hours a week on the trust's business. And at that point, excuse me, my kids were basically in school, and they decided I needed a salary, so I got one.
Okay. Right. So they sort of steered the ship as you done a lot of the legwork.
Yes, indeed. And once we had a gallery affiliation in New York, there were things like getting Boston Painters published. I had inherited from my godfather all his writings and unpublished manuscripts.
Mm-hmm.
And so I learned something about contract law for Boston Painters. I signed with a publisher
Okay.
Thursday, and I was going to sign with the editor on Friday, but Thursday night he called up and backed out. And I was, as you can imagine, frantic because I couldn't very well call up the publisher and say, well, we've got to get me out of this contract because I don't have the editor. That was my problem. It wasn't their problem. I had committed to having a manuscript set to go in September. And this was actually May. So my husband convinced me that I could do it. And he paid for the babysitter all summer. She came Monday through Friday from 8 in the morning until 5 at night. And I sat down with some guidance from the publisher about what they wanted. And which was when Ives wrote the book, he had, I think, 12 appendices and several hundred footnotes. And the publisher quite rightly said, no one is going to read that.
Hmm.
So please see to it that all the information in the appendices is woven into the main text, and cut the footnotes down as drastically as you possibly can, weaving as much as possible into the text. So that's what I did. And when it was a painterly question that I needed to find out about, I'd ask my husband, who gave me very good advice, being both a painter and a Gamble student. And for other matters of historical fact, I went to libraries like the Boston Athenaeum, or I called up the children or grandchildren of the people who were involved. So it was really, at that point, pretty simple.
Mm.
In the process, I discovered that the illustrations that Uncle Ives had chosen for that book, and he'd gotten the permissions for them, were mostly in public collections. And as the publisher pointed out, people buy books, especially if the illustrations are works from private collections. So I decided I needed a second signature of color to go with the book, and I would interweave the private stuff, which I was beginning to identify, with the public collection stuff. I went back to the trust. They were not interested in underwriting a second signature of color, which we're talking now at a time when you needed color separations, and it was a 4 or 6 color printing process. It was much more expensive and much more complicated than it is now with digital images.
Mm.
And I was in the Vos gallery looking around for possible pictures for the book, and I ran into a guy who was a friend of my husband's, a picture dealer, and he had a lovely Edmund Tarbell that he had bought from people who had bought it directly from Tarbell. It had never been reproduced.
Wow.
And he was delighted. It was a absolute honey. And he said, I want to publicize the picture, and I'll give you $10,000 if you'll put it on the front cover of the book.
Mm-hmm.
I leapt like a trout to the flock. I also figured, working with him, I figured out that if a privately owned picture was consigned to a gallery and I wanted it for the book, the way to handle it was to ask the gallery or the owner to pay for the color separation and then throw on a printing charge, which worked out to about $750.
Okay.
So I proceeded with that business model, and I got my second signature of color.
Fantastic. That worked out well for you in the end.
Yes, it did. It worked out very well. And this is one gets through. Nothing in my background had taught me about commercial negotiation, but I was learning.
Sure, sure. And sorry, go on.
So from that point on, I was publishing books. The gallery in New York, it was the Hammer Gallery, said it would be helpful if there was a museum exhibition of Gamel's work. And I had to be out at the Mary Hill Museum in Goldendale, Washington anyway. And they took me under their wing and taught me how to put together an offering pamphlet for a traveling exhibition, how to price it, and what somebody, probably me, would have to do on the trust's end to pull this off, particularly once the pictures started to travel.
Mm-hmm.
And I learned a lot. We sent out a lovely offering document. We got several museums that signed on initially and then more added on later. And that was one of the key pieces of my education, because the trust wanted me to travel with the pictures when they arrived at the new museum. I would be the person who would do the condition reports to make sure there was no damage to throw back on the insurance company.
Mm-hmm.
I would consult with the borrowing museum on the hanging. I would give lectures as appropriate at their request, and generally explain what was going on with the pictures and be there. untitled guest curator while the show was up,
Mm.
and it worked like a charm. And we had a good run in the United States, and the pictures traveled also to England and Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
So it was, from my point of view, that was a priceless experience because every museum has the same goals, basically, but each institution has its own idiosyncratic way of achieving the common ends. Much the way everybody eats breakfast, but different households eat different foods, and they who cooks and who cleans up varies from place to place.
Mm. Sure.
And so that was I particularly when I went on to become executive director of the Cape Cod Museum of Art, I had tremendous number of examples in my head of how to get something done without necessarily doing it the quote normal way with large staff and great expenditure of money.
Mm-hmm.
And it was
Great.
fun.
Yeah, it sounds like a really great experience you had, which would help you in the future organizing other exhibitions. A great
Yeah.
learning curve. Yeah, yeah. Now, Elizabeth, can I ask, with Mr. Gamel's paintings, now we've mentioned that majority of them, or a lot of them are in museum collections. In regards to private collections, are there many out there that are privately owned?
Yes. In fact, I would say that there are more are privately owned than are in museum collections. When he died, we had 425 inventoried works of art plus 3 folios of uninventoried drawings.
Mm-hmm.
And we finished the life of the trust with no leftover art.
Okay.
So there's there are what maybe 20 museums that own his work. So you can do the math and figure out that most of his work is in private hands, and that's not counting works that he sold during his lifetime or works that he gave to his students.
Right. Now,
So there, as it should be, there's a lot out there.
sure, sure. Now, do you own many of Mr. Gamel's works yourself?
I own a fair number because um, he gave some to my father.
Mm-hmm.
He gave some to me. I have bought some, not many, but a few. And so I would say I have quite a decent collection.
Great, great. Do you put them on display or do you
Yeah,
archive them?
a lot of them are on display in the house, and a certain number are framed and stacked in the studio because the house was built in 1730.
Mm,
And very often there are, well, pictures are hung salon style where they're small enough to get away with that.
mm.
And pictures hang on doors. Some doors have pictures hanging on both sides. Uh, I'm sort of at the end of my rope when it comes to wall space.
That's fascinating. Would you ever consider selling the works that you own, or are they something you would like to hold on to?
Um, it's interesting. My 3 children have their favorite works in the house, and there's quite a lot hanging that isn't Gamel. And I'm basically going to leave it to them to decide who gets what.
Hmm.
Um, and beyond that, they can set about selling things off and dividing the money.
Sure, sure.
It's the way I was brought up in an art-based household is the safest place for a picture is on the walls of somebody who spent otherwise usable money to acquire the painting.
Yeah, sure, sure.
And I think that makes perfect sense. Um, and tastes change. The dollar value of a picture goes up, down, and sideways.
Yeah.
The classic example is Caravaggio, who was very successful in his lifetime, went into a 400-year eclipse to be rediscovered by collectors
Hmm.
after the rise of the French Impressionists.
Hmm.
Painters always knew he was good, but the picture buying public which tends to be more fashion driven
Right.
side of him. And one can either be driven nuts by that, or one can simply say that's the way the world works, shove it off, and get on with life.
Sure. One thing I wanted to go back to for a moment there, Elizabeth, was you mentioned the Boston Athenaeum. Now, I understand the Boston Athenaeum was really where European art was introduced in America. Is that right? Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was the neoclassical sculptor Antonio Canova who donated a series of plaster casts to the Boston Athenaeum, and that really housed the first European collection. Is that correct?
As far as I know, it is. And then I believe they gave those to the Museum of Fine Arts when they opened their doors in the 1880s.
Oh, okay. So,
Okay?
right. So,
The Athenaeum dates from the early 19th century, and they have always had an interesting collection of work, including the two Gilbert Stuart portraits of Martha and George Washington.
oh, okay. Right.
Okay, and they have continued to expand their collection, and yes, they do have a gamma.
Lovely, lovely. So the Boston Museum School came after the Athenaeum.
Yes, significantly.
Okay, sure. Good. I just wanted to get that in order. Now, coming back to Mr. Gamble and his personal life, why do you believe it is that Mr. Gamble never married?
He came close. When he was in Provincetown in 1915, summers, so 14 and 15, I believe, he met an English girl who was studying with Charles Hawthorne as well. Her name was Madge Kitchener, and she was Lord Kitchener's niece. And they thought very highly of each other. And he proposed, and her family said no. They didn't care how distinguished an American family he came from. No American was that distinguished. End
Hmm.
of state. Uh, he was about 5'1", and that was kind of short even back in the day. And he and Madge Kitchener wrote letters to each other throughout their shared lifetime. And when she died, her heirs were instructed to return to him the diaries that she kept in Provincetown in the 2 summers that they were there together.
Hmm. I
So,
see.
so um, one of the reasons that he was such good friends with the sculptor William Bulgar is that Bill Bulgar had been left at the altar by a girl.
Okay.
Literally, literally, she just didn't show up for their wedding.
Oh, okay, right.
With the
Yeah.
attendant embarrassment that, well, it would be horrible anytime, but it was no joy in the early 20th century.
Hmm.
Bill ultimately met his wife Alice and fell in love again, and they married. Um, the, the okay. I also think that my late godfather may have been gay,
Is that
and
right?
I don't think he knew that necessarily. Um, we never directly talked about it, but he loaned me books on Vida Sackville West, who had an interesting ménage à trois with her husband and her lady lover.
Mm-hmm.
And he wanted to know what I thought of it. And I was a married woman myself at the time. And I read it. I said, I think it's fascinating and good for them for all being able to accommodate it.
Hmm.
And he smiled, but it wasn't a giddy smile. It was a knowing smile, and said, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Hmm.
And reading his diaries, which I will admit was very hard for me because I was taught you never read somebody else's
Yeah,
diaries.
sure.
Having said that, when you're the biographer, you damn well better read the diaries. I was in England with the Hound of Heaven, and through my friend Bridget Boardman, met Elizabeth Longford, Lady Longford, the great English biographer. She had me to tea, and basically it was a 2-hour affair where she was saying, "What are the troubles you're having writing this biography?" And I laid it all out, and she gave me a framework, an intellectual and emotional framework to use to approach my subject, even though I had known him and was very fond of him, in a professional manner. It was priceless,
Mm.
absolutely priceless.
Now, the sculptor that Mr. Gamble befriended, who was left at the altar, he was particularly close with him because of the shared heartache that they felt, perhaps.
Well, there was that, but also the Bogars lived in Provincetown. Ives and Bill Bogar were both members of the Beachcombers Club. They were friends with William Paxton. They had all kinds of aesthetic and intellectual things in common.
Mm.
It was just one of those rare friendships that comes up in the course of a lifetime, maybe two or three times when you really click on with somebody.
Sure, sure. Now, this rejection that Mr. Gamble had experienced from the lady Match Kitchener's family, do you think that is something that deeply affected him throughout his life?
Um, I think it was a concrete example of a lesson that we're all taught about at childhood, where sometimes you things don't go right, even if you think they should. Life isn't fair. Deal with it.
Mm, sure,
I mean, that that was a particularly stuffy point of view the Kitcheners expressed, but that was their point of view, and they were sticking to it. End of statement.
sure. Do you believe that Mr. Gamble was a celibate man?
No,
Sure.
I say that because of evidence. Oh God, how do I say this politely? I think he had relationships with women that resulted in unwanted pregnancies that were resolved medically.
Okay, yes, yeah, I understand. Sure, sure. Well, one thing I'm quite fascinated by, and I hadn't heard it until you just mentioned it, was the speculation that he was a homosexual, and that's fascinating. But there isn't any solid evidence that that's the case.
No, there is no solid evidence. And that again goes back to his being an Edwardian. The the concept of being gay and the whole uh, vocabulary that goes with sexual identification, with which we are all so familiar right now,
Hmm.
was introduced after he was an adult.
Okay.
Okay, uh, the normal course was to meet, marry, have children,
Mm-hmm.
and that was what was normal. And nobody talked or wrote about not doing that. Now, clearly, it happened, um, and the but nobody. I'm sure people talked. Um, there are there are love letters that exist from the medieval times onwards
Hmm.
that suggest it. But remember, this was first of all, it was against the law. It was a time when, like it or not, whether they individually believed in it or not, a huge majority of the population gave lip service to the tenets of organized religion, and that was way out of bounds.
Hmm. Sure.
So it would have to have produced a great deal of guilt, possibly self-loathing, great discomfort. Um, and there's a point where you're speculating about what goes on in somebody else's head at a time which is so radically different from the times in which we live. When I don't think it does justice, but I reading his diaries and his reflections about some of his students. I think it's quite possible that he was gay.
That's fascinating.
Now, whether he knew it or not, I don't. He probably knew it at the end,
Hmm.
but I don't think he knew it while he was living it.
Right, right, sure.
I have a friend who is now married to a wonderful gal. They're lesbians.
Hmm.
And Leslie, I know she's the same age as I am, so she was born in 1945.
Right.
And she said it took her into her 30s to figure out what the issue was.
Mm, sure, sure.
And we're talking somebody with a PhD in psychology.
Yeah,
So there, it's there's tremendous pressure on an individual if they believe that they are different from what the accepted norm is
oh
and how
yeah,
to handle that difference.
sure, absolutely. Now, in that case, just coming back to Match Kitchener for a moment, Elizabeth, could we conclude that Mrs. Kitchener was the love of Gamel's life?
I would say that, yeah.
Okay, okay, good.
And
Now,
remember, he was quite young at that point, Emilio, and he was an art student. This is the man who gave up first drinking, then going to late-ish dinner parties, and ultimately gave up going to the opera, which he loved, in favor of listening to recordings on his record player or broadcasts of the Met. Why did he give it up? Because it got in the way of painting. Who knows what kind of a husband he would have been?
that's right. Yeah, tremendous sacrifices he made
Yes, and that was for art.
for art. Yeah, incredible. So, in a sense, we could say that the one true love of his life was his work, was his art, his painting,
Yeah, and the teaching.
and the teaching. Yeah, absolutely. When I think of Mr. Gamble, coming to reflect upon what I've learned about him so far and his character, his manner, I get a sense that he was a Edwardian gentleman, chivalrous, well-mannered when he wanted to be. However, could he be quite colourful with his language when he wanted to be?
Not colorful the way we say it now. If he had at his most outraged, it would have been a tone of voice uh, that was the giveaway, not the language. I never heard him say even "oh damn."
Okay.
Okay, it was, and he had a wonderful command of the English language, and when he was excited about something, he would use it. So he could, in modern parlance, rip you a new one, and he wouldn't use any foul language. He would use very complex sentences and very specific vocabulary about your character, about your laziness or not,
Hmm.
about your dereliction of duty.
Hmm.
Dereliction of duty was probably one of the cardinal sins.
Right.
If you had a duty to perform, you did it.
Yeah,
And
sure. Sure, sure. That's really interesting. Uh, so when we think about Mr. Gamble and this kind of attitude that he's had, this character, it sounds like he was very good at perhaps belittling people. Would that be correct?
oh yes, and his students suffer. Well, when he was growing up and at the Groton School, the approved method of getting students to motivating them to work harder was to pit them one against the other.
Yeah,
I think I
sure.
mentioned they
Yeah,
would
yeah,
post the grades on a test in grade order on the door of the classroom.
that's right. Yeah.
And he would go after people and belittle them
Mm.
to make them rebel against what he was saying and prove him wrong. And that goes back to the notion of duty in the old fashioned sense.
Interesting. Really interesting character.
It was fascinating, absolutely fascinating.
Now, Mr. Gamble died on Wednesday, the 7th of January, 1981, due to heart
No,
failure.
no, he died on the 27th of March, 1981.
27th of March 1981.
Yep.
And this was due to heart failure. Do you
Yes,
believe that before he passed, he had achieved a sense of inner peace?
that's a good question. No, he, and I say that based on reading even his diary entry the night before,
Wow.
because he viewed his life's work as passing this tradition, and he was frustrated beyond belief at his own failing facilities.
Mm.
The night before he died, we were all at the St. Botolph Club because there was an opening of the work of Arthur Spear, who was a painter that he knew, and had lived in Arthur lived in Connecticut, I believe, and the exhibition opened at 6, and there was going to be a dinner at 7:30. He was not going to stay for the dinner, but he wanted to see the pictures, and the St. Botolph Club was half a block from his house. And he arrived with Bob Moore, who was at the time his senior student, and took an elevator up to the second floor to begin looking at the exhibition. The way they hang pictures at the St. Botolph Club is on the grand staircase. So if you take the elevator up to the second floor, you have pictures hanging there, and then you walk down the stairs and you could see the rest of the show.
Okay.
Uh, he was, um, I would say, on the broad landing halfway down from the second to first floor, and he felt weak. I was standing there. He had 3 or 4 students with him, and he looked weak quite suddenly.
Mm.
And he got down to the bottom of the stairs and said, "I've got to go home." So Bob Moore went out and got the car and brought it around, and we got him out onto the sidewalk and then into the car. And Bob drove around the block to get him to his apartment and walked him up. And I guess he felt better when he was inside because he wrote in his diary, but he was um, not exactly complaining, but despairing about his inability to do such a simple thing as to go through that exhibition.
Mm.
And he wrote in his diary that he was going to get up the following morning and do some writing rather than go to the studio.
Okay.
Give himself an easy day. And then the next thing that happened was at 6 o'clock, a little after 6, the following morning, Margaret McDonald, who was the general housekeeper, who also had lived in the apartment, called me up and said, "I think he's dead, but I can't go in and look."
Mm.
So I got up and got dressed and walked around the corner and knocked. There was no answer on his bedroom door, so I went in, and he was unmistakably dead and cold
Mm.
to the touch.
So you found him.
Yes.
Mm. Mm.
And so Margaret was a wonderful soul from Nova Scotia, and she was spooked about being alone in the house with a dead body. So I gave her some money and suggested she go around the corner to a hotel and have her breakfast there. And I'd come fetch her. I would call the lawyer and find out where we go from there. And that's exactly what happened. I called the lawyer, who said he would meet me with the doctor at 8:30 at the apartment. So I went around the corner again, this time a little bit more presentably dressed,
Mm-hmm.
and collected Margaret, and we stopped at Dunkin' Donuts and got some donuts and coffee to offer the doctor and the lawyers when they arrived, and went back to the apartment. She didn't mind being in the apartment when I was there. And in due course, the lawyer came with Ives's doctor, who pronounced him dead, and the body was removed. And of course, Margaret really needed calming down a lot. So we stayed and we did that. And I was feeling quite actually shell shocked. And I went back to the apartment, and well, from his apartment, I'd called the office and said I was going to be late coming to work. And I talked to Bob and I went back to work. That no point in sitting around chewing my fingernails. I could do that as well at the office, and I had stuff to distract me.
Wow. So you really just got on with things.
Yeah, because there was nothing else to do.
Right. Absolutely. And that's a great attitude to have as well. Now,
But yeah, anyway, go on.
I was going to ask Elizabeth regarding the St. Bartol's Club. Now, I've heard this mentioned several times from prior Gamel students that it was Mr. Gamel's social hangout. Now, when I think about it,
No, that was the Tavern Club.
oh, sorry, the Tavern Club was his local, and then the St. Bartol's Club, was that more of a prestigious gentleman's club?
They were both prestigious gentlemen's club, but of with a different flavor. The Tavern Club was over just on Boylston Place, which is the other side of Boston Common. It was particularly a lunch club. Oh, by the way, at the time, these were both men only
Oh, were they?
operations.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. We didn't go co-ed in Boston until a time after that.
Oh, okay.
Um, but he would go to lunch at the Tavern Club where he had been a librarian for years, and people would gather in their library and have cocktails before lunch and then go to lunch, sometimes in prearranged groups, sometimes just sitting at the club table.
Hmm.
And he would go and hold court. His views, which were freely expressed, weren't always complimentary to other members. But the workaround for that was other members didn't come on the days that he came for lunch.
Hmm. Hmm.
And he'd been a member for over 50 years, so he was kind of a taken as an institution.
Right.
But his word was absolutely honored when it came to matters of art that the club owned.
Sure. Sure.
And
Now, what, sorry, go
go
on.
ahead. Say the Tavern Club also was known for its theatricals, and they would have once or twice a year plays that had been written by members and were acted in by members. Again, men only, so men had to take the female roles as well.
Oh,
And
okay.
apparently they were quite a lot of fun. And he acted in them frequently when he was younger.
So, well, if I'm understanding correctly, the Saint Bartol's Club, there was theatre available for the gentlemen. It was a restaurant. Is that pretty much on target?
That is the Tavern Club.
The Tavern Club. Okay.
Yes, they did not regularly have dinners served.
Oh,
They
okay.
had club dinners, but they were principally a lunch club.
Mm, mm. Okay.
And then um, the St. Botolph Club, on the other hand, which was also all men, had painters and writers and musicians. And they had, I would say, a larger programmatic offering. They also had a ladies' dining room so that you could bring ladies for lunch or dinner. Um, and if you wanted to be just with the guys, there was a separate dining room for that. But there were women in the club routinely, as opposed to the tavern where we were not allowed until later in the game.
I see. Okay. Right. Regarding that time, Elizabeth, as well, when we think about the whole idea of courtship and the conduct between a male and female, we see this in movies and we harken back to it and it's kind of romanticized. Was it really like that back then?
He tells me it was,
Mm-hmm.
and I can believe it because when, well, for instance, I also knew his mother. She died when she was 102, and I was 16. So I knew her quite well. She was terribly fond of me and would arrange sometimes to come out in a car with a driver and pick me up from school and take me someplace. It was usually clothes shopping. And she was super indulgent,
Mm.
sort of like a fairy godmother.
Sure, sure. So you got
But
you got a glimpse into that sort of lifestyle through her?
yes, and for instance, she taught me we we'd have these lunches on Saturdays, and at the end of the meal, if I wanted dessert, I had to earn it, and the way I earned it was her maid would bring out a tray with a menu card and enough equipment to set the place. But some of the things I needed would be lacking, and there were some things that I didn't need. And so that's how old Mrs. Gamble taught me how to set a place for a banquet depending on the menu.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in 74 years, I've used that knowledge exactly twice because nobody does it that way anymore.
Sure.
Uh, I don't know about Australia, but I haven't seen finger bowls in use in this country since the very early 1970s.
Absolutely. No, I have. Perhaps amongst the rich, but no, yeah, tend to not to be used very much over here. So that's really interesting. I mean, what an experience for a young lady to have been introduced to that kind of high culture, I suppose, back when you were quite young.
Well, I think it. I asked her later why she was doing this for me, and she said because if you run into a situation where a table is set for service this way, you'll know basically what to expect.
Right. Yeah.
At that point, we're talking about the middle 1950s, and this kind of service had gone out of use in most situations. Even when, at one point, I was at a dinner at the French Embassy in Ottawa, Canada, and it was a very formal dinner, and they didn't even have all the bells and whistles. But I suspect that she didn't want to accept necessarily that this was all dead and gone,
Mm.
and so she was sharing. And it's um, I have the finger balls with the little uh, plates under. They make wonderful ice cream dishes. Nobody has to know their finger balls.
Sure, sure. Uh, well, thinking back to that time as well, Elizabeth, when we think about courtship and how the conduct was between a male and female, I understand it was a lot more of a kind of process to be undertook there. You wouldn't just approach a female perhaps and ask if she would like to perhaps attend a dance or something like that. Was it more of a sense of you had to go to the father and ask the father's permission, and then he would grant the gentleman permission to court the young lady?
I have no idea. I'll tell
Sure.
you what. Even at that point, in the early part of the 20th century, um, debutantes went to debutante balls. The rule of thumb, I am told, was that the hostess would invite 3 men for every woman.
Okay.
Okay? Dinner partners were assigned, and there were 2 other guys who were just available in the stag line.
And
So
what was their role?
to keep the girls dancing.
Oh, okay, to
There were
entertain
dance,
them.
there were dance cards. So I don't think there was dating the way we do it so much as there were events where young people of similar background would get to know each other.
Yeah.
But see, that was already breaking down. Madge Kitchener, on her own, was in the United States studying painting with Charles Hawthorne. And where was she living? She was living at a rooming house.
Mm, yeah.
I mean, the writing was on the wall even in 1914 and 15. And then you get the First World War,
Mm-hmm.
and that changed the rules dramatically.
Sure. So it's about approximately this time we start to see that breakdown in culture.
Yep.
Sure, sure.
Is it a breakdown in culture, or is it just a move to a more civilized and less ritualistic way of doing things?
Well, that can be argued, yeah, sure. Now, coming back to Mr. Gamble and just prior to his death in 1981, was there any last conversation or discussion that you had with him that really has stuck with you to this day?
Not really. I remember as he was leaving the club, Bob Hunter and I think David Lowery were helping him down the stairs, and went up to him and gave him a kiss, and I said, "How are you feeling?" And he said, "I think I'm better now that I'm out of the crowd."
Mm.
And I said, "Well, I'll call you tomorrow," and he said, "Fine."
And that was the last time you saw him.
Yeah,
After Mr. Gamble's death, how was the Boston community affected? I mean, was it affected at all?
it wasn't affected at all, really. He was 86 years old. He was the center of his studio universe. He was considered very idiosyncratic by his fellow clubmen. I think some were very fond of him. Harry Lodge and David Crockett were. Um, I think some people like Perry Rathbone, who was the director of the Museum of Fine Arts, and Ives insisted on calling him Perry the Ratbone. They were both members of the Tavern Club, and Perry was somebody who wouldn't go to lunch if he knew Ives was going to be there.
Yeah, sure.
And um, that's real life.
Hmm.
Um, his expressed request was that he not have any kind of a funeral or memorial service. He wanted his body cremated, and he wanted to be interred in the family plot at the Swan Point Cemetery outside of Providence. And that was done. His niece, Helena Hope Gamble,
Hmm.
uh, wanted to make sure it was done on a timely basis, and she kind of nagged the lawyer to get it done. So it was the 11th of April, and I don't have that good recall usually, but I remember the 11th of April. And Bob and I drove Margaret McDonald, who was his housekeeper, and Margaret Flanagan, who had been his maid of all work at one point and had served his mother for many years, down to Swan Point. Helena Hope had arranged a little green tent to go over where the gravesite would be and had organized an Episcopal minister to come and inter the body and say prayers. There were 6 chairs under that green tent because Helen Hope was going to be there, and Bob and I and the 2 Margarets were going to be there. That was 5. And Gene Klebanoff, who was the husband of Ives's other niece who had died tragically in January, was also going to be there.
Hmm.
6 people, 6 mourners, 6 chairs. That makes sense, right? Right.
Sure.
Okay. Um, the word had gotten out, however, and whether it was through the lawyer or the trust officer, I'm not prepared to say. When people said, "Is there going to be a service?" and the answer was no, but there will be an interment at Swan Point. 150 other people showed up.
Wow.
And it was one of those uniquely horrible days you get in New England. Swan Point overlooks Narragansett Bay. It was cold, it was drizzly, and the wind was whipping whitecaps in Narragansett Bay.
Mm, mm.
And these people just stood there, not under the tent.
Oh no, so they were getting wet. Yes.
Yes. And the Episcopal minister, who was young, and I'm sure well intentioned, felt he was rising to the occasion, and he eulogized the deceased, but he'd never met the man.
Mm.
And his eulogy was one of the most amazing flights of fancy I've ever been witness to.
Wow.
And he went on, and he went on, and he went on. And 45 minutes later, Helena Hope cleared her throat and said, I think we'd best get on with it, Father. And so he put the little box of ashes in the hole and put the ceremonial uh, trowel of earth on top, and then we got to leave. And of course, Helena Hope was mortified because if she realized there'd been a crowd, she would have laid on a place to go afterwards and
Sure.
uh, something else. But
So she wasn't aware that there was 150 people behind her.
no,
Wow.
not well. Not until she wasn't aware that they were coming until
Oh,
they just sort of showed up.
yeah, yeah. Sure.
It was bizarre.
I imagine it would have been. Do you think Mr. Gamble had requested, and he was very insistent that there would be no big crowds at the funeral, perhaps because he didn't like to be in big crowds? Is that why?
No, he he didn't like funerals. Period.
Okay, sure.
Um, he thought they were, and he really loathed eulogies. I think a lot of people do because very often they're given, as this one was, by somebody who didn't know the deceased or by family members who are breaking down every other sentence.
Mm,
Um, so it's, and he wasn't a fan of organized worship.
sure, sure.
Uh, I think he also felt that the people he most cared about were already dead.
Mm,
And there were some people there who my husband, with a twinkle in his eye, said, I bet they came because they wanted to make sure he really was dead and gone.
oh wow, that's yeah, that's quite sad, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so it was an interesting thing. It has led me whenever somebody asks me what should we do, I said, well, you can have a uh, very simple religious service, but it's really best to have the possibility for people who want
Mm,
to come, also to support the living.
yes. Yes,
And
absolutely.
I'm a great believer in letting the surviving family or friends do that which is going to make them feel the most comforted.
Absolutely.
After all, the dead person is they may be the cause for the gathering, but their personal preferences have
Right.
no
Yeah.
room in the planning process.
Sure. That makes sense. Now, did Mr. Gamble like crowds in general?
I didn't seem to mind them.
Hmm.
Um, as he got older, and I think this is a trait of growing older, he was a little leery of being pushed, shoved, or having shoulders rubbed because he wasn't all that steady on his feet.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And he was never really great on small talk. Um, some people can chat up anybody, and they're very comfortable doing it. Other people, not so much.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he falls in the other people, not so much category.
So, if one was to make small talk during a conversation, would Mr. Gamble just sort of wander off?
No, but he would he would actually avoid situations like going to tea where you know you have to make small talk.
Mm,
And because he didn't drink, he avoided cocktail parties.
sure.
And if he was in a group and somebody was um, think of the person, oh, you paint, isn't that so interesting?
Yes.
He was not good at fending off that kind of what he would view as a stupid remark.
Yes. Yeah.
And he might let the fact that he thought the person asking the question was stupid show.
Oh, okay. Right. Right. Now, moving forward, it is said that when Mr. Gamble passed, he was hopeful but not certain that he had been successful in passing on what he had ascertained from his teacher, William McGregor Paxton, and the great tradition of picture making. You are quoted in saying, quote, "I accepted and loved him as part of my extended family, and it was not until after his death that I began to examine his paintings with a more critical eye. I came to believe that the merit of his work had been overlooked by his contemporaries because his idiom was seriously out of step with the taste of the times in which he lived and worked." Unquote. Why do you see it as your duty to keep Mr. Gamble's legacy alive?
Well, when I was 16, he said, "Listen, I want you to be my literary executrix,
Mm-hmm.
and I want you to oversee, in your judgment, the best time the publication of my unpublished manuscripts, and I want you to keep track of uh, the way the art world is going and make a contribution if you can in words." Now, Uncle Ives and Daddy had both told me if anybody ever asks you something very important, you must not give an answer right away. You must say, "Let me think about it. I'll get back to you next week." And having been taught that, that's just what I said. And he was not pleased. But he took it. I'll say it. He took it. And of course, the next week I said yes. Um, and then after I married Bob, most Sunday afternoons, about 3 o'clock, he'd come over to our apartment and stay till 4:30 or 5, reflecting on, gosh, all kinds of things. Sometimes it was art, sometimes it was personalities, sometimes it was current events. But he felt it was very important that we have these weekly conversations that would give me insight into his mind and his way of thinking.
Mm.
Um, and then, of course, I was named an advisor to the Picture Trust. And so that took up all my time until it didn't. And then I was the adjunct curator at the Maryhill Museum, overseeing the Transcending Vision exhibition while it was on the road. And for the longest time, I was just the go-to person if anybody wanted to know about Gamel.
Mm.
What's happened, and in art, as in everything else, there are fashions. And Ives has been dead for 37, 38 years.
Yeah.
And there seems to be, that means also that his students and the students of his students who have founded ateliers have been at it long enough for us to see whether they've made a go of it or not.
Mm.
Now, next week I'll be going out to Minneapolis because the Atelier Lac, as Dick Lack founded it, is celebrating its 50th anniversary.
Yes.
So I'm going out. I'll be giving my lecture on Gamel on Saturday, going to a big fundraising reception that they're having on Friday night in hopes of starting to raise the money to either buy or build their own studio premises.
Yes, I've heard that. Yeah.
And it is dawning on me that in many ways I'm the last person who knew Ives Gamel as well as I knew him.
Mm.
There are former students of his, like Charles Cecil, who are just about my age, and there are a lot who were younger. So none of these people knew him in the 50s.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
And you see, and as once I'd committed to being the literary executrix, I would also ask my father questions.
Mm.
And sometimes I just got an enigmatic smile and a reminder that the leaves of the book of life sometimes stick together, which was a nice way of saying none of your business, dear. um, but it's I guess the real answer to your question is it never occurred to me not to, because Uncle Ives and his painting and his teaching, which involved my father and my husband, is so ingrained to who I am. Um, it's just ingrained to who I am.
Hmm.
And the reality is, because this is an obligation that I took on when I was young and didn't know what I was getting into, but I still took it on. And I have never been in a position where I felt I was being forced into something by others.
Mm.
You know, the story is always about the businessman who wants their son or daughter to take over the family firm, and the kid doesn't want any part of it.
Yeah, yeah.
And and this, I trained in economics and political science. The day Uncle Ives died, I went back to work at State Street Bank, where I ran foreign exchange and Eurodollar operations.
Mm. Yeah,
And so I have I have come into this quite slowly, gradually, with my eyes open and by choice.
sure, sure. So would
So
you, sorry, go on.
it's almost it's like my eye color. It's part of me, and I can't change it,
Yeah,
and never to me to question it.
sure. So would you claim today that you are the uh, the main scholar on RHR's Gamel?
Oh, I guess so. I'm not one for. That's when you put it that way, it's so scary.
Mm.
Um,
Well, let me put it like this. I see it, in order for us to understand more about Mr. Gamma, we have a number of options. We can go to his former students, or we can go to his family. And you were part of the family. Uh,
yeah, I would. Okay, I'll back off. I will say I am probably uniquely qualified to talk about my late godfather at this point.
you provide more of an intimate overview of Mr. Gamble.
Yeah, it's I just yeah, I guess I am.
I mean, who else could we go to other than you? Are there other
You can't
people?
you
There's
can't.
no one.
It's just
There's no one else.
no. I'll tell you quite honestly, it's just a little scary because that's a self-identification as the last man standing.
Yeah, yeah. Do you think about what who will carry on this legacy, Mr. Gamble, documenting Mr. Gamble's work and the future of his own paintings and teaching after you have gone?
I devoutly hope I'll live long enough to get the unpublished work published.
Mm,
And then it becomes the scholarship moves into the public domain.
mm,
Um, and whether it's ever going to get the imprimateur of the scholarly art world, I don't know. And I'll tell you why. As far as I know, there is still only one gal who's ever been able to get a PhD on the work of William Paxton. And it's not because there isn't information there, it's because when people are proposing to go for PhDs, they either have a burning idea of what they're going to do, in which case they have to sell their advisor, or the advisor, talking to some colleagues, comes up with some ideas about what might be a reasonable way of catching their interest.
mm-hmm.
Agree with me on that?
Yeah, sure.
So whether uh, it works out that who's going to suggest that you go find out about Ives Gammell?
Mm,
It would take a tectonic shift in the art world to bring him to the fore.
sure, sure.
Uh, Now, that said, um, one of the sort of old saws that I've heard growing up was that the what goes on in the world of paint and painters is often a precursor of what will go on in the society. If that is true, the rise of abstract expressionism and the sudden explosion of isms that happened from 1913 through 1970s in the art world was a predictive element of what is going on worldwide culturally right now in terms of politics.
Mm,
If the resurgent in Gammel's way of teaching is also a predictor, things will settle down.
mm-hmm,
And I'm not sure about what the timing will be. I mean, I was thinking of the Armory show, that's 1913.
mm-hmm.
And let's say things begin to get seriously hairy in 2000. So that's a matter of 77 years. So if Gammel started teaching in 1950, there should be a swing coming at the end of the 2020s. Yeah?
Let's hope so.
Yes, indeed, let's.
Now,
But by the way, it was Jessica Todd Smith who was the young lady who got her PhD on William Paxton.
Jessica Todd Smith. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Has she gone on to release any
Yeah,
publications?
that I don't know. Her PhD thesis was published, but she is a curator at a museum on the East Coast, and I have no idea what it is. But I bet if you Google her,
Sure.
you'll get.
Yeah, absolutely. Today, considering how many teaching studios have developed around the world and the array of fine painters that are out there creating masterful works, I believe that we can reach a consensus that Mr. Gammel's efforts were successful. In saying
Yes,
this, if he were still around today, what do you think he would say about the resurgence of traditional realist art?
it's about time. And then, because Ives Gammell was Ives Gammell, he would use his critical eye, and not necessarily in a mean way, but perfection is God's thing. It's not a human attribute.
hmm
And he would be finding weak points in each curriculum,
Yes,
just as he found weak points in each student.
yes.
That, I think, is a perfectly fair thing to do because he was very aware of his own weak points.
Mm, mm. Do you believe nowadays, when you look at the current proliferation of teaching studios based on the lineage of Mr. Gammell, that Mr. Gammell is receiving the credit he deserves as being the preserver of a very rich tradition of art?
He is within the community,
Mm,
and um, we'll see whether he gets it publicly or not.
absolutely. Time will tell.
Yeah, and I would argue it doesn't matter what the public says because he clearly pulled it off. End of statement.
Sure. Moving on to your late husband, Robert Douglas Hunter. Mr. Hunter was born in Dorchester, Massachusetts on March 17, 1928. He was the son of George Irvin and Hazel Frances Costa Hunter. Can you explain a little about Mr. Hunter's childhood years?
Sure. Bob, first of all, Bob was a twin.
Oh, he was a twin.
He was a twin. And his twin brother, George Irvin Hunter, went on to become a priest in the Episcopal Church and had quite a long career as a teacher at uh, seminary, and his area of expertise in which he got a doctorate was field education, which means the training of seminarians to go out and be good priests in a church and a
Okay,
community.
okay. So sort of training missionaries?
Not no, not missionaries so much as people who would be serving in a parish
Mm.
right in a town.
So
And how,
pastors, yeah,
yeah,
sure. That's fascinating. So he was a twin. Did he have any other siblings?
there was a baby girl who was stillborn before George and Bob were born. Excuse me. But she was born and strangled on her umbilical cord. So
Oh, okay.
it took it took a few years for his parents to gear up their courage to have a try for a family again. And his Bob's mother, a tiny little thing, and was she describes having twins like hitting a brick wall.
She it was quite difficult for her to give birth.
No, it was what do you do when you have two hands and two babies and they both want their diapers changed at the same moment,
Sure, yeah, it's
or they both
challenging.
want to be fed at once?
Sure, sure. Now,
But the family lived in Dorchester until the boys were, I think, three. Yes, three. And then, despite the fact that there was a depression going on, they were doing well enough economically, so they bought a brand new house in a suburb of Boston called West Roxbury, and that's where the boys were raised.
hmm
And at the time when they were growing up, their house and one other were the only two around, and the two houses were surrounded by fields and orchards. And Bob loved going out, running through the fields, picking apples, going canoeing on the Charles River, just having a wonderful time in nature.
hmm So, mm, did Bob come from a wealthy family? Was his family fairly well off?
I would say solid middle class. Um, my mother-in-law's family had money and lost it. Not that they were destitute, but they were solid middle class. And uh, Bob's mother, let me get this right. Yes, his mother married a Mr. Costa, who was the son of a man who had been in the Portuguese Navy. And they came into Boston Harbor, and he jumped ship and signed up with the Union Army in the Civil War
Mm,
so that he could get American citizenship.
okay.
And when the war was over, he came back and settled in Roxbury, which was a middle class suburb at the time, and started a business that had they did sheet metal work, think roofs and gutters, and installed furnaces.
hmm
And business prospered. So that's what my mother-in-law's father did, and then dropping down a generation, um, my father-in-law, George Irvin Hunter, who had grown up on a dairy farm in Quincy, went to work with his brother-in-law in the family business, which was the sheet metal work and furnace installation.
Okay,
So I would say good, solid middle class family.
sure. And was Mr. Hunter's uh, mother, was she just a stay-at-home mum?
Hmm.
Okay, sure, sure. Is Mr. Hunter's brother, the twin, is he still with us or is he passed?
No, he died in 1995. He had Alzheimer's and he had Lou Gehrig's disease.
Okay, right.
We knew about the Lou Gehrig's disease. The Alzheimer's showed up on autopsy and explained some behavioral quirks.
I see. Right. Moving on. Mr. Hunter is today remembered as one of the first heirs of the Boston School, and throughout his life, he came to be known as a dean of the Boston School. Now, for listeners who are unfamiliar with the Boston School, it's a school of painting used to identify artists who received training based on 19th century academic and impressionist principles and methods that were patterned after Mr. Gamel's instruction, which he gained from his teacher, William McGregor Paxton, who, as we have come to learn, was a student of Jean-Léon Gérôme at the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris. Now, how is it that Mr. Hunter developed the name the Dean of the Boston School?
Okay, couple of you don't have a copy of Gamel's book, The Boston School, 1900 to 1930.
No.
Okay, let me see if I can get a copy and send it to you.
Oh,
That's
great.
important because the Boston School was a term used to describe a group of painters. William Paxton was one of them, who shared certain ideals. They knew each other. They were members of the same clubs, either St. Botolph or Tavern. They went back and forth. They socialized together. And I remember I was at the museum in Blackburn in England, and the office that they had assigned me to had vast numbers of art periodicals on the wall and the shelving. And I should have taken a Xerox, but I didn't. There was one, it was 1908, and there was an article about the Boston School of Painting.
Mm-hmm.
And it was these same guys. They, after you look at the group and the time period that Gamel described, there were already other people coming along who were younger, who were students of these men, and they were a continuation. But that's not what Ives was talking about. That dean of the Boston School thing came from a dealer in Orleans, Massachusetts, Julian Baird, who was a professor of English at Boston University and got into a tussle with the university's president, John Silber. And of course, when a professor tussles with the university president, he will lose. And Julian did. Bob showed at the gallery at Trees Place, which was the gallery that Julian ran. And having been a professor of English, he had a wonderful command of the language and wrote really, really well. And that dean of the Boston School thing was coined by Julian in an article promoting Bob's work for an exhibition at his gallery.
Mm,
And it stuck.
sure.
So that's the backside story. Where it goes from there, I think, is because Bob, as a personality, had tremendous amounts of charm. If he was talking to you, you had the feeling that there was nobody else on the planet who he would rather talk to.
Wow.
It's a gift.
Absolutely.
And he paid attention when he was talking to people. He had an encyclopedic memory. I'm good on faces. I'm not good on names. But what I discovered the first year of our marriage is if we were invited to a large cocktail party, for instance, if I just paid attention to where he was going and stayed, if you will, 3 or 4 people behind,
Okay.
and picked up on the people he was talking to, subsequently I would talk to them. And it was easy, it was fun, and he could tell me who I had been talking to and fill me in the backside story about them. It was wonderful. It was the kind of uh, handling that senior diplomats get from their staff when they go out to a reception.
Sure, sure. So,
But
so
this was my husband doing it for me.
absolutely. So, Mr. Hunter was really a people's person.
Yes, and he could do it um, effortlessly. Some people are people, and it costs them because it's not really there. It's just they have learned how to fudge it. But
Sure.
for him, it was real and it was easy. And he also, because he taught at the Vesper George School, he taught at the Jewish Community Center, he taught at the Worcester Art Museum. These were all um, classes for adult amateurs. These were not serious art classes for serious art students. But he had a wonderful way of getting the word out and encouraging. He felt very strongly he was teaching a language. And just as a language teacher would not presume to tell the student what sort of a poem he or she should write.
Mm.
So similarly, he was teaching a language and teaching a way of training the eye, but he didn't feel he had any right or desire to tell them what they ought to paint or do with that language.
So he wasn't imposing his own style onto his students.
No,
Sure.
no. The point of teaching was to give them the skills to express that which they wanted to express, that which was uniquely their artistic contribution.
Great, great. I understand Mr. Hunter knew from the age of 8 that he wanted to be a painter. Now,
Yes.
his formal training began at the same age when on Saturdays he would take classes at the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, where he acknowledged the benefits of the training he received there in aiding him in seeing abstract shapes that helped him achieve unity of design that he would sometimes or come to carry forward into his still life paintings later in life. Can you explain more about Mr. Hunter's early abstract training?
Yes, because I heard him talk about it a fair amount. The class that he resonated the most with him in later life was literally an abstract painting class. And the teacher was talking about basic design. It didn't have to be a thing you could recognize. It could be a shape defined by color, which is chroma,
Mm-hmm.
or degree of lightness or darkness, which is value.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, if it's a shape, there has to be some sort of a mass to it.
Mm-hmm.
And when Bob was setting up a still life, let's imagine it had a teapot and a copper container and some grass straws and some an orange and a couple of apples. He wanted to create an abstract design based on chroma and value, which was pleasing to the eye, which meant, in other words, that he was often using as a design element not the vase, but it could be the left side of the vase casting a shadow on a smaller copper piece and melding into a black velvet drape that was bunched up behind the vase. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Sure.
This is really tough to do orally, but it was it wasn't just the objects, it was the objects and the shadows that they cast.
It was all sort of seen as an abstract design.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
sure, sure.
Um, and so that's what he was talking about. And when he was at the Vesper George School of Art, he had one teacher, Harold F. Lindegren, who has Lindy was pretty well known and pretty successful during his lifetime. He slipped into complete obscurity. We have one quite lovely example of his work in the house, and you can see the strength of the abstract design. although it's a representational picture.
Mm. It takes an experienced eye to understand that as well, to be able to see that, to pick up on it.
Yeah, and as Bob always said, if you're painting what you see, you have to have a trained eye,
Mm.
and that doesn't happen overnight.
Sure, sure. Now, I understand Mr. Hunter attended classes at the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston until he was 16. He then went
Hmm.
on to graduate from the Boston English High School in 1945. While in high school, he trained with Carl Adams, a well-known watercolorist. Are you able to elaborate on what exactly Mr. Hunter learned from Mr. Adams?
No, I can't. I know he did watercolors a lot until about a year into his studying with Gamels, and then he just moved away from the medium.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sure.
He often reflected that it was one of the most fiendishly difficult mediums he'd ever gotten involved with.
Oh, yes. Yes, yes, definitely. After graduating from high school, Mr. Hunter enrolled in the Vesper George Art School in 1947 and subsequently joined the Marine Corps for 2 years between 1946 and 1947. Can you explain Mr. Hunter's duties during his years of service?
Okay, going back to the years, he graduated in 1945.
Okay,
He, okay, he did a term at Vesper George, so that would be fall 45. Went into the Marine Corps until he got out in 47,
yes.
and then went back to Vesper George.
So it was an
And
interrupted course of study.
yes,
Okay,
yes,
right.
and Vesper George was a commercial art school. Bob chose to take his course of study in illustration because in illustration you were taught things like artistic anatomy,
Mm-hmm.
which was no longer taught in art schools.
Sure.
But in the late 40s, illustrators were doing drawings for newspaper advertisements, fashion drawings for Vogue magazine, the whole 9 yards. Much of what is became to be photography or now computerized work was done by hand. And
Absolutely.
he wanted that training, and the only way he could get it was by getting a diploma in commercial illustration.
Absolutely. Sure. Yeah.
So that's what he did.
Great.
And he actually taught artistic anatomy at Vesper George 1 day a week until the school closed.
That's right. Yeah.
When he was in the Marine Corps, he did his basic training in Beaufort, South Carolina, and he stayed on there for 4 or 5 months as a riflery instructor. And then he was sent to Washington, D.C., where he was in charge of the correspondence art class that was run by the Marine Corps at the Marine Corps Institute for Marines who were stationed overseas.
Okay.
And okay,
Yeah.
he did that for a year. The other thing that he was a corporal, and Harry Truman was in the White House, and Harry Truman liked to have um, non-commissioned officers from the services available to be sort of escorts and pleasant young men to stand around when there were receptions at the White House. And Bob loved that.
Mm.
And he did that. And then when he left the Marine Corps, he went back to Vesper George and resumed his art studies.
Absolutely. Sure. So he was a rifle instructor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sure. So as you mentioned, Mr. Hunter finished his time in the corps and he returned back to the Vesper George Art School where he completed the prescribed course of study in 3 years and remained for an additional year of postgraduate study. I'm presuming there wouldn't have been a great deal of instruction around to study traditional painting during this time, so we can understand that the study of anatomy and drawing and draftsmanship was relegated to the illustration departments. But in regards to the general populace of art schools at the time, were there many other options to receiving a sound painter's training?
No,
Sure. So it was
It was only commercial art schools.
sure, absolutely. And the alternative to that would be to attend an art school and obviously be surrounded by modernist abstract painting.
Yes.
Sure. Now, did Mr. Hunter fit in at the Vesper George School? That is to say, how was traditional realist painting received at this school?
I think I don't know. I don't. Well, okay. Let me think about this. Vesper Lincoln George, for whom the school was named and was its founder, was quite a good representational painter. After he died, his daughter, Dorothy Lincoln George, took over running the art school. And when she stopped doing that, she actually sold the school to a man named Fletcher Adams. And he ultimately sold the school to the people who ran it for a year and then closed it because what they really wanted was the building. They were real estate developers at heart.
Okay,
Uh, so, plus the fact there at that point there was no need, as there had been, for a commercial art school
sure.
because you're sneaking into the time when you had digital imagery and you had CAD programs that could produce certain kinds of stuff. It That's the real answer to the question. I think lies in technology replacing human hands when it came to certain forms of non-fine art.
And what was Mr. Hunter's reaction to this kind of this kind of influx of the digital art making or design making processes?
He was fascinated by it. He had taken commercial art because that was the only way he would get to learn the things he wanted to learn. Um, by the time Vesper George went out of business, Ives Gamble was teaching, but Dick Lack was teaching. If that's what you wanted, you could pick it up in other places.
Hmm.
He did have friends, um, one who was a medical illustrator and another who was a botanical illustrator. These are men who were basically his contemporaries, both of whom were retired because their skills became obsolete given the computer. And now there's a market for people who can do that kind of illustration by hand because they've found the limits of technology.
I
Go
see.
figure.
Sure, sure. Now, are you able to elaborate on the course of training that Mr. Hunter undertook at the Vesper George School and what his work looked like during these years?
I don't know really what the course of study was, um, and I'm not sure where that information exists. It could be at the Archives of American Art, and you could do a digital search on that. And I'm wondering, I can check around to see whether Boston Historical Society has some of their papers.
Sure, great. Now, during these years at Vesper George School, I understand Mr. Hunter spent a considerable amount of time in the Boston Museum of Fine Arts carrying out master copies. Do you believe this was an important factor that helped him improve his knowledge of painting?
Yes,
Okay,
that's something that with it, within the tradition of that Gamel set up, copying masterworks from public and private collections, it goes without saying.
mm,
In fact, there's a wonderful passage in the Transcending Vision book. When Gamel was in Italy in the early 20s, he met a Mr. Luchoff who in Florence. Luchoff had been sent by the Tsar in around 1916 or so to go to the Uffizi and copy works to bring back to Mother Russia. Well, obviously, with the events of 1918, not only did Mr. Luchoff's stipend evaporate, but going back home didn't seem like a good idea either, so he stayed in Florence. And I Gamel learned about glazing and about egg tempera from Luchoff. Interestingly enough, Luchoff also worked with Pietro Annigoni,
Mm-hmm.
the great Italian painter.
Mm-hmm.
And it is, if you look at Annigoni's student, Mr. Angel,
Mm-hmm.
who has gone out and, well, you have one of Angel's students in video showing the site size method
That's right.
on your, yeah. I mean, so that's the Gamel and Annigoni knew each other, and one common thread was Luchoff,
Sure.
which is I think is very interesting.
Absolutely. Sure.
And it's the the Annigoni thread is very much Italian and Renaissance,
Mm-hmm.
and the Gamel thread is French Academy and Impressionism. They're different, but they have more in common than they have in difference, unless you happen to be a painter, in which case it's the ball game.
Sure, sure. Can I ask as well, Elizabeth, did Mr. Gamble and Pietro Annigoni have any conduct or any conversation that they maintained throughout their lives?
Yes, they did. When Annigoni was in Boston to paint the governor of Massachusetts, John Volpe, Gamel let Annigoni use his studio, Studio 408, which is where the students often were. In fact, my husband and Pietro Annigoni were having lunch at the Tavern Club the day John Kennedy was shot, and they didn't know what had happened until they came back to the Fenway Studio building.
That's
Addi-
fascinating.
Additionally, Annigoni did murals
Yes.
in the library of Chauncey Stillman, who was a friend of Ives's, and those
Yeah.
murals, I believe, are in New York State in a country house.
Hmm. That's fascinating. I wasn't aware of the link between Pietro Annigoni and Mr. Gamble. That's great. And great to know that Mr. Hunter had some contact with him as well.
Hmm.
Now, I understand Mr. Hunter graduated from the Vesper George School with a diploma of studio art in 1949 with honors. Subsequently,
It's not stop. It's not studio art. I went and looked. It's hanging framed in the studio. It's illustration.
okay, so he received a diploma of illustration in 1949 with honors.
Yes.
Subsequently, he began teaching there in 1950. He would keep teaching at the school until its closure in 1983. Now, what kind of curriculum was Mr. Hunter teaching whilst at the Vesper George School?
He was teaching artistic anatomy, um, and it was Hale's translation of Richet's anatomy book,
Sure.
and it took a whole year.
So it was a year training, like a course of
Yep.
training that went over a year. Okay, right. And what did that look like? Were the students required to draw from flat reproductions first and then progress to drawing bones?
I don't know.
Mm, mm.
Um, of course, I really don't know. He had great life-size drawings that he had done of the skeletal system and the deep muscles and then the superficial muscles.
Mm-hmm.
And those, when Vesper George closed, those came home to his studio at the Fenway Studio building, and
Okay,
I think he scrapped them when no no they came home to his studio in Needham, and I think they didn't make the move to our his studio in Walpole.
sure. Okay, right. Now, after this period, Mr. Hunter went on to train first with former student of Charles Webster Hawthorne, Henry Henchy, at the Cape Cod School of Art in Provincetown. After
Yeah, that was summers only, by the way.
So summers only in the Cape
Yep.
Cod School in Provincetown, after witnessing one of his landscape painting demonstrations. Mr. Hunter spent the summers of 1949 and 1950 training with Mr. Henchy, and thereafter intensively with Mr. Gamble in Provincetown and Boston between the years of 1950 to 1955. There is a somewhat tragic story that concerns the room that Mr. Hunter rented whilst studying with Mr. Henchy. Would you care to share it?
Oh, it's a wonderful story. Bob got down there. He had saved up the money for living expenses and tuition for the summer, and he had rented a room in the upper floors of Arnold's hardware store. And he took the money that he needed for art supplies and left the rest in the room and went off to the art supply store. And he was coming back down Commercial Street, loaded down with his art supplies, and he was stopped because Commercial Street was closed because Arnold's hardware store was on fire.
Mm.
And he talked his way past the policeman and stood and watched the building burn. And he was kind of in shock. He put the art supplies down and went up to a fireman and explained which room he had been renting and which window, because the window on the side was still there.
Mm-hmm.
And the fireman said, that's a burnt out shell. And Bob looked so devastated, the fireman let him climb the ladder, and sure enough, it was a burned out shell. There was no floor. The contents of the room had been incinerated. So he picked up his art supplies and he walked over to Henry and Ada Henchy's place and explained what had happened and wondered if he could leave his art supplies with them. And his plan was to hitchhike back to Boston and make some more money and then come back. And Henry and Ada said, we will keep the art supplies. You can stay with us tonight. And Henry gave him a bus ticket to get back to Boston the next day, which he did. And he got a job painting the interior of the Vesper George School of Art and had earned enough money to cover the summer. So he was back by the 4th of July.
Okay. So you consider that to be a wonderful story? Because I would imagine his studio burning down would have been somewhat of a tragic story.
Well, it blew him away. I mean, there was nothing to do, but he wanted to study with Henry. And so what do you do when the place burns down and you left your money there? First thing you learn is don't leave your money in anything but a bank.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't out the art supplies. He was coming back and he was able to get a job straight away. This was early May, and he came back by the 4th of July. So he worked for most of May and all of June, and he was back by the 4th of July.
So you're looking on the positive side of it. You're not trying to focus on the actual studio burning down.
No,
Okay.
because what's the point? If something horrible happens, you can't undo it, can you?
No.
The only thing you can do is come up with a decent plan B, and he really wanted to study with Henry. So that just means go back to Boston where you have a family so that you can live and get a job and make some money and come back.
Sure. Great. Now, I understand Mr. Henchy inspired Mr. Hunter to take his canvas outdoors and paint for the very first time. In regards to his training with Mr. Henchy, Mr. Hunter explains, quote, I saw Henry Henchy give a painting demonstration and was impressed with the way he dealt with color and mass. It was a new exposure for me because my training had been so linear. So the following summer, I went to Provincetown for studies with Mr. Henchy. It was the first time, literally, I had ever gone out of doors with paints and painted the effects of outdoor light directly on a landscape. When one is working out of doors instead of inside, the big shapes of nature are simplified even on a grey day. And the thing that intrigued me particularly about Mr. Henchy as a teacher is that he urged his students to use a palette knife, a blunt palette knife rather than a crude one, which is a crude instrument that forces you to capture big shapes and try to interrelate them, unquote. Can you further explain the training that Mr. Hunter embarked on with Mr. Henchy?
Well, if you paint, right?
Yeah,
Okay. So, if it's awfully easy when you're starting somebody out, um, they won't see the big masses. Let's say they're painting a house in a field.
okay,
Um, they'll get working on the house and they'll be putting in window mullions and shutters and maybe that cute little wreath on the door. The size of the brush gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And everything that they see is reduced to details that are not necessarily related to the whole visual experience.
sure,
So if you can't break it down with that much detail, as with a palette knife, you go first and foremost for the big shapes and the big values.
absolutely,
You cover the whole canvas. And if you can get the colors right, that's a huge step right there.
absolutely, yeah, sure.
And
So
so that's the point of the palette knife.
it forces you to see big and to remain focused on the general shapes rather than focusing so
Get
much time on the insignificant details.
Yeah, and little kids in grade school are taught the sky is blue, the grass is green,
Mm-hmm.
trees are green. Well, the trunk of the tree is brown.
Mm,
You know as well as I do no, it's not. It's all kinds of colors.
absolutely.
But if you were painting a landscape, you'd have a lighter green in the foreground where the sun was hitting the new grass, and a darker green behind it where the bushes are throwing a deep shadow over that new grass.
Sure,
And
sure.
it's getting people to see it that way, and then over time, slowly introducing those odd notes of color, which are there, but that don't fit in the sky is blue, grass is green rubric.
Absolutely.
And so, and Henry really was good at seeing all the glories of color. If we were walking around and it were not dark out, I would take you into the studio or into the living room and show you a wonderful landscape that Henchy did. High summer in Provincetown. He did it in the early 1930s. It's breathtaking
Mm.
and absolutely spot on as to color.
Did you ever meet Mr. Henchy yourself?
Oh Lord, yes, because the way it worked out, Uncle Ives left. His first summer was in Williamstown in 1963 or 4, and Bob took over his studio, which he was renting from Henry Henchy. When Bob and I married, well, actually, the summer we were engaged, I was down there a lot. And then once we got married, I was down there all the time every summer. Henry was teaching. There was a barn which had been floated over from Long Point, which was the original Provincetown settlement, with a great plaster wall dividing it in two. Henry ran the Cape School of Art on one side, and Bob's studio, was formerly Uncle Ives's, was on the other side. And so Henry was around all the time, and he'd come in for coffee, and he and his wife Ada and Bob and I would go out for dinner. No, he was a character, but I knew him awfully well.
Mm. Was his character similar to Mr. Hunter's, or was he more perhaps outgoing?
Henry was a fascinating character. He had grown up. Uh, his mother died when he was quite young. He grown up in Chicago with his father, who was a baker, and so Henry's diet growing up was heavily influenced by the by the stuff that came out of the bakery.
Okay.
Uh, Went to the Chicago Art Institute and studied sculpture, and then came to New York and studied painting at the Art Students League. Um, because of the rather starchy and sugary diet of his youth, he was attracted to a diet put forward by a Dr. Hayes. And Dr. Hayes's diet had a rule that you don't mix proteins and carbohydrates.
Okay.
And so finding a place to go to dinner, or God forbid, having Henry and Ada over for dinner at our house was always something of a culinary challenge. Um, but it was always fun. And he would talk for hours about painting and about Hawthorne. And Henry also felt, as Uncle Ives did, the pressure of being a representational painter at a time when the abstract expressionists and various other isms were taking control of the art world. That said, Hans Hofmann was an early abstract expressionist, had studio in Provincetown, and he and Henry got along very well, largely because they shared an interest in color.
Mm.
And Hoffman, according to Henschy, had a very fine eye. And they would spend hours talking happily about it. So there you have it.
Fantastic. And what was Mr. Henschy's opinion of his teacher, Charles Hawthorne?
He liked Hawthorne very much and kind of worshipped him. There was a gap. There had been a falling out between the two around the time of Hawthorne's death, and I'm not quite sure why, because Henry didn't take over the school directly. He took it over after a year or so, and he changed the name from the Cape Cod School of Art to the Cape School of Art.
Okay.
I don't know what the point of tension was, but I know it was there.
Sure. Now, Mr. Henschy is remembered as a fine colorist. Do you believe the color sensibility that characterizes Mr. Hunter's work was inspired by Mr. Henschy?
Clearly, because it was under Henschy's tutelage that Bob actually went out with paint into the landscape for the first time. Gamel brought his students out landscape painting as a regular thing, and so that continued. And I believe that Gamel refined and built upon what Bob had learned from Henschy.
Okay, right, I see. Now, I understand Mr. Hunter became aware of Mr. Gamel whilst posing for a study, and you have explained this somewhat. Can you explain more about the first meeting that's between Mr. Hunter and Mr. Gamel?
The very first meeting happened, as I've been told, by Bob, not by Uncle Ives, when Ives was looking for a model to pose for the Providence decorations. And Bob said he would be happy to do it. And that was simple and straightforward. He was studying next door with Henry Henschy. So he was an art student. And Ives was young enough at that point so that he had enough energy to be always interested in meeting new art students and possibly getting them to come and study with him.
Sure.
And so it was like that. Initially, there was no space at Gamel's studio for Bob Hunter, but then a slot became available and he took it.
Right. Now, did Mr. Hunter have to ask Mr. Gamel for the training, or was it something that was recommended?
Bob knew that Gamel had students. He posed with one of those students, and to keep the models animated, Ives always was a great believer in having people talk.
Mm.
And he would talk to them. And of course, the talk was about painting training.
Right.
So Bob then went to Gamel and said, I'd like to study with you. Is there room? And the answer was no, but I'll let you know when a space turns up.
Okay, I see.
And so that's how it happened.
I see. Right, that makes sense. Can you explain how Mr. Hunter's work changed during his training with Mr. Gamble?
I'm thinking of the pictures that were in his mother's house, which are now in our niece's house. They were initially landscapes, and then it, I don't know how to say it any better than to say they were kind of studenty landscapes, and then all of a sudden they got to look like professional landscapes
Mm,
because of better observation of color and because of better drawing.
absolutely.
And, and I'm not clear 100%. Well, no, I am, come to think of it, because I have a very early Hunter still life that was done when he was studying with Uncle Ives. It's a granite statue of a monk with a green drake behind it. And looking at the way it's painted, you'd know it was Hunter, even though when you think of Hunter now, it's an atypical subject.
Mm. Now,
And that would have been in the early 50s. So he was Gamel's student at that point. And I think there are no other still lives that I know of that are earlier than that, which means he either didn't paint them or he didn't keep them.
mm. Well, it's interesting that you say that Mr. Hunter's drawing ability improved from studying with Mr. Gamble, and I mean, due to the academic training that Mr. Gamble had received from Paxton and subsequently from Paxton's teacher Jerome, that link would have been very strong, I imagine. And then the color sensibility, obviously, from Mr. Henchy would have been a great duo to help form Mr. Hunter's initial sensibility.
Yeah, I
Sure.
think I think that's right.
Yeah. Did Mr. Hunter engage with cast study whilst he was working with Mr. Gamble?
Oh yeah, Uncle Ives started the kids out with casts. When he was at the Boston Museum School, he talked his way out of
Yeah,
the cast
the cast
drawing.
drawing. Yeah,
'Cause he thought it was boring,
yeah,
and he also felt a lot of times people made their students work on a cast drawing too long,
yeah,
and he felt that they made it too difficult and made the kids wait too long before they actually could go out and paint a landscape. So he switched it up and tried to have a certain amount of that going on the whole right from the first day or first quarter, so to speak.
yeah.
Uh, and I think that makes sense because you're not going to be turning out a masterpiece the first year of study anyway, but you might as well let somebody have some of the fun of it rather than all the drudgery in the studio.
Absolutely. So, in a sense, Mr. Gamble fast-tracked the academic curriculum or the academic training.
Yeah, but his ideal training period was still 5 years, so he was letting people do more earlier.
To paint earlier.
Yeah, but he wasn't cutting the course of study short, so it was just a question of switching it up, I think.
Sure. Now, can you elaborate on the relationship that Mr. Hunter shared with Mr. Gamble?
Um, well, first it was student teacher,
Yeah,
but it grew into a very collegial relationship.
yeah,
Why did that happen? And how was it maintained? It happened, I think, quite naturally for two reasons. Number one, um, unlike Dick Lack or Bob Cumming or Dick Byron, the other three other students at the time. Um, Bob was living in West Roxbury, had lived in the Boston area all his life, and therefore had a full life in the area, as opposed to coming in from the outside, not knowing anybody, and having the studio experience, and Ives Gamble be the defining quality of life in the city of Boston for them.
Mm.
And so, because my godfather could be very difficult with his students, and I think it helped Bob tremendously that he had a family. He went to church. He was in an amateur theater company. He had stuff to do that wasn't dependent on the studio, and he knew people who weren't
Mm.
dependent on the studio. And then the other thing is, he got on with my father, and my father got on with him. And having a good relationship with the major Duomo isn't a bad thing.
Mm. Sure. Do you bel
Um,
Sorry, go on.
so that's basically the answer to your question, I think.
Sure. Now, do you think, from your observations and your life with Mr. Hunter, was there ever falling outs between Mr. Hunter and Mr. Gamble?
Now, because for two reasons, and they both have to do with Bob. Number one, Bob was not somebody with whom it was easy to pick a fight.
Mm.
In fact, it was very hard. Um,
And can you elaborate in what way?
if I look back over the 46 years of our marriage, um, there were some people who Bob met who he really did not like, of whom he did not approve. Another temperament would feel called upon to tell this person, I don't like you and this is why, I don't approve of you and this is why. But that was not Bob's style. If he didn't like or approve of somebody, he would simply arrange not to see them very much.
Okay, so that was his strategy.
Yes, he would not confront, he would avoid.
Sure.
And he was also, he had a wonderful gift with people, and there were things about which he felt strongly, but he didn't feel that he had to express those things or convince others of his point of view.
Mm.
So this is not somebody who would easily be drawn into a confrontation.
Sounds like a really humble man.
Yes. His view was he loved to paint, and all he wanted to do was to get up in the morning, go into his studio, do the best job he could.
Yeah.
And then any number of people would say, "Oh, Mr. Hunter, how do you know? When are you going to finish that picture? Or how do you decide to finish it?" And he always said, "I go into my studio and I look at the painting, and the painting finishes itself because one day there's nothing more I can do to it,
Mm.
and then it's finished, and I sign it."
Sure. I understand Mr. Hunter maintained contact with Mr. Gamble even after his training. How was
Mm-hmm.
their contact maintained in the later years? Now, obviously, that would have been through you being Mr. Gamble's goddaughter and being married to Mr. Hunter.
And well, yeah, well, once Bob and I got married, yes, because they were all in the Fenway Studio building
Yes.
together. And until Uncle Ives went to Williamstown, Bob was in Provincetown every summer too.
Okay.
So there was proximity,
Yes.
serious proximity. Um, the other thing was that because Bob graduated from Uncle Ives's program and was on good terms with him, uh, Uncle Ives felt free to say, Bob, well, if they were in Provincetown, Bob has his own car. Rather than asking Daddy to drive down to P-Town to pick him up and bring him back to Boston, Ives would say, "Are you going to Boston? Can I come with?"
Mm,
So it was that kind of thing.
sure, sure.
And Bob loved opera. Ives loved opera. Bob loved symphonic music. Ives loved symphonic music. So they would have conversations about their shared interests besides painting.
It would be fascinating just to have these two gentlemen in a room and to listen to the nature of their conversation.
Oh yes, oh yes. And as Ives got older too, um, if he didn't feel like going down to Virginia to see an exhibition at, oh, let's say something at the National Gallery, if Bob was going down, Bob would pick up an extra catalog for Ives, and then they'd sit and he'd tell his former teacher about it. It was the kind of relationship you want to have.
Absolutely. Lovely. Moving on. I understand that Mr. Hunter also taught at the Worcester Art Museum from 1965 until 1975, where he trained many artists in his studio methods. Did Mr. Hunter's teaching style change whilst at the Worcester Art Museum?
No, no, they hired him to do what he did in his studio.
So he was mainly teaching the fundamentals of painting and
Yeah, the big thing was sight size.
okay, so how did anatomy? Because I know at Vesper George, anatomy was a big part of the curriculum. You mentioned it was
Yes.
a year
Yep.
long curriculum. So was that anatomy also taught at the Worcester Art Museum?
I don't know about that. It wasn't taught by Bob. He taught still life.
Okay, so there is a little bit of a difference there in what he was teaching.
Yes. Oh yeah, there's a huge difference because the Vesper George, even though many of the people at Vesper George went on to become fine artists, it was a commercial art school.
Yes,
Worcester Art Museum had an education program, and they hired Bob because they liked his still lives, they liked his portraits, and they wanted him to come and teach their students how to do still lives and portraits.
I see. Right. Now I understand Mr. Hunter also taught at Mount Ida Junior College during 1978. Can you
Yep.
explain a little about this period of Mr. Hunter's life?
It was pretty straightforward. At that point, we were living at 250 Beacon Street. I was working for the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, and Bob accepted the Mount Ida position because it was one afternoon a week, and the pay was delicious, and it was easy to do,
Mm.
and he enjoyed teaching.
So this was a junior college, so he's teaching students who had just finished their secondary education.
Yes,
Sure.
it was a 2-year program.
Okay, great. And did you think the curriculum that Mr. Hunter taught at this time in Ida Junior College was an amalgamation of what he was teaching at Worcester Art Museum and the Vesper George School?
With the exception, Vesper George, he was specifically teaching artistic anatomy.
Yeah,
Okay, that that was a course of study that really needed to be done over the course of a year.
yeah.
Um, and neither the Art Museum in Worcester nor Mount Ida wanted to get that deep into it.
Yeah,
They
sure.
they hired him for still life and portrait work. And obviously, if you're doing a head and shoulders, it really doesn't matter if you know how the pelvis and the core of the body work.
Mm, mm. Sure, sure.
So it was useful because it brought money in. It was useful because it exposed him to a new group of students. At the Worcester Art Museum, they were often adults, and that means they become potential picture buyers.
Mm-hmm.
At Mount Ida, they were young kids starting out, trying to figure out where they wanted to go. And the wonderful thing about a 2-year college is you get your degree, or yeah, it's an associate's degree you get, and then if you want to, you can go on to someplace else.
Absolutely.
And it's either an added qualification or a stepping stone to something else. It doesn't really matter. It's whatever works well for the person.
Sure. Now, I understand Mr. Hunter's teaching continued throughout his life with numerous demonstrations and workshops at the Provincetown Art Museum and the Guild of Boston Artists. Mr. Hunter's philosophy on teaching was based on the idea that the training he received from his own teachers he would pass on for no charge. Now, do you believe that Mr. Hunter felt it as his obligation to pass on the understanding he gleaned from his own teachers?
Absolutely.
Okay, and do you think that was something that was emphasized to him via Mr. Gamble?
Yep. Paxton taught Gamble without charge.
That's right.
Gamble taught without charge to the student. His own finances didn't allow him to take more than one student during the 1950s and 60s. But that's where the GI Bill came in handy. It wasn't the student who
Yeah,
was paying, it was the government who was paying.
yeah.
And he made it very clear and articulated the notion that it was the obligation of every student of his, and indeed of every person on the planet,
Mm,
to teach what they knew to others.
absolutely. Yeah. Can I ask as well, Elizabeth, did Mr. Hunter document much of his teaching in writing?
No, he he was too busy doing it.
Yeah.
It what makes Gamble a really remarkable figure was that he wrote it down, and he emphasized that side of it. Now, Bob was not somebody who wrote easily.
Yes.
He would be good for you to interview, but he would never write an autobiography, for instance.
Sure, sure. Yeah, I understand. Now, after Mr. Hunter's student years, he secured a studio in Boston and spent the next 62 years of his life painting and teaching in the Boston school tradition and maintained another summer studio in Provincetown while simultaneously supporting himself by selling works to the galleries in Provincetown and the Vos Gallery in Boston, as well as others. He also
Well,
taught
yeah, okay, yep.
He also taught at the Fenway Studios throughout the mid 1970s. However, Mr. Hunter's most reliable source of income would remain his painting sales, landscapes and still lifes sold through galleries, and direct portrait commissions from individuals and institutions. Can you elaborate on the course of Mr. Hunter's life during these years? So this is post training.
Yeah, that pretty well that pretty well covers it. He had 1 year teaching, no, maybe it was 2 years, teaching art to elementary school students in the town of Nahant.
Okay,
Uh, and then he worked with Oliver Brothers, a firm of restorers in Boston, doing the in-painting on works that had been relined.
okay.
It was a part-time job, but he was a it's a little tricky to move from student to self-supporting artist.
Oh yes,
And so you have these little gigs that you work on.
absolutely.
So that those were two more little gigs that you haven't mentioned. But once uh, he just kind of went on. He was up 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning.
Hmm.
Wanted to be in his studio at 8. Painted till the light failed. Did bookwork after. Went to the YMCA for a swim. Came home and had dinner.
Wow. Do you think that work ethic was something that rubbed off on him from Mr. Gamble? Because he done pretty much same kind of routine. You'd get up, be in the studio by 8. Was it influenced, do
I
you think, by Gamble?
suspect. Yes. Well, Gamble set that example.
Yes. He leads
Um,
by example, yeah.
and but it was also, I think, in Bob's DNA to go along with it.
Yes. Sure. Now, during this time, was Mr. Hunter very successful in selling his paintings?
The galleries did a fabulous job, yes.
Great. However, was it enough to uh, earn a living solely on painting sales?
Um, it was enough so he put off getting married and having a household where he was the sole supporter until he was 40.
Yes.
So the answer to your question is mixed. He had his studio rent, he had his summer rent in P Town, he had keeping his car, he had his art supplies, living, social life, and he was not of monastic temperament. Um, so I think part of it was just growing into it.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
But I would say we were comfortable, but never never wildly affluent.
Right. Yes. Of course. Yeah. Can
I
I?
mean,
Sorry. Go
yeah,
on.
go ahead.
I was going to ask
Go ahead.
another
Go ahead.
question regarding, but prior to your marriage. So you mentioned that Mr. Hunter married when you were 40, or sorry, when he was 40 and you were 23, right?
Mhm.
Now, prior to then, he was living, I'm presuming, on his own, painting on his own?
He slept in his parents' house unless something was on, and then he'd sleep in his studio in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, he was in P Town for the summers.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I guess he was doing all right because he paid his bills.
Sure, sure. Now, it is said that Mr. Hunter had a quiet and reclusive nature. Can you describe more about the kind of man he was?
Um, he was gentle and not confrontational, which didn't mean that he didn't feel strongly about things. It just had means that he had more important things to do with his life than get into squabbles.
Yeah, of course.
Um, he liked, given the chaos of the world, he liked the order of life in the studio.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I mean, I think I pretty well covered it.
Sure, sure. How about this idea that he had a reclusive nature? Do you believe that to be true?
No,
No.
no, he was a very social being.
Hmm. So,
But that said, let's face it, anybody who chooses to spend 8 hours a day, 5.5, 6 days a week in their studio, painting, trying to exceed their own best past performance, that's not reclusive, that's focused, in my
hmm,
opinion.
hmm,
And he was very perfectly happy to go to dances and cocktail parties and all kinds of things other
absolutely.
than that. But
So,
the studio time was precious, and we had some very good friends, Hans and Edith Wayne, and we used to go down to Salters Point and stay with them. They were avid sailors. Bob liked sailing well enough, but he was perfectly happy to take an easel and go off and paint landscape in the afternoon when we went sailing.
okay, right. So he still maintained his dedicated work ethic even when he had leisure days.
Yes.
Sure, sure. Now, you mentioned that his mission was that he was very focused. He was in the studio working, trying to surpass the quality of his last painting. Do you think that's something that he may have struggled with throughout his time in regards to constantly outdoing himself, constantly trying to find that perfect composition?
He always, you make it sound like a more of an active struggle. I think it was just he was acknowledging nobody's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
However, a good job he'd done, he presumably there he could see ways when it could be made better, even though he didn't have the skill at the time to improve upon it.
Mm, I see.
It's there's a the concept is that just as physical elements have distinctive chemical properties, perfection is the property of the deity. That doesn't mean that you're going to get to be perfect. It means you can come awful close.
Hmm.
And it's fun to see how close you can get.
Sure. So he always aspired to be the best painter he could be, but when he fell short, he wasn't tremendously hard on himself.
No,
Yeah,
just, yeah, okay, I can, my bad, I can do better.
absolutely. Okay, good. And what a great attitude to have as well. In order to not burn yourself out in that regard, to be tremendously hard on yourself.
That's true.
Now, was Mr. Hunter a man of faith?
Yes.
Okay, can I ask what religion he subscribed to?
Um, we are both members of the Episcopal Church, and that's the U.S. version of the Church of England.
Hmm.
And the family tendency is to go for a service with a lot of music, a lot of pageantry, but it must be well done because it's pageantry done sloppily or poorly is a disaster. It's visual chaos, and it has nothing to do to calm the soul.
Mm. So, throughout your life together, did you attend Mass every Sunday?
Pretty close.
Mm. Great, great. And since Mr. Hunter's passing, have you maintained your faith yourself, Elizabeth?
Yes, Bob and I went to the Church of the Advent in Boston, which is celebrating this year actually its 175th anniversary.
Oh, great.
And it is one of the pillars of Anglo-Catholicism in the United States. The music is simply sublime.
Mm.
And
Mm.
back when I was younger and my eyesight was better, I used to repair vestments, but I actually gave up ecclesiastical embroidery when we started having children. The eyes were good enough, but the very fine needles that you use for silk thread on silk damask would be lethal if the kids ever got into them.
Oh, yes,
And
yeah.
I just put that stuff away and
Mm.
said,
Right, yeah.
and the reason I learned how to do that embroidery was because I went to a funky little um, elementary school back in the day when um, little girls were taught sewing and cooking.
Hmm.
There was they started teaching us French in kindergarten, and the French teacher was Mademoiselle Jolie,
Hmm.
who had been orphaned in France and raised in a convent by nuns. The only kind of sewing she knew how to do was ecclesiastical embroidery. So when we were doing little doilies for our mothers, we were doing Hong Kong gold and couch work. It was quite amazing. But it stood me in good stead and it was fun. And she would read to us in French while we were sewing. And I found it very amusing and I kind of stuck with it. And then here was a parish that had beautiful antique vestments, and the embroidery was kind of falling off them. And after the first Sunday that we'd been there, Bob and I agreed that we liked it and would go back. And so second Sunday, I walked up to one of the clergy at coffee hour and said, those vestments are falling apart and I can fix them.
Mm.
Not all at once, but I can start. And so I was introduced to Father Blinn, who was in charge of that kind of thing, who introduced me to Helen Loring, who was the lone soldier standing on vestment repairs. And she walked me through my paces, and yes, I could do what I said I could do. So there were two of us, and we had a lot of fun. Um, and I learned a lot from her, and we repaired vestments. And then somebody came into the parish who thought that she and I were a little slow, so they dumped all kinds of money into the project, and we were able to send the vestments out to be done by professionals, which was really a much speedier way to get things done.
So,
It was good.
that's fascinating. And is that something you maintained for a few years?
Working on the vestments?
Yes.
Yeah, I did that from 1969 until 1975.
Oh, okay. Okay. Right.
But then life got complicated for a number of reasons, not the least of which was being hit by a car. And
Hmm.
I was laid up for 13 months. And you'd think being laid up, you could do even more sewing, but in point of fact, I couldn't. That was a complicating factor.
Oh, yeah. Imagine would be. Hmm.
I don't recommend it, honestly.
Sure. Sure. Can I ask as well, Elizabeth, the Episcopal Church, does that follow the Pope?
No, no. The Church of England spun off from the Roman Catholic Church
Hmm.
when Henry VIII wanted his divorce and didn't get it.
And that's where we get the Anglo-Catholic.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
and
sure.
what happened was the only clergy in England at the time were um, ordained by the Roman Catholic Church, and Henry put together the Church of England, and those priests that came with him had a valid ordination. So it's within the Church of England, there's still the laying on of hands.
Hmm.
And rather than have a Bishop of Rome, aka the Pope, who's infallible, in the Anglican Communion, um, it's much more the way it is in the Orthodox Church. You have a geographic configuration: the
Hmm.
United States, England, Hong Kong, Kenya. These are all places where there are Episcopal Church or Anglican churches, and
Hmm.
they each elect a presiding bishop. And once every 4 years, all the presiding bishops all over the world get together and hash out matters that they feel are important, and then come out with a doctrinal statement.
Okay. I see.
But it's a clergy that is married or can be married. Um, the ordination of women is accepted. Um,
Do you have sacraments?
yes.
Okay.
So it. Are you Roman Catholic?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay. Are you old enough to know what life in the Roman Church was like before Vatican II?
Vaguely, not really that well informed.
It, well, liturgically, it's like the Roman Mass was before Vatican II.
Okay. Right. Right.
But we ordain women, um, which is a big difference. In fact, um, it's a huge difference.
So a woman can enter the priesthood?
Yeah,
Okay. Wow.
we have women who are bishops.
Lovely. There was some social upheaval in the United States during the 1960s, and this was heightened through the devastating war years of the 1970s. I understand Mr. Hunter was able to find refuge from this carnage through the quiet nature of his considered and masterfully executed classical realist paintings that have been considered in a vein similar to Ingres and Chardin. Can you explain more about how Mr. Hunter coped throughout these volatile years?
Um, he wasn't somebody who followed politics closely.
Okay.
Now, that having been said, when there are race riots in the city where you have your studio and you live, it's pretty hard to ignore them.
Yes.
Um, but I never heard him go out of his way to express a political opinion, but I know he held them very closely, very seriously. The world of the Fenway studio building was integrated as to race And I say that because it was true. There were black artists. There were black employees in the building. Um,
So that's interesting. So there was
it was
colored people were allowed to have employment in Boston at that time.
yes. Oh God,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
Um, and the within em, em, having employment was the least of it. The real thing in Boston was the charges of segregation in the schools. But in the art community, it wasn't segregated. You get people like Alan Rowan Cricht, who was an extraordinary artist.
Mm.
And I don't know, they lived over in the South End, and I honestly don't know what his life was like, or there was, because he was married to a really great gal. I don't know what their day-to-day life was like, but when we ran into each other in art context, there was no difficulty. There was no discrimination. When I was growing up, the man who was in charge of all the employees of the Fenway Studio building, the guys who made it work, the porters who ran the elevator, the security people, was Mr. Coleman. Mr. Coleman was black.
Mm.
Mr. Coleman was one of the most imposing people I can remember.
Mm-hmm.
And I also remember after Bob and I got married, and he'd always called me Elizabeth. And he said, now that you're married to Mr. Hunter, I would like you to call me Al.
Okay.
And I said, Mr. Coleman, I don't know if I can do it. Have you ever had that experience when somebody who you've known since childhood and always called Mr. or Mrs. or Miss, and
Yeah.
they suddenly invite you to join them on a first name basis, and it
Mm.
feels really hard.
It's a bit awkward. Yeah,
I finally got the hang of it, but it was a
yeah.
struggle.
Now moving on. Mr. Hunter stated, quote, "The only thing I've ever wanted to do is paint," unquote. Why was still life and, more broadly speaking, painting in general so important to Mr. Hunter?
Because he loved to do it.
It was part of his DNA, just something he had to do. It was in his
Yeah,
bones.
and it's the John Singer Sargent said painting is a. He was talking about portrait painting.
Mm,
He called it a whore's art,
mm.
and then he said a portrait is a picture in which the mouth is never right.
That's right. Yes, I've heard that one before.
Okay, um, Bob did a lot of portraits, but he never once had an orange complain that its spirit had not been captured.
There's less
And
less less nuisance in painting still life. It's more straightforward.
yes, and a milkweed losing its seed in the wind never came back and said, "You haven't captured the spirit of my." It's uh, and he liked still life painting particularly because he had control of the whole arrangement from start to finish,
Yeah,
and that was if you look at his body of work in still life, there is an inescapable sense of tranquility. And that was Bob bringing order out of chaos in the world.
yeah, sure. So in a sense, considering what was going on in your context at the time, he was able to find some peace through his quiet, considered, still life compositions.
Yes.
Great, great. Now, Mr. Hunter explained that painting was for him, quote, "a compulsion, a reflection of the need for order and harmony," unquote. As he adds, his work was, quote, "the only thing in my life I had control of," unquote. I imagine that society was quite unstable at this time. This is perhaps why he felt that painting was the only thing he could control. Would you agree?
Yes.
Great. As we have come to learn, teaching was something that was very dear to Mr. Hunter, and he maintained a regular teaching schedule throughout his life. mostly part-time, 1 day a week at the Vesper George School of Art for over 30 years, and an afternoon and evening class at the Worcester Art Museum for 10 years, where his keen eye and gentle manner touched over 40 students who have gone on to paint and teach in their own right. Can you explain Mr. Hunter's mannerism as a teacher? As I've heard I've read that his from his former students that he was generally considered a gentleman.
Um, well, okay, physically, he was had the Marine's posture. He stood ramrod straight. He made a point of always being well dressed. At home, he'd paint in blue jeans or chinos and a black T-shirt so as not to get any reflection from a white shirt coming up
Sure.
into his eyes. But if he was out teaching, he was always in a shirt, tie, and sport coat,
Mm.
and because that was his way of showing respect to his students. And again, this is somebody who was born in 1928, so a lot of the casualness we see now was not available when he was growing up. And you must have noticed you sort of stick with things that you learned when you're growing up.
Yeah.
He had a delightful way of speaking, and as I think I mentioned, when he was talking to you, you felt as if there was nobody on earth
Yeah.
with rather talk. And he was polite, and he didn't use foul language, and he didn't make rude jokes. I
Mm.
guess that's a gentleman.
Sure. Sure. It sounded like teaching is something that he really needed. I was thinking of this analogy that sometimes a teacher needs students the same way that a hemophiliac needs blood. I mean, it keeps you living, keeps you alive. Would you go as far as say that that analogy could be applied perhaps to Mr. Hunter's situation?
Dole, don't forget the obligation which he was very aware of to pass on his knowledge.
Right. So he was under obligation
You,
as well.
you,
Yeah.
you cannot, you can't, if you believe it's your obligation to pass on the knowledge that you have, you can do it by writing, or you can do it by taking students.
Mm.
You could, I suppose, just start setting up the subway and talking about it, but there are more effective ways.
Sure. So,
So I in a yeah, in a sense that's true, because art students would by definition share his view in the importance of art, and particularly this kind of art.
mm.
So
There are some videos online uh, whereby they document Mr. Hunter providing demonstrations to students. Oftentimes, he's standing before an easel. The audience is sitting down, and he's giving a landscape demonstration. However, what's first fascinating is he's painting a landscape from memory.
yes,
So what was his justification behind that? I mean, essentially, a painter, a representational painter, a traditional painter is committed to working from life. But then in certain demonstration contexts, we have Mr. Hunter giving demonstrations of painting a landscape from memory.
well, if the if somebody wants you to do a demonstration, um, and the people who want to come have day jobs,
Mm-hmm.
you're pretty much committed to the evening.
Yes.
And right now it's not quite 7 o'clock and it's pitch black out.
Mm.
Um, there would be some light. It sun at the longest day of the year sets here around 8:30 at night.
Okay.
It's for somebody who's got a day job but is interested. You need to start when they can get there, and so that would be like 6 o'clock. And most painting demonstrations started at 7:30 or 8 o'clock.
Mm.
They go for a couple of hours. The thing about painting a landscape from memory And remember that you don't have a natural light situation. You got artificial light, and it can be incandescent and colored, which further exacerbates the issue.
Mm.
But if you have a trained memory, you can sit there with a canvas, albeit toned, and say, if you're going to paint a landscape, you have grass and trees and hills and sky. And you start out with that which is least correct. Often he would have a landscape that he'd done on site from nature with him.
Mm.
He wasn't just dreaming it up. He'd have the on-site landscape there, and he would be copying it in front of the audience
Sure, sure.
because
That's
it's
sorry, go on.
what you're really trying to teach is the question of chroma and value.
Mm.
If you get into drawing, it gets more complicated, and you have to know that the audience is ready for that.
Sure. So, therefore, Elizabeth, wouldn't it be more practical to instead give landscape demonstrations indoors to perhaps focus on still life? I mean, what's the
Yes,
justification behind that?
okay. Partly, it depends on what the because he didn't just say, I'm going to give a demonstration. Who wants to come?
Mm.
Somebody calls you up and says, would you give a demonstration? They're hiring you. You're
Yeah,
providing a service, okay?
yeah.
The beauty of landscape is that it exists for free just about everywhere.
Mm.
Setting up a still life requires a studio,
Yes.
requires space. And while you can use site size as a technique for painting a landscape, you really need it if you're painting a, a still life.
Mm-hmm.
And what if you're living in a small one-bedroom apartment with your new wife? Where are you going to do a still life?
Mm. Right, right. I see.
It's um, it's really for non-professional painters. The adult demonstration is a bit of a magic show,
Mm.
and there are things that can be taught. Getting the order so that you move through the painting process, identifying that which is least correct and putting that in first. So the first note would be the darkest shadow and approximate the shape, moving towards the lightest, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay?
So in a sense,
So,
you're keying the painting.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
So, but you can demonstrate that.
Mm.
And that is, you know, if they want you to go on for somewhere between 45 minutes and an hour, that that fills the hour rather nicely. Actually, it spills over a little bit,
Mm.
and it leaves time for questions.
Sure. Was the final product, the demonstration piece, was that something that Mr. Hunter would be proud of? Would he consider it a finished work, or was it more just
No,
a
no,
demonstration piece?
no, it was a demonstration piece, and mostly he'd bring it home with him and stick it in the trash.
Oh, okay,
Uh,
right.
it, but sometimes the organization running the demonstration would ask if they could auction it off at the end.
Yeah, yeah.
And if that's what they wanted to do, he'd let them do it, but he would be sure on the back of because he only used canvas panels for demonstrations. He didn't use stretch canvases.
Okay,
Okay, and he'd make sure that he had written on the back that it was a demonstration for such and such a group on such and such a day.
okay.
So it was labeled what it was.
I see. Right, right. Now, moving forward, Mr. Hunter had over 40 one-man exhibitions throughout the United States, as well as winning over 30 regional and national prizes, including the first John Singleton Copley Award in 1966 and 14 gold medals at the annual exhibition of New England artists held by the Jordan Marsh Company in Boston. In recognition of his painting and teaching, he won a citation from then Governor of Massachusetts, Governor Edward King, in 1979. He was the first winner of the Copley Medallion in 1988, and was the 1989 winner of the Guild of Boston Artists Award. He was featured in a major article in American Artist magazine during September 1990. In early 2001, the Cape Cod Museum of Art opened a new naturally lit gallery named in Mr. Hunter's honor. Mr. Hunter was a member of the Copley Society of Boston, the Provincetown Art Association, the Allied Artists of America, and the American Society of Classical Realism. He was president of the Guild of Boston Artists between 1973 to 1978. Today, his work is known in regional and national contexts, including institutions such as the Cape Cod Museum of Art, the Mitchelson Museum of Art, the Southern Alleghenies Museum of Art, the Maryhill Museum of Art, the Ackland Art Museum, the Chrysler Art Museum, as well as the Museum of Fine Art in Boston, where his works are exhibited along with other notable artists of the Boston School. His work is also featured in collections at Harvard University, Northeastern University, Tufts University, Phillips Andover Academy, and in numerous private and corporate collections, including the New England Life Insurance Company and the John Hancock Insurance Company. As part of the Cape Cod Museum of Art's 35th anniversary celebrations, in 2001, a retrospective exhibition was featured titled Robert Douglas Hunter, A Life in Art, which covered the artist's 62-year painting career, which was held in the gallery that was named in his honor. In 2015, a posthumous award was given to Mr. Hunter by the Massachusetts legislature in recognition of his contribution to training artists in Cape Cod and Massachusetts. Now, it's really incredible the amount of accolades Mr. Hunter has accumulated throughout his life. I understand the retrospective was organized by yourself. Can you explain more about the experience of curating the retrospective at the Cape Cod Museum of Art?
Okay, just one editorial note. You have it down as 2001,
Mm-hmm.
and it was 2016.
My mistake. So the Cape Cod Museum of Art, the 35th anniversary celebrations occurred in 2016.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Yeah, sure. Now, regarding the retrospective itself, can you provide some information as to what it was like actually curating such a retrospective?
It wasn't hard. Well, yeah, it was difficult because Bob was dead. This was his memorial show, and it was. I've curated a lot of exhibitions, but this one was hard work, and I was proudest of being able to locate and bring for that show the portrait he did of Natalie Robertson. And it looked as good as I remembered it looking. um,
Sorry, Elizabeth, can you elaborate now? Natalie Robinson? This
Robert,
portrait, not, sorry, Natalie Roberts.
Robertson.
Natalie Roberts. Now,
Robert's son.
Robertson, sorry. What is her relationship to Mr. Hunter?
She was a friend of ours socially.
Okay.
And her husband wanted her portrait done, and he commissioned Bob to paint it. And Natalie was a great lady and a great sport with an amazing sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
She would call it a ribald sense of humor. And he painted her in an emerald green gown with a emerald green ostrich feather fan. It sounds way more of a costume piece than the time when it was painted, excepting for the fact that Boston, even at that point, still had parties called waltz evenings, when ladies would be in long gowns and men in white tie and tails, and everybody wearing white kid gloves, and we would dance happily.
Hmm.
It wasn't wildly expensive, but it was awfully good fun. Anyway, so that picture was Natalie has long since died, and the picture was in a public collection out in Western Massachusetts, and I had to kind of squirrel around to figure out where it was, and to borrow it, I needed the institution's permission and the permission of her daughters because they were still technically the legal owners. So it was kind of an adventure. And it's the main difficulty that I had in curating that exhibition was keeping it a proper size for the gallery.
Hmm.
And the only reason I was having trouble was because this was my husband's work.
Right.
And I kept wanting, oh, I want that. I was like a kid in the candy store. I want that one. I want that one. Um, but it came off pretty well, so I think it was a success.
So, how much of Mr. Hunter's body of work, his total body of work, was actually exhibited at the retrospective?
Oh, not even 1%.
Wow, that's incredible. And Mr. Hunter had received a gallery in the Cape Cod Museum named after him. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's because he was on the board of trustees of the Cape Cod Museum of Art because it was founded by artists, and there was a big expansion plan, and they were going to put up a new gallery. And Bob said it should be a gallery lit by skylights.
Hmm.
And this was a radical notion to the other trustees and to the architect who was designing it. And I wasn't at the trustees meetings, but I gather that my mild-mannered husband was pretty blunt about his insistence that it be a skylit gallery. I don't know if he actually said, or I'm quitting the board, but I wouldn't have, I certainly wouldn't have been surprised if he implied that. In any case, he got his way. It was a skylit gallery.
So
And he
there is no artificial lighting in that particular gallery.
there is artificial lighting which can be turned on,
Okay, yeah,
but
yes,
uh, in the normal course of events, it is a natural light gallery.
fantastic.
That, that makes sense on Cape Cod because you don't get anything like the number of moving cumulus clouds that you get in the mountains.
Hmm.
Anyway, long story short, um, they were they built the thing, they installed the skylights, and Bob was down the day that they removed the tarps from the skylights
Yep.
and was standing next to Peter Polimas, who was the architect. And everybody looked and everybody saw. And Peter turned to Bob and said, "You were right."
Hmm.
And so that's, and I see Peter Polimas from time to time, even now, and he always remembers um, how hard he fought not to have not to have natural light galleries, and what a mistake it was.
Yeah, yeah. So once he saw it come into
Yeah.
being, he was very much for the idea. Yeah, that's fascinating. Elizabeth, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Gamble wrote on the idea of paintings, traditional paintings being presented in galleries that were artificially lit, and I believe the article was
Yes.
a clarion call for pictures hung in galleries. I'm not sure is of the exact
The natural
type.
light in picture galleries.
That's right. Yeah, that one. Yes. So he was very much against the idea of paintings being lit, traditional paintings being lit by artificial lighting.
Yes, oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And this goes back particularly, Emilio, to the days before LED bulbs,
Yeah.
when incandescent bulbs had a very yellowish warm light. And if you want to kill a Monet, that's a good way to do it.
So everything would have this sort of yellow filter over it, I'd imagine.
Indeed.
Yes, yeah. No, that God bless him, Mr. Hunter. He really fought for that naturally lit skylight gallery, and I'm very glad that he persisted, and he actually got it in the end. So great, great, fantastic news. Now, Mr. Hunter was considered to be a master of still life painting, as we've come to learn. His still lifes are distinguished by a tabletop, which is usually established at eye level, which is harmoniously composed using a variety of man-made and organic objects that are drafted with academic accuracy and painted using an impressionist sense of color, which is a distinguishable touch of the Boston school. His still lifes have a slick look to them due to his skillful use of light and shadow, and the objects he paints almost appear to have a slight patina to them. You have thoroughly summarized his studio setup and methods of working in this quote. Quote, the canvas was often placed next to the still life arrangement so that the artist could compare nature, the arrangement, to his work on the canvas. The painting table, which held the palette and brushes, was 12 to 16 feet from the canvas so as to allow the painter to see all of the parts of the arrangement related to the whole visual experience. Hunter used this sight-size method throughout his life, but in later years, with restricted mobility, he would bring the canvas closer to his painting table, maintaining the visual comparison between nature and the canvas, but rendering the arrangement under life size, unquote. Now, it's interesting to learn how Mr. Hunter's approach to measuring changed as he became older. I understand he was a proud exponent of the sight-size approach to measuring. When he had to change to working comparatively in his later years, did this take him some time to get used to?
No, no, and
Okay.
actually, the if you think about your site-sized method display on the website,
Yep.
you could, if you were arranging it from the point of view of somebody in a wheelchair
Mm-hmm.
with a closer canvas, yes, the image appears under life size and the painting table has to be lower,
Mm.
but the same linear comparison works.
Sure. So, Mr. Hunter took to it quite easily. Do
Yes.
you think it changed, stylistically speaking, do you think it changed anything, perhaps of the subject of his paintings?
No, not that. I do know as he progressed in his career, he became more and more interested in the subtle changes in color that he was able to see. And so he would have a fondness for warm and cool grays.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at his early work, let's say from the late 50s, early 60s, you see a lot of use of strong color. And by the time, oh, say the year before he died, he was much more interested in dealing with the ranges of color and value within a much narrower range.
Mm. I see. Now, the health condition that led to Mr. Hunter being placed in a wheelchair, would you care to comment on that, Elizabeth?
Well, he'd had two hip replacements and a knee replacement,
Okay.
and he had restricted lung function. So it was a kind of mix of things. Um, it was less tiring to sit in the chair and use his feet to move himself back and forwards rather than standing and painting.
Yeah.
And as I'm beginning to discover on my own, conservation of energy becomes more important as one grows up.
That's true. So, Mr. Hunter, despite that he was placed in a wheelchair during his later years, he would still stick to his rigid schedule of being in studio at 8 o'clock and happily painting away.
Yes, the he didn't use the wheelchair all the time for getting around. He would use a cane or a walker,
Okay.
but rather than be on his feet for 7 hours, he sat down and rolled back and forth.
Yes, sure,
And the
sure.
other time, well, for instance, if we went to a museum, um, he liked to have the wheelchair again because he could self-propel himself, and he was sitting down,
Mm.
as opposed to using a walker and not being able to find a chair when you're tired.
Okay, right, right.
Okay,
Yeah.
and the we we got pretty intelligent about having the walker over the handlebars of the wheelchair. And then if he wanted to get up, he could put the brakes on the chair, stand up, go around, get the walker, and go off on his own.
Mm.
And the other time when a walker is a nightmare is if you're at a stand-up cocktail party, because you've got two hands on the walker. What do you hold the glass in?
Yeah.
And the other thing is somebody will always say, oh, you must want to sit down. So they bring you to a chair and they take the walker away.
Mm.
And who will come and talk to you?
Mm.
All the people who are boring. And they you can't escape and they won't leave. If you're in a wheelchair, you have mobility and you can
Mm.
hold a glass.
That's true. That's interesting to think about it like that.
You know, it's the only when you are the person in the wheelchair, it's the only way to think about it.
Yeah, of course, that you become more sensitive to these things. Now, I understand Mr. Hunter specialized in painting still life objects that were
Hmm.
in the style of New England Americana, which included bottles, crockery, copper, and brass. He would sometimes incorporate his collection of 18th century porcelain, which he got during his travels to Europe. Apparently, Mr. Hunter would continuously buy new objects for still life paintings, and his studio and home would be full of them. Can you
Yeah.
explain more about Mr. Hunter's fascination with objects and how he used to select them for inclusion in his still lives?
This takes us back to that early training in abstract design.
Okay.
Okay, so um, he assembled objects or he collected objects because of their interesting shape or their interesting color or both. And in his studio, he kept everything and it was never to be dusted. Because if you want a dusty bottle, you'd best have it already dusty. If you want a sparkly clean one, it's easy to wash the dusty bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Similarly, if you want to paint a piece of copper and it's tarnished, you can polish in one little bit of highlight here or there. But if you have a metal object, and sterling silver is the perfect example, if it's polished, it reflects everything in all directions.
Right, yeah.
So it really, instead of presenting a unified form, it stands there fragmenting everything which it's reflecting.
Like a mirror.
Yeah.
Mm.
So it gets complicated. Um, and we have something like 45 glass bottles of different shapes and sizes.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Stoneware crockery,
Mm-hmm.
beyond counting, baskets, all kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
And he would choose them for their abstract shape. There were some real favorites. There was a brass bucket, and I don't know what its original use was for, but that turns up a lot in still lives.
Yeah.
And it's there are some objects which are of things of an intrinsic value, but mostly because you're not going to you're not collecting the object for itself. You're collecting the object because of its shape and color or both. So it's a vast collection of interesting objects with no particular value,
Okay.
and it's fun.
Sure. Now, the objects themselves, were they purchased for intention to be placed in paintings, or were they did they have more of a functional purpose?
Um, I wish you could come and see the house. Uh, I, I'm living in a still life because he had the final say on how the interiors were put together.
The interior
Um,
of your home.
yes, and it's really very successful. But
So,
yeah, there were things um, that I came into the marriage with
yeah.
that he painted. There were things that he bought for still life use that I used as serving pieces if we were having a big crowd for dinner.
Mm,
Um, it's all kind of a jumble,
mm,
and I would say honestly, anything in the house was fair game.
sure. Yeah.
I'm sitting here in my little office, and there is a crucifix on my desk which I bought because I liked it, and he painted it, and I kind of had to wrestle it back into the office.
Mm,
On the wall is a Venetian mask with a tri-cornered hat, which we got in Venice. And actually, our son Nathaniel wanted them, and he has worn it for Halloween. It's been in a still life painting, and it's now hanging on the wall in my office.
mm,
Um, I guess the real answer to your question is nothing was sacred, and it's all a jumble.
mm. Okay.
I have I have two ceramic parrots from the 1920s, which were household objects, which he was forever. They live on either side of a large china cabinet in the dining room, and one or the other would periodically go messing into the studio. Uh, and equally, he was apt to use fruit or eggs as still life properties. The only time I squawked, and I squawked loudly, was when he was looking for scrambled eggs in the morning, and the I thought I had four of them, but they were on in his still life. Uh, so I made him go downtown and get a dozen eggs so we could have scrambled eggs.
Now, can I ask as well, with the fruit and the perishable items, was did he ever use artificial like the plastic fruit, or was it always the actual real organic fruit?
It was always the real organic fruit, and sometimes he'd hit the fruit bowl on the kitchen table, but mostly he would go down to the market and select his own fruit
Okay.
because he was looking for apples. He was do I want a pink lady? Do I want a gala apple? Do I want a Macintosh? And he was very proud of the fact that the fruit that he bought for still life was always eaten.
Oh, so it'd always be consumed after the painting was made.
Yes, right.
Okay, right, sure, sure. It's interesting that you mentioned the painting with the crucifix. Throughout my research, I haven't found any paintings of religious nature in Mr. Hunter's total body of work. Did his output include a fair bit of religious themed works?
Well, he did the Epiphany mural at St. Mary of the Harbor in Provincetown.
Yes, yes, that's right. We'll
There's
speak about that. Yeah.
but no, I think, and he did paint this crucifix, and that picture is hanging in my bedroom. So he
Yes.
painted it. It hasn't seen the light of day. It was actually, it was shown at an exhibition at the St. Botolph Club,
Mm,
and I was allowed to pick one painting of his from unsold stock on our anniversary. And when I saw this picture at the St. B, I decided that really was an extraordinary one, and I wanted it for my collection.
Sure, sure.
And it was unsold on our anniversary, so I nailed it.
Great. Now, besides from the mural at St. Mary's and the crucifix, was that pretty much Mr. Hunter's output when it comes to religious work?
Yeah, he had done a cartoon for the baptistry at Emmanuel Church in West Roxbury, but that was never executed. And I gave the cartoon to some dear friends of ours because I knew that they'd appreciate it. And
Lovely.
it was egg tempera on a small panel, unframed, and I was afraid if I left it in the studio, it was just going to deteriorate quietly.
Mm.
And I've seen it in their home. They framed it beautifully, and it looks great.
Did Mr. Hunter use egg tempera as more of a sketch medium, or did he create finished paintings with the medium itself?
I think it was a sketch medium only.
Sure, sure. Now, I understand that when Mr. Hunter would be finding a harmonious arrangement of objects for his paintings, he would close the studio door behind him and prefer to be alone. As he stated, quote, "It may take 2 hours or 2 days to get the setup right, and then I decide where my viewing point is going to be," unquote. However, once he had established the composition and begun painting, he was happy for people to come into his studio. Can you elaborate on these facts?
He described it perfectly. And he would decide a painting was done late in the afternoon, and then he'd be setting up a new still life in the morning. Sometimes he'd decide it was done before lunch, and then he'd go back in the studio after lunch and disassemble the old one and start a new one. And whichever happened, um, I just stayed out of his way.
Mm.
Um, the worst arrangement to hit the satisfactory moment took an afternoon, a whole day, and till about 4 o'clock on the second day or
Okay.
third day. Yeah, his saintly temperament deteriorated in the course of trying to get the arrangement to work.
So what that would be fascinating to just watch Mr. Hunter going back and forth and trying to resolve this composition. I mean, did you ever experience one of those sessions where he was setting up his still life?
Yes, and in fact, when the last few years, when he was particularly when he was new to restricted mobility, he'd call me in to see if I could get an object for him and place it on the still life table. And that was not an easy thing because he'd be at his observation point,
Mm.
and I'd be standing by the still life table trying to get the object in the right place. And it was not easy.
Mm.
A little to the left, no, a little to the right, a little back, a little forward. Yeah, 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 whatever. But we managed.
Fantastic. Mr. Hunter used to allow his still life objects to collect dust, which used to drive your cleaning lady mad, I understand. Can you explain his reasoning behind this? Now, you have already touched upon the idea that the accumulation of dust, I mean, it took a long time for it to happen. However, to clean the object would take, a relatively short period of time. So when Mr. Hunter was actually painting the objects, from what I understand, he quite desired that layer of dust to be on the objects.
Yeah, well, normally Maria did not go into his studio.
Okay.
It wasn't the objects in the studio that drove her nuts. In my kitchen, it has a cathedral ceiling,
Okay.
and there are cabinets along the north wall. And we learned early on in this house that if you have an object that is too clean and you want to speed the patinaing process,
Mm-hmm.
put it on the top of those cabinets, and it would get a nice patina within 6 weeks, as opposed to might take a year and a half if it was just in the studio.
Sure.
And it was those objects at the top of the cabinets that Maria always wanted to dust and wash
Yeah.
because you could see them. And she felt it was a reflection on her if they were looking a little dusty and a little patinaed.
Right.
And she understood what he was doing with, because that was a rotating feast of objects as well. But now that he's not with us any longer, I have fixed the objects, and she can dust them and clean them to her heart's content. And it's just when she gets out the step stool to deal with the objects, we just kind of wink at each other.
Oh, that's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the little things.
Sure. Now, I understand your cat, Batman, was pretty good at weaving in and out of Mr. Hunter's still life objects without tipping any over. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. He was Batman was a relatively late addition to the household, and when Bob started painting sitting down and moving back and forth in the wheelchair, he had a huge pile of still life drapes on top of a chest, and Batman liked to sit on top of the pile of still life drapes, and the way to get there was to hop up on the painting table and then hop from the painting table to the top of the pile of still life drapes.
Okay.
And Batman did that every day and never put a foot wrong.
It's amazing.
Yes.
Is Batman still with you?
No, Batman went off a couple of years after Bob died. It was a warm September night, and he was in declining health himself, but that particular day he'd been frisky as a kitten.
Mm.
And I let him out, and he sashayed through the back garden, heading up towards the swimming pool with a kind of arrogant step, and he was clearly feeling on top of the world, and he never came home. Now, whether he died at night resting somewhere or ran afoul of a coyote, I don't know.
Sure.
But he was happy when he left.
Great, great. Can you mention the idea Mr. Hunter had of painting each object to appear as if it has a slight patina on it? So we've mentioned that the objects themselves, it was very desirable for them to collect dust. However, mentioning the painting itself, now he would intentionally paint the objects to appear like there was dust on them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and
He was painting what he saw.
so he was painting what he saw. So he would place those dusty objects on his painting table or on his still life setup table, and he would be painting them as he saw them. But he did not twist reality at all to make them appear more dusty.
No, no.
No, yes, okay, that's what I want to clarify.
And it's again, it has to do with what the reflective nature of the object. Again, a thoroughly clean bottle will reflect in all different ways,
Mm.
and so he wanted to control that.
Yeah, he wanted to dull down the kind of reflective
Yeah.
qualities of the surface. Yeah,
Yes.
that makes sense. Sure, sure. Now, many artists from Mr. Hunter's era tend to have negative opinions of modernism, particularly abstract painting. However, Mr. Hunter was somewhat accepting of abstraction, as he understood that fine design was always based on an underlying abstract arrangement. Again, this goes back to his early training at the School of the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. How would this understanding influence the placement of Mr. Hunter's objects in a still life?
Because he didn't feel that the abstract shape needed necessarily to be a definitive object, he would create a situation where there were shadows that
Yes,
would become a shape.
I see.
Okay,
Sure.
so that's And he paid attention to negative shapes as well as positive shapes. I've heard him often saying to students, squint your eyes as you look at the arrangement so you could see the negative and positive shapes and the shapes formed by the shadows.
Sure, sure. So he wasn't looking at just the arrangement of the objects themselves, but also the negative spaces between the objects and ultimately the cast shadows that the objects would reflect onto the table.
That is exactly correct. And it's seeing the whole visual experience.
Yeah, the unity.
And
Yeah.
yeah, and not the trouble with just looking at the objects is you if you don't pay attention to negative shapes and shadows, you can end up painting an unintended consequence.
Mm, mm, absolutely. So he was covering all angles before even starting the painting. This is why
Yes,
he would take up to 2 days in setting up a still life.
yes.
Absolutely, sure. Now, as well as still lives, Mr. Hunter also painted landscapes, portraits, and wildlife. I understand that he favored landscapes which were bathed in morning light. He would often work sporadically on landscapes so as to have the big shapes and color notes in place before the light changed, before including the finishing touches which resolve the piece. Can you elaborate on Mr. Hunter's method of landscape painting?
Uh, that paragraph, I think, does a fine job of it. He often toned the canvas when he was going out to do landscape painting, so it wasn't just a stark white canvas.
Sure.
And he worked at a canvas size which would allow him to cover the surface and refine it somewhat during the period when the light had not changed materially. So we're talking about maximum of an hour and a half.
Okay.
And then he would go out. He would basically use the site-sized method. Obviously, his canvas was close to him because it was using a French easel, but he would set it up, and the landscape was far distant. He'd set it up so that you could flick your eye from the landscape to the canvas
Mm-hmm.
and make drawing comparisons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the landscape is not always exactly perfect, and he used artistic license to remove a tree or a bush or a branch that was not doing the right harmonious thing.
Sure.
And then he would always start with what he called the back straggler. When he was
Mm.
teaching, he used the analogy of being a shepherd and moving a flock from the field of nature to the field of the canvas. And all you would, if you're a shepherd and you're moving sheep, the thing you got to watch out for is the little sheep that has wandered off and is the back straggler.
Mm.
So you always have to keep the back straggler with the herd. So the least, looking at the landscape, looking at the toned canvas, the first thing he would put down, given the toning of the canvas, was that thing which was the least correct.
Sure. Sure. And did Mr. Hunter in his later years still use what he learnt from Mr. Henchy, using the palette knife to start to lay in the big shapes
Yeah.
initially for landscape?
He laid in a big long bristled brush.
Okay, so he gave up that the palette knife once he developed a bit more dexterity in handling
Yes.
the paint. Okay, yep, sure. Which subject matter do you believe Mr. Hunter excelled at, and which do you believe he was still developing before he passed?
That would be landscapes and still lifes.
So landscape and still lives were the subjects that he was most strong at, right? And
Yes, and the commercially, um, he priced the landscapes lower,
mm-hmm,
um, and they were, of course, smaller. I think it's interesting you asked this question because I've been playing with it in my mind, particularly when I'm going through stuff in the studio. And it would not surprise me if 100 years from now he was as well known for his landscapes as for his still lives.
oh yeah?
Yeah,
Okay. Right. Well, considering the amount of time he put into the still life, so you're saying about an hour and a half is what he would spend on a landscape. A still life, I'd imagine he'd be spending days or even weeks painting a still life. Would that be right?
No, no, no. He would still lifes would take him because he did keep a day book. Um, and I would say between 5 and 10 days.
Okay, so about 5 and 10 days to finish a still life. Right. So you'd imagine in that case, if thinking about the business end of things, I mean that's labor intensive, so the prices would ultimately be a lot more than the landscapes.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, that makes sense. Right.
And he used a pricing system that was based on so many dollars per square inch.
Okay,
So the big picture cost more than a medium-sized picture, which cost more than a small picture.
that makes sense.
Now, it makes perfect sense from the marketing point of view. You know as well as I do, it ain't necessarily so. And the picture that he did that set the record for still life number of days was a probably 18 by 24 still life on a vanilla to cream colored white velvet drape of an alabaster rabbit with two white eggs and an off-white background.
Mm.
And
Now this is so. If I'm understanding this right, this is predominantly a white on white painting.
yes, it was.
Yeah.
It had to do with shades of white.
Wow.
And he did it. Let's see, we got married in '68, and he must have done that like 61, 2, or 3.
Mm.
And my interest in this was that it was my alabaster rabbit doorstop.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And he asked to borrow it. I said, sure. And I had naively thought that I might be able to get him to drop the price and let me buy it on the cheap. Well, no.
So did it end up being sold, or was that in the family
It
collection?
was sold through a gallery
Oh,
uh,
okay.
at the most price that he could.
Sure, sure. Uh, when it comes to Mr. Hunter's figurative work, he didn't really favor the genre of figuration, but painting figures essentially.
No.
Hmm.
Um, Portraits were okay because that was a direct commission.
Yes.
But he was not, I think to do an allegorical painting, the painter has to be enamored or seized by a philosophical concept, which they then express through a figurative work, okay?
Sure.
And um, that means models and it means working with people. It can mean setting up a whole kind of mini stage set with costumes and so forth if that's the way you're going.
Right.
And Bob's message was peace and harmony, and he could do that more easily with a still life
Hmm.
or a judicious selection of landscape.
Sure. And
But
sorry, go on.
I think it was partly his temperament, partly his personality, and also the reality that if you're going to do a big allegorical piece or even a not so big allegorical piece, your costs go up. You got the models, you got the time, and um, every gamble student knew the pitfalls of trying to get models to pose, and it's an expensive thing if you've got four people who are posing simultaneously. So you hire the models one at a time, maybe the same model in two different poses, and then you put it all together.
Sure.
That is a much more complicated arrangement. He did it, I believe, successfully at the in the case of the Epiphany mural, but his his philosophic message was more about the harmony. Um, he knew the world was chaotic.
Mm.
He knew the world was difficult. He knew the world wasn't fair. His message was to find a release from that, and he did it with the still life properties.
Sure. And with figurative work, it is very, it can be very much in your face. That it can be, I mean, the human figure is the most expressive medium of all. However, I find with still life, it is very quiet, it is very conservative, and things can be suggested very subtly instead of being in your face. Uh,
Yes,
and it is very overlooked. I would say it's the still life genre in our day and age. I mean, a lot of the new age younger painters who are coming out of a lot of the schools now are really attracted to figurative work because it's instantaneous. The message, the communicative qualities is quite powerful. However, still life, on the other hand, it is very, very subtle, but some of the things you can suggest are very lovely as well. It's lovely to look into a still life and to get lost into that world of light and dark and edge and order and symmetry and harmony. It's beautiful.
yeah.
Mr. Hunter surely had breadth as a painter. He not only completed paintings of the traditional Western genres, however, he also created monumental decorative paintings in interiors. I understand he was fortunate enough to have had the chance of competing for a mural painting competition for the Church of St. Mary of the Harbour in Provincetown and had his design chosen. Today, the church has his Epiphany mural on its wall behind the baptistry. Can you explain more about how Mr. Hunter received this commission and how he approached painting it?
Um, Not really because I was a kid at the time.
Okay,
Um, I know who was working on it. I know he had his fellow students and others posing for it. Um, but I don't really know. I don't really know more than that. He he did the drawing or the cartoon, which is now in the collection of the town of Provincetown,
okay,
with a view to getting the job. He was delighted when he did, both because he good money and because he was looking forward to having the experience of completing it. It took him almost a year.
okay, right.
Um, and it's on canvas and then was installed on the wall of the church. And last time I saw it, which was 2 years ago, it was in sweet condition, just perfect.
Great, great. So with the actual, in regards to the competition itself, Mr. Hunter had submitted a few sketches, and the panel would have selected his sketches essentially. Is that? I mean, you may
Yes,
that okay,
yeah,
right? Yeah,
they had Provincetown is an art colony, and they had a competition, and he won
okay, sure, sure. In total, how long do you think he had spent on painting that mural?
a year.
1 year. Okay, yeah, sure. And what was his approximate age at that time, do you think?
Um, 28.
Wow, 28. That's quite an achievement for a young painter.
Yes,
Sure. Now, Mr. Hunter's palette consisted of flake white, yellow ochre, light red, Indian red, ultramarine blue, ivory black, cadmium yellow pale, cadmium orange, cadmium red light, alizarin crimson, cerulean blue, and viridian. Did you find that his palette changed much over the years, or was this one previously mentioned pretty much set for him?
it was pretty much set. He had other tubes of paint in his the drawer in his painting table, but his rule was that you didn't lay them out on the palette. You only went and got them if you couldn't mix the color you saw.
I see. So if he could not achieve a color by mixing those colors mentioned, then he would reach into his drawer and find the additional pigment.
Yes.
Okay, great, great. I understand Mr. Hunter worked only from life and only in natural light. He painted mainly with long bristle brushes, usually flats, not filberts, and occasionally sables for some small areas of a painting. Usually, a rough charcoal sketch would be established to set the composition. He always used the largest brush possible to do the job, oftentimes.
Wait a minute. One thing. The charcoal sketch didn't make it past his student days.
Okay, so when he was a student, he would establish charcoal sketch, and then subsequently he would paint directly on the canvas.
Right.
Okay,
And
good.
it was always fun. Amelia, it was such fun when he was starting out because he'd stand back and he'd be flicking his eyes from setup to canvas to setup to canvas. And then, without looking at the palette, he would mix a color
Without
that just,
looking at the palette.
yeah, because those colors were laid out in the same place all the time.
Mm-hmm.
This is a trick that Uncle Ives taught me when he was trying to make me into a painter. And so you could come, once you knew where everything was,
Mm,
you could be looking at the color and your hand would be mixing the paint just as a pianist can look at the musical score and hit the right keys on the keyboard.
exactly.
Just before you go up to put paint on the canvas, you double check with your eye what's on the palette.
Mm,
Correct if as necessary, go up and put the note down.
okay. And then step back and observe it from your
Yes,
observation
right.
point. Yes. Yeah. Sure. Now, let me just finish off the second part of this question. So I just mentioned that usually a rough charcoal sketch would be established to set the composition. You mentioned that this was usually done in his student days. However, later on, Mr. Hunter would establish the composition directly with paint. Now, he always used the largest brush possible to do the job, oftentimes using paint straight out of the tube with a touch of turpentine and sometimes poppy oil for really dark tonal areas. Regarding his setup, he preferred to paint on double prime linen canvas and he relied on a maul stick for balance. Mr. Hunter is quoted in saying, quote, I generally used curved linear shapes because they are more voluptuous and sensual. With these forms, I try to create a sense of harmony, unity, unquote. Can you explain Mr. Hunter's method of painting, including starts, building layers, and achieving a finish?
The first day, the lay-in, aim was to cover the canvas.
Now, he would work on
And
a toned ground. He wouldn't work on white.
uh,
Or
tone ground
depending.
for landscape, white for still life.
Oh, so just for the still lifes, he worked on white.
Yeah,
For the landscapes, he put a tone down.
you're right.
Okay, good.
Okay, and the poppy oil didn't come into it until the last day.
Okay, right. Now, why is that?
Because if you, it can gum up the surface.
Hmm.
Um, that was the very end. That was the finishing.
The finish layer. Yeah,
Yeah. The rule of thumb was to use as little as possible.
sure.
Okay, so you don't add it, and that I think also that came from his experience with Oliver Brothers doing the in painting.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have the paint from the tube and a little turpentine, you get a paint surface which will go on nicely and set up well for the next day. If you use too much oil, you can get a kind of greasiness to it.
Yeah.
And there's one picture that Uncle Ives did that he used so much oil the damn thing never dried. Well, I mean, 30 years after it was painted, it was still tacky.
That must have been a lot of
Uh,
oil. Yeah.
you get a wonderful kind of unctuous surface, particularly in the darks. But too much of a good thing is too much of a good thing.
Sure, sure.
But so he worked for still life, he works right on the double prime canvas. First day, as I said, would be the thin lay-in, and then the next day he'd go in and start in painting that which was least correct,
Hmm.
and he'd go on until he couldn't improve it. Now, at the end of a day's painting, you're apt to have surfaces that build up from
Mm.
the movement of the brush, and you want to smooth out any of those lines that come into it, because if you don't, they will, like Banquo's ghost, they will never down. And so he'd tear out a sheet of a telephone book and very gently press the sheet of paper to the canvas using only his fingertips. And then he'd pull it off the canvas, and it would take away extra paint and leave a lovely toothed surface to work into the next day.
Right, right, sure. That's great. That's very resourceful. Sure.
Well, so he'd be stuck now because they don't seem to do much for telephone books.
You might have to use newspaper.
Uh, that's a little heavier. I think, well, maybe tissue. I don't know. Fortunately, it's not a problem. I should talk to our daughter who paints. I don't know
Sure.
what she uses. Um, but that's the way he would go about it. Now,
What, I'm sorry, go on.
the goal of the exercise was to cover the canvas the first day.
Mhm.
Subsequently, he would work on sections of it, bringing a section along.
Now, he wasn't working in what we call window shading, with starting from the top and working your way down in an orderly fashion. He was moving around constantly.
Yes,
Okay, good.
always going after that which is least correct.
Yes.
And but the effect when you're walking in at the end of every painting day was that all the elements of the painting were at the same stage of incompleteness.
Okay.
Because if you work too hard on one section, that would become, if you will, the back straggler.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Sure. So it's a matter of bringing the painting up to resolve in order together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Now, uh, Mr. Hunter would work indirectly, meaning painting layer upon layer. Now, this is for his still lives. However, the landscapes, I imagine, would have been painted directly, meaning wet into wet.
yes,
Okay, great, great. And in regards to resolve or finish, once that last layer was placed on with a little bit of poppy oil, I'm assuming that time would be allowed for the painting to dry and to seal, and then a varnish would be placed on top.
yep.
Great. So just a traditional process. Very nice. Right, regarding framing, did Mr. Hunter have a particular framer, or did he used to frame his own work?
He always had framers, um, and it was a big deal when he had to change framers. Um, I've witnessed it 3 times because the framers would come in with their corner samples and so forth, and he would pick moldings and he would talk about um, what tone of gold leaf to use and how to tone the frame. And once once that he and the framer were in the same on the same page, then it would be very much simpler, and he'd just call up the framer and say, I want my usual frame, uh, 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch molding, um, with or without a rabbit, and take it from there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's now that he's no longer with us, it's wonderful. The framer that he used was in Rhode Island, and I can call up and say, "Hey, I need a landscape frame," and I can give them the dimensions, and they'll say, "What are Mr. Hunter's regulars?" Yes, please. and then I just have to decide 2 inch or 3 inch, and that's the end of it. And
Okay.
they will Federal Express the frame to me, and it's always just right.
Oh, perfect. Great.
Yeah.
Sure. Now, my next question you have somewhat answered. And so just to clarify, do correct me if I'm wrong. So regarding Mr. Hunter's toning of canvas, usually for the still lifes it was a tone, and for the landscapes it was white, or the other way around. For the
Other
landscapes it was
way around.
toned, and the still lifes it was white. Now, would there ever be an instance where Mr. Hunter would use a tone ground for a still life?
I'm trying to think about that. No.
No, so always on white.
Yeah.
Great, great. Now, in his own words, here's what Mr. Hunter had to say about his painting process. Quote, in starting, I used the largest brush possible, putting on generous amounts of color, starting inside the mass. I scumble on the paint, letting the brush go in all directions. At this stage, I do not worry about the outline. I always work outward from the interior of the mass. When the color comes to the edge, I usually let it slop over a little bit, so when the adjacent color is put on and brought out to the edge, it too laps over into the wet edge of the neighboring color. This will keep the painting flexible, give a softness to the edges, and keep the painting loose. This procedure helps me to work in terms of color masses as the Impressionists did, not in terms of outline drawing, unquote. He further states, the area of the canvas that appears to be least like my subject, starting on a white canvas, would naturally mean starting in a dark or possibly a very brightly colored area. I then proceed to cover each area that is least like the white canvas until all the surface is covered. From there, I go to the color that is least correct, not trying to make it perfect, but merely bringing it up to a better relationship to the rest of the painting. As an analogy, I like to think of myself as a shepherd, and all these various color notes are like sheep. The shepherd always goes after the straggler. If you apply this to painting, it very simply means you glance quickly at the entire setup or model, and then at the canvas to look for a straggler, the mass of color that is least correct. This procedure is carried out until the entire canvas is correct and ready for final detail or refinements, unquote. Mr. Hunter goes on to state, quote, my interest is not in objects themselves, but what happens to objects when light falls on them. This is done with mass of color, not outline drawing. The main thing is to keep all of the painting developing and progressing uniformly. This is more vital than deciding on an arbitrary finishing point, unquote. Now it's interesting, now it is fascinating to learn of how such a masterful painter's process is undertaken, and it's obvious that he definitely could articulate his working methods very well. I understand Mr. Hunter used to use pages from old telephone directories to smoothen out his paint layers. Can you explain more about this technique? Now you have explained that. Perhaps was there anything else you want to add to that, my description rather, of Mr. Hunter's painting process?
No, it's perfect.
Okay, fantastic, great. Now, Mr. Hunter's theory on drawing was remarkable, as he goes on to state, quote, the drawing develops as the painting progresses. The painter does it with masses of color, the draftsman with line. I assiduously avoid any kind of linear thinking or application when I am painting. As soon as you put down an outline, your edges become harsh, and you begin to think in terms of outline drawing and not in terms of mass against mass, unquote. To my understanding, this exclusion of the outline is very much a Boston School philosophy. Can you comment further on Mr. Hunter's ideas of the outline?
Um, no, I think he explained it quite well. It is a point as I go visiting the different ateliers.
Yes,
I find it interesting which ones allow for this painting by mass and which ones require a drawing under the painting.
sure, sure.
It's a difference.
There is.
When it's masterfully done, I don't think you can see the difference, but there's a gap between master where what people do and what is masterfully done.
Mm.
And I believe I can see the difference. In fact, I can usually see it before I dig in enough to know whether they've got a drawing underneath or not.
Mm.
And I like the mass approach better than the outline drawing approach.
Well, it's more of the approach of an experienced painter, whereas the student would begin with the outline. Would you agree?
If you require the outline too long, the student will always rely on the outline.
It's true. So there should come a point where you start to
I think
introduce a bit of direct painting into your training as well.
I think it's arguable that first you teach somebody how to draw,
Yeah.
um, and that's the beauty of the charcoal cast drawing,
Mm.
because you can start training people with charcoal
Mm.
mass to mass,
That's right. It's more conducive to painting.
and that if you do that, then you can move to painting with paint without a drawing underneath.
Right. Yes. Yes. Of course.
But
This,
those lines are a problem.
hmm and this is Boston School 101 to my understanding. I mean, they were very much mass painters, not linear painters. I mean, again, establishing the outline, getting all the shadow shapes mapped out, getting everything in order. Almost like a coloring book. You could think of it as that kind of analogy where all the lines are already set up, and all you essentially need to do is fill in the lines, the tonal masses to resolve the image.
Mm-hmm.
And in as you mentioned, that Mr. Hunter's earlier years were based on the charcoal underdrawing, and then later on he just completely got done away with the outline and begun drawing directly on canvas with his paintbrush.
Mm-hmm.
Now, did he maintain any regular drawing practice? Some artists tend to frequent life drawing classes in order to keep their eye sharp, to measure, to check, so they don't become rusty, essentially. Was that something that was part of Mr. Hunter's working methods, or was he just a daily painter? He just kept painting to improve his eye?
He just kept painting to improve his eye.
Wow. So once he had established his initial drawing, he had a good understanding of the craft of drawing. He didn't go back. So he's not Gamel here. He's not Gamel coming back to drawing after years of working as a professional painter.
No,
No.
no.
Yeah. Sure. Sure. Can you explain what Mr. Hunter's routine was like in the studio? For instance, how often was he in there? Was his studio a place of peace? And do you think he was most happiest when he was painting? So you have mentioned Mr. Hunter's routine somewhat, and how often he would be in there and such. Do you think that Mr. Hunter was most happy when having a paintbrush in his hand, standing before a canvas?
Yes,
Okay, good. And what would be second to that, do you think?
teaching.
Teaching. Yeah, great. And what a great balance. The solitude of being in a studio, painting on your own, and then the liberation of being amongst people and sharing what you've uncovered in your own quiet studio practice as well. It works really well for an artist teacher.
Yes.
I understand Mr. Hunter painted 6 to 8 portraits per year. Did he purposefully not take on too many portrait commissions so that he could work on his own paintings?
Yes. And also, um, he he liked to do portrait commissions, but he didn't want to become a portrait painter in the sense of somebody who is forever painting portraits
Okay.
constantly.
Did
It
he,
was
sorry, go on.
oh, it was a break for him from painting the still lives, and there were two sorts of commissions. There were the private individuals, uh, paint my wife, paint me, and then there were the corporate commissions, paint the president, please.
Mm,
And painting the president or painting the retiring head of a department at a university was a lot of fun for him because these were busy people and they had in the interview process, the question is, how are you going to do it? Are you going to do it from photographs? How, if not, how many sittings? And he found that very busy people were delightful portrait sitters because they stuck with the program. If they were scheduled to be painted from 9 to noon on such and such a day, they would organize their schedule to do it. And he was no fool. He would often try to paint them in their offices.
Okay.
So they could be on speakerphone while posing.
Okay, right, right.
Okay, that kept them animated, took the burden of the animation off his shoulders, and allowed them to get something done.
Sure, sure.
And the travel time was on him. I can tell you, I remember vividly the last time he accepted a portrait commission. She was the wife of a friend. She was in middle years. It was an evening gown portrait standing behind a sofa in their living room, and after a great deal of back and forth, the dress was selected and so forth. And he was 2 or 3 sittings from the end of the commission, and the lady in question went to New York and went to a new hairstylist, and the style of her hairdo changed, the color of her hair changed, and her makeup changed.
Mm.
And she walked in for the third to last portrait sitting. She said, "Do you like my new look?" And I don't know. I don't know how he handled that, but I presume diplomatically.
So
And
how would have you gone about resolving that portrait in that case?
rekeyed it.
Sorry, he what?
He rekeyed the whole thing.
So he changed everything.
Well, he had to.
Oh, wow. And how much time was invested prior to the lady getting the
He,
hairstyle changed?
he thought there were 3 more sittings. He finished it in 6 more sittings.
Okay. Wow. Okay, so he doubled his
And,
time. Yeah.
and when a painting isn't sold until the check clears the bank.
Sure.
And when the check had cleared the bank, he looked
Mm.
at me and said, "Liz, promise me you will never let me take another middle-aged portrait commission again."
So
I said, "Yes, dear."
that was the last one?
That was the last one.
Wow. And where was this in Mr. Hunter's life? Was it towards the end of his life?
No, this was, let's see, it was about 15 years before he died. So,
Okay, about 15
uh,
years. Right,
yeah,
right.
it was just because what he was discovering, and everybody who paints portraits has discovered this too at some point. A very old lady doesn't mind being painted as an interesting older person.
Yes.
A young lady loves to be painted, period.
Mm.
Middle-aged lady has in her head what she looked like 20 years before.
It's true.
And she wants to be prettied up.
It's true.
And you can do a certain amount, but there's a point when you're selling your soul and or not. And as much as you try to pretty up, it's got to look like the sitter,
Right, right.
and that's a problem.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's very can be very slavish at times.
Yeah, and also, um, if somebody is dyeing their hair, it's a huge complication when they change the color
Mm.
it's sitting, and the color of the hair is going to dictate what you do with the makeup.
Yes.
And as we age, our skin tone changes anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So it can get pretty complicated pretty fast.
Sure, sure. Now, approximately how many paintings would Mr. Hunter complete per year?
There aren't years in the date book.
Okay.
So, oh God, I don't know.
So if we're thinking that he would complete a still life, it took about 10 days approximately to complete a still life, and he's making one uh, right away after he'd finished the last one. It's close to approximately 3 to 4 still lifes per month, or is that a bit? Am I in excess there?
It depends. It's it's so complicated. I just let's say because obviously he was painting more pictures as a fully mature painter than he was when he started out because he was well Tuesdays he was teaching at Vesper George. You can't be teaching all day and then be painting a still life.
Right, right.
Um, and you know we did take time off from time to time. Let's if a lifetime average is 3 a month, allowing for time off with the flu,
Mm,
that would be 36 paintings a year.
mm.
And if you call him a professional for 50 years, that's 1800.
Okay. Wow. Okay, that's quite a lot. Now, I understand that Mr. Hunter's grandmother was Gertrude Vos. Mr. Hunter exhibited at Vos Galleries, which he had contact with from the 1940s, when the gallery was located at 559 Boylston Street across from Trinity Church. 4 generations of the Vos family had been fortunate enough to work with and represent Mr. Hunter over the years. I understand he had been exhibiting at the gallery since 2004. Can you explain more about this connection to the gallery through family ancestry?
Um, yeah, the if you look at Bob's genealogy, you go back to the time of the American Revolution, and um, there is a Captain Nathaniel Vos who shows up 2 or 3 times because the poor man kept marrying. The wife would die in childbirth, so
Mm,
there he was with a baby. He got a new wife. Everything was fine. Then there'd be another baby, and the wife would die in childbirth. Um, he was the cousin of a fellow called Calvin Augustus Vos, from whom the Vos Gallery Voses descend. So they're a species of cousin.
okay,
Okay,
all
and
right.
but we kid around about being cousins, but it's the relationship really came when Bob was in art school, and he would go into the Vos galleries to look at paintings.
Mm,
Uh, he was a nice young man and well spoken and so forth, and people got to like him, and he got to like them, and um, the Vos galleries has always been interested in young painters coming along, particularly young painters within the tradition of the Boston School.
mm,
And he got a few commissions through them in the 50s, which were portrait commissions. And then they got out of representing living artists entirely until the early 2000s when they resolicited him to be involved with the gallery.
okay.
And his rule of thumb was always if a gallery wants to show my work, I want to let them. He was not a believer in gallery exclusives.
Mm. Right, so we can't in that case say that Vos Galleries was the main gallery that Mr. Hunter worked with.
No, but at the time of his death, he had 8 galleries representing his work.
Wow.
And since our marriage, I can think of another 9 or 10 that have at one time or another represented his work. Often, if a gallery owner wants to stop working or dies, the gallery goes out of business.
Mm, mm.
And so some of them are taken up with that, and a couple just their clients weren't interested in his pictures, so he got the pictures back.
That's puts incredible demand on Mr. Hunter. I mean, eight represented by eight galleries. That's eight different galleries wanting, expecting paintings of you. So he had incredible output to be able to, keep happy eight different galleries. Did he ever struggle with getting paintings done by certain times?
Not really. If a gallery is giving you a one-man show, that's a different operation.
Yes.
That's a stressor, okay?
Yeah.
Flat out. But if you're not a one-man show person, if you're just in their stable of artists,
Mm.
they want to have somewhere between 5 and 10 paintings. They know what their clientele wants.
Yes.
We want big things. We want very colorful work. We want work that is very subtle and tonal. We don't want anything that has a larger horizontal measurement than 36 inches. We want things that go to 48 inches.
Mm.
So it's a discussion.
Right. Sure.
And um, usually what would happen would be that the gallery owner would come to the studio and select a body of work that they wanted, and they'd take it. If they had been representing his work for a while, they might have things that they'd chosen before that weren't suitable for their clientele, so they'd bring back some and take others.
Okay. Right. Right.
So it's the alternative to working through galleries is to have your own gallery or sell from the studio.
Right.
And he always figured he was more interested in painting them than in selling them. And if you're going to sell from your studio, you have to have either open hours when people can come,
Mm-hmm.
or you have to stage an event and they come, and you have to follow through. Somebody can't decide between two pictures, so you bring both to their house and you hang them on the wall. While you're doing all of that, you're not at the easel producing work.
That's right, yeah. And from what I understand, Mr. Hunter was a painter's painter. I mean, he was all about being in the studio working.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. So it makes sense that he had representation from eight different galleries. Now that you've put it in context, I can come to understand that a lot clearer.
Yeah, it's and from my point of view as widow, it makes life very simple because I'm in touch with all 8 galleries. Some have more work, some have less. Um, none of the galleries are having one-man shows of Robert Douglas Hunter,
Mm-hmm.
but all of them have work for sale. And over the course of any given year, there are a certain number of sales, which is pleasant, in fact, necessary.
Mm-hmm.
And then it gives me the opportunity if one calls up and says, "Do you have something that has a conch shell in it?" And I can say, "I don't have one here, but if you talk to so and so at such and such gallery, I happen to know that they have one." And it gives the gallery owners a chance to talk, and then they can work out a suitable arrangement. If one has a buyer and the other one has a painting, it's up to them to work out a deal where they divide the commission and sell the work, because something is always better than nothing.
Sure, sure. Now you have stated, quote, his pleasure, his gift, the thing he loved to do most was sharing what he knew with other people. This wasn't formal classes, but informal talks and discussions and getting people on the painterly path. He never stopped sharing, unquote. During Mr. Hunter's later years, young painters would often come to him asking for advice or for a criticism. He gave these freely, at no charge, just as Mr. Gamble had done. What would one of these critiques entail?
Usually, the younger painter would come with a selection of work. It could be as few as 3, it could be as many as 15. And Bob would have them lay out the work propped against anything that stood up in the studio. And then he would reorganize them into groups. And then he would address what he thought were the salient issues.
Mm.
Not trying to give a detailed critique of each painting, but grouping some together and saying, what about the degree of lightness and darkness? Have you keyed it right?
Mm.
What about the design? Given the placement of that object or the place that you're standing, that road is leading the eye of the viewer off the canvas. What can you do about that?
Mm.
And it might take as little as an hour, it might take as much as an afternoon.
Wow. And during the process, would Mr. Hunter, was it maybe just basically just verbal feedback, or would he ever go over to his easel, put up a piece of oil sketch paper, and perhaps demonstrate something to the student?
Never in the studio criticism. Sometimes if he was out landscape painting with somebody and they got stuck, he would ask for permission to put their brush on their canvas.
Okay, right, I see. So he would demonstrate on the work, yeah,
Yeah.
sure,
And that would, I think, more often had to do with mixing color and seeing color rather than design.
sure.
Because my example of the road leading the eye off the canvas, um, that was a bit of a classic one, and the solution came when the younger painter suddenly realized what he was talking about, and there was not even a full head turn away, there was a large bush, and he took poetic license and transferred the bush to where the road had ended.
Okay,
Okay? And
yes.
that's it.
And what an eye it must take to be able to do that, to get away with it, to take a bush.
Yeah, well, it was yes, it was taking a giant leap and it worked.
Fantastic. Now, I understand the last 19 years of Mr. Hunter's life were spent working from his studio in Walpole, Massachusetts. Can you provide some information as to his working routine in his later years and if his work took any stylistic changes?
Okay, the routine, what the studio here in Walpole was built to his specifications. So it was, if you will, his dream job.
Okay,
Uh, and there was no extra space and there was enough space.
I see.
So from that point of view, it was perfect. Um,
And
and it's a large triangular north window.
yep.
Um, he I designed my kitchen. He designed his studio, and we both got it right. Uh, the way it worked, we would get up, have breakfast. I could bring kids to school or go off to work, what have you. He was in his studio at 8. Um, Even when I wasn't working, when I was home, lunch was often a separate thing, and he'd come out to the kitchen and have a glass of milk and an egg salad sandwich And if it wasn't an egg salad sandwich, it was a chicken salad sandwich.
Mm.
And 3 or 4 Oreo cookies.
Mm-hmm.
And then he would go back into the studio and he might lay down for 20 minutes. He had his fainting couch in the studio,
Okay.
uh, which is a wonderful Victorian chaise that uh, Ives Gamel's mother used for nursing her children.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, and it's the thing weighs a ton. You need a couple of stevedores to move it, and it's the most comfortable piece of furniture on the planet.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, it's anyway. So that was the fainting couch, and then he'd get up and he'd paint all afternoon and clean his brushes, and then paddle in and watch the 6 o'clock news, and then we'd have dinner at about 7. Um, Once the kids were older, and particularly when our daughter Dee Dee was in middle school and high school, she was a great sports participant and played field hockey and lacrosse, and um, she often had games on weekday afternoons. And particularly when she was at the Wheeler School in Providence, Bob would knock off maybe 20 minutes early so he could drive down to Providence and see the last bit of her game and then drive her home.
Mm. I see.
And um, again, it has to do with the weather of New England. Uh, by the end of October and until the end of February, the light fails early. And from the point of view of painting, it wasn't a big deal for him to knock off at 3,
Okay.
which would get him to Providence at 4 to watch the last hour of the game, and then he'd bring her home.
Sure. Sure.
And and my thing would be, I would pick up maybe the other 2 kids, and then blessedly they got old enough to drive, so I would give up my car for the day and not have to go pick them up.
Can I ask, Elizabeth, when Mr. Mr. Hunter would come in after the day's painting and sit down at the table with the family and have dinner, would there ever times be conversation regarding things that he was working on in the studio, or was it just once it came time to once the day ended, that was it? There was no more discussion on what went on in the studio.
That was at the end of the day, there was no more discussion about what was going on in the studio.
Okay,
The
good.
main topic of conversation at family dinner was what the kids had been doing.
Good. So he knew how to separate uh, business from his family life.
Yes,
Yeah, very good. Good.
he
And
was perfectly capable of talking to the kids about current events, about movies that they'd seen, about all kinds of stuff, but art didn't come into it.
sure. And how about with yourself? Do you find that he was very open in regards to perhaps a painting that he was really struggling on, or something that he couldn't quite get right in the studio, or would he tend to keep that away from his marriage?
The way when he was having trouble with something, it would usually show up towards the end, and it wasn't unusual for him to grab me and say, "Come into the studio. I want you to look at the painting."
Mm,
And he would have me stand where he stood, and he'd say, "What's wrong?" Meaning, what's the back straggler?
mm,
And I'd stand there flipping my eyes from what his painting to the setup, back to the painting, and I could usually nail what the problem was, where it was. I just didn't know how you fix it.
right, right. So you could
Uh,
identify it, but you couldn't offer the solution.
right, and that's what he wanted was the somebody to identify where it was because when you're working as he worked, your eye gets just as when I'm working on writing something, I get to a point and I know it's not right, but I can't figure out how to improve it.
Mm.
And 3 days away from it can solve the problem, but you when it's visual, you need a fresh eye.
Yes. Yeah,
And
sure.
so that was my function to provide the fresh eye.
Mm. Now, would that role that you just explained there, would that always would Mr. Hunter always trust you to do it, or would he ever trust another person to come into the studio whilst the painting was in progress?
Um, I'm not sure about that. I was the person who was around,
You're the person who
uh,
was around. Yeah.
and I know he trusted me. Um, I'd have to ask. There are a couple of people who he knew as painters, and I'm thinking either Bruce Bauman or Dick Capello. Um, I know for a fact, actually, because I was having this conversation with Dick. He never asked Dick where's the back straggler.
Mm.
And he may have asked Bruce, I don't know, but I can ask and find out. That's easy.
Sure. At the time of Mr. Hunter's death, there was one painting in progress still on his easel. You have stated, quote, I've had a difficult time going in his studio. I got crying so hard I could only vacuum half the room. It's going to be very hard to be in there and see the unfinished piece on the easel, unquote. This is very touching. What has become of Mr. Hunter's studio since his passing?
Um, well, the first thing we did, because Bob had difficulty moving for a while, so everything was basically within arm's reach for him, which means it was kind of a jumble.
Yes.
And on top of the bin that holds paintings, we, I shouldn't say we, it was my friend Hans Hoppenbrauers, who took the still life properties and made a giant still life arrangement.
Okay.
Uh, um, and that got a lot of stuff off the floor, so to speak. Katie and her husband had moved to a house in Sudbury in April. Bob died in August. And there's a North Light room in that house, which is Kate's studio. And I said, okay, what do you want? Still life tables, painting tables? You get first dibs. And she took first dibs. So that got a lot of the furniture out. I brought in, Dick Capello, who's one of Bob's students, offered to make us a new kitchen table. So it's 81 inches long, black walnut, and beautiful,
Mm.
which left me with the prior kitchen table, which was 81 inches long, a couple hundred years old, and made of pine. So that's running down the center of the studio, and it has all kinds of books and papers on it. And the goal for the year is to clean up the studio and bring the Gamel papers out of storage and use it as a working space for me editing the Gamel papers.
Beautiful. That's a great idea.
And you know, it's 2019. Bob died in 2014, so it's been 5 years, and I can handle it in there now.
Great. Great. And what ever happened to the unfinished work that was left on the easel?
Um, it's interesting. Bob was in the hospital, and the doctors had told us, meaning me and the three kids, we had a choice that we had to make. Either we would override Bob's wishes not to be intubated, or we would call in hospice.
Mm.
And we made the decision not to override his wishes.
Okay.
Um, Bob seemed very calm about that. His only thing was he did not want to be left alone. So we split the duty. Kate and I were at the hospital from 7 in the morning till 7 at night.
Mm-hmm.
And Dee Dee and Nat were at the hospital from 7 at night till 7 in the morning.
Okay.
And Bob died at about 1:45 in the morning.
Mm.
So they called me, and quite typically I didn't wake up. And they tried again, and I didn't wake up. So they drove out to tell me that Bob had passed. And they got to the house, oh, I suppose 2:30 in the morning. And we sat in the family room and had coffee and talked. And um, Dee Dee slept over, and so did Nat. Neither one of them wanted to go back to their regular places to sleep.
Mm.
Um, and we got up in the morning, and Batman seemed very happy to have Nat and Dee Dee around.
Mm-hmm.
And then Batman went into the studio and climbed up on the still life table and proceeded to trash the still life setup.
Wow, considering that he was always really good at ducking in and out of the
Yeah,
objects.
no, he knew Bob wasn't coming back.
Hmm.
And so I just cleaned up that mess and didn't think about it. I put the picture unframed in a picture storage rack where it is now. And there it sits. It's unsigned, it's unfinished.
Hmm.
And um, I think at some point the kids and I will talk about what to do with it. I don't want it destroyed in my lifetime, and I think it's good enough so that it has merit, so it's worth keeping. I'd like to see it kept in the family, but you know what? That's not my call because when that decision is made, I will no longer be part of the family.
Hmm. Sure, sure. In 2005, after reflecting on his art and craft, and particularly on the relationship between student and teacher, Mr. Hunter stated, quote, "We strive in our early years to learn our craft. Therefore, we search for a master teacher who has demonstrated this in his own work. Afterwards, there comes a long period of growth during which we experiment, embracing some ideas for fuller development and discarding others not useful to our creative needs. When our work begins to reveal individuality, it is still essential to pursue an honest observation of nature, interpreted within the framework of varied compositions of our intervention. If we fail at this point, we run the risk of displaying mannerisms that will inhibit our artistic growth. This is no small matter. It is a formidable challenge that we try to meet with all our resources. Yet the measure of our artistic success rests in the evaluation of generations yet to come." Unquote. As a teacher, Mr. Hunter passed on the essential working methods of painting in the tradition that he represented without getting in the way of each student's individual development of their personal style. Mr. Hunter went on to train a multitude of students during his lifetime, his first student being Sidney Willis. Other students included Bruce Baumann, Jeffrey Chalmers, T.A. Charon, Richard Copello, Neil Drivitson, Thomas R. Dunlay, Robert Scott Jackson, Stapleton Kearns, J. Lee Levy, David Lowry, Diane Panarelli Miller, John Murphy, Sergio Roffo, Vale Pagliarani, Melody Panouf, Dennis Sheehan, and Sam Vokey. The last student Mr. Hunter trained was his own daughter, Catherine Hunter Casham. I understand Miss Casham has today dedicated her life to being a painter, following in the footsteps of her late father. How does it make you feel knowing your daughter is keeping Mr. Hunter's legacy alive?
I think it's wonderful.
Mm. Now, can I ask, was your daughter Catherine? Did she decide to be a full-time painter whilst Mr. Hunter was alive, or was this after his passing?
Um, it was while he was still alive, and it's interesting because she was drawn to it, but she didn't want to say, I'm going to be a painter because that's the family thing to do.
Hmm.
And so she has a master's degree in medieval French literature. She worked in a publishing company and finally came back saying, I want to paint because I have to paint.
Mm.
And I'm very pleased with the way she's arranged her life so she can do that with two small children.
Yeah,
Because
sure.
that's not an easy juggling routine.
Absolutely.
And what pleases me most is that she has now developed or is in the process of developing her own very unique and personal style.
Great, great.
And I think it's, you know, if to be the child of a painter and decide to paint yourself is tough. And to watch her now that she's got this thing going, it's really a delight to watch her growth professionally.
Sure. Did Catherine and Mr. Hunter ever paint together whilst Mr. Hunter was alive?
Oh gosh, yes. They were landscape painting buddies.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Yes,
Now, it's interesting. You'd imagine that Catherine, being the daughter of Robert Douglas Hunter, would adopt a very much of a similar style. And I have seen Catherine's work, and it is very much reminiscent of Mr. Hunter's work. But it's interesting what you're saying now that she is coming into her own, and this new style is developing. And in saying that, has Catherine established herself as a exhibiting artist in Walpole now? She have gallery representation. She doing well for herself.
she had a gallery on Cape Cod, and that relationship founded because the gallery owner wanted all her artists to be physically present at whenever the gallery had an opening, which is weekly in the summer because Cape Cod is a resort area.
Yes.
And Kate was living with her husband in Cambridge, and it was a killing commute to be down for a Friday night opening. And then, of course, when the oldest child, Nikhil, was born, that went to hell in a handbasket.
Mm.
But she's showing at the Cambridge Art Association and a couple of other art associations, and then at the upstairs downstairs gallery in Boston. In fact, on the 26th of October, there's going to be a group show there, and Kate will be one artist showing, and her father will be another artist whose work is represented.
Lovely. That's great.
Yes, yes, yeah, no, it's and there are a couple of other former Hunter students who are involved there, so it's working out very nicely.
Sure, sure. Now, before Mr. Hunter passed, he stated, quote, "I've been painting every day and am thoroughly enjoying it. The tranquility of age allows me to focus on the dynamic relationship between objects, and I believe that I am now able to use shapes, both positive and negative, in a way that eluded me before." Unquote. He goes on to explain that painting is, quote, "just so damn easy. I find the thing that is least right and fix it." Unquote. Would you say that at the end of his life, Mr. Hunter had mastered the craft of painting, or was he still learning?
Oh, I think you keep learning until you die.
Yeah.
And I think he would agree with that. But he had gotten to a point where he was enjoying it for the sheer joy of enjoying it. The pressure was off. Um, the kids were raised. And the wonderful thing about growing up, if not growing old, is that you realize all the stuff that you thought was really important isn't.
Mm.
Um, there's I think one starts out after college or when your training is finished and you're trying to build yourself a career and you have a modicum of success and then you got to get a house and you got to furnish the house and you got to sort of acquire all the accoutrements that go with your either self-image or aspirations.
Mm.
Once you've done that, you are liberated from that quest, and then you begin to realize you don't need all this stuff anyway. And you can spot the non-essentials much more quickly, and you can live without them much more easily.
Sure, sure. That's great advice. I understand Mr. Hunter died at the age of 86 in Walpole, Massachusetts on Thursday, August 14, 2014, just a month away from an exhibition of new paintings. Do you recall some of the final conversations you had together? And if you are willing to, would you like to share some of them?
Um, well, first of all, he died at Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Boston, not in Walpole.
Okay, not
Uh,
in Walpole, right.
yeah, he was pretty sick. He died very early Thursday morning. The He got into the hospital because he was having trouble breathing, and they suspected it might be a pneumonia, which it wasn't. And he went in on a Thursday. On Sunday afternoon, we were all in his hospital room. Me, Dee Dee, her fiance Matt, Kate, Anwar, and Nikhil, the grandson. And we were all just kind of hanging around visiting. It was just wonderful family time. The doctor came in. His plan was to see how Bob did that night and probably send him home Monday or Tuesday. And there was a lively debate in which all participated about whether Bob should go to a rehab or come home. Bob's point of view was that he should come straight home because after a couple of days, he was always able to get back in the studio, which is what he wanted.
Mm,
Um, and it was just plain fun. He had a bad night. They moved him to uh, intensive care Monday in the daytime because they wanted better nursing care. Uh, Tuesday night he had a bad night, and it was uh, and it was Wednesday morning when they. No, I've got it wrong. It was Tuesday when they said you've got to make a decision about the intubating or not, and we made our decision. So, um, but there was no wonderful conversation like you get in the movies with holding hands and
mm,
uh, saying last words, because he was too sick to do much talking.
mm,
Um, no, the tribute is a life together.
mm. Sure, sure. Moving on. Although Mr. Hunter had passed, this exhibition of paintings still went ahead. In fact, it was shared with fellow artist James Harrington and was titled Hunter and Harrington. It ran from September 27 to October 9, 2014 at Trees Place in Orleans, Massachusetts. This was followed by a retrospective at the Guild of Boston Artists. Why did the family decide to go ahead with the exhibition?
Why not?
Hmm. So
The
it had all been planned. It was just a matter of
it, it,
following
it had
through.
all been planned. It was when you're dealing with galleries, you're dealing with people whom you respect. Otherwise, you wouldn't deal with the gallery. And when they have a one-man show planned, they have already spent money for advertising, invitations. You don't pull the plug on somebody.
Mm, sure. And
So
it.
we
Sorry, go on.
so we didn't. It never occurred to me that canceling the show would be anything but cruel and abusive treatment of the gallery owner.
Sure, sure. And what a lovely thing to do for Mr. Hunter, to go ahead and to go ahead with that exhibition and to show the paintings.
Yeah, there was no choice on that. It was
Sure,
just what one does.
sure. Can you comment briefly on the exhibition that went ahead at the Bryan Memorial Gallery in 2016 titled Robert Douglas Hunter and His Students?
Oh, that was great fun. Um, the people from the Bryant Gallery, the executive director, and one of her trustees, who was also an artist, came down and helped me select the work that would be shown. And they consulted with me about which students should be included. And there was a discussion back and forth about which work of these students to include. I was really flattered and honored that they included me in that process.
Mm.
And the show, I think, went very well. There was a wonderful, the day after the opening, there was a panel discussion
Oh, yeah?
with me and some of Bob's former students, and Mickey Mars, who's the director, orchestrated it beautifully, and she set up, everybody got to talk a little bit about who Bob was and what he did, and then there were questions from the audience. It was really great fun.
Was it documented?
I think it was, and in fact, I know it was filmed. They
Okay.
filmed an interview for me, and it was done for the uh, in-house TV at Smuggler's Notch Resort,
Okay.
and I bet those tapes still exist.
You own the tapes, do you?
I do not own the tapes, but if you talk, you can get the Bryant Gallery online,
Mm-hmm.
and Mickey Myers is their director, and if anybody can get them, she can get them.
Okay, sure, sure. I have seen the segment where you were interviewed for the exhibition. It's actually online.
That was part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, how is Mr. Hunter's legacy being kept alive today?
Through the work of his students, through the people who knew him and collect his work, I guess in part through what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I've got more of his stuff that I have to sort through and get down to the archives of American art. Um, there's a fellow in Virginia who wants to start work on a catalog raisonné, and I've given him my blessing.
Great, great.
Uh, I, there are, well, I should explain because it really makes sense. I believe that um, I want to support both my late husband's work and Ives Gamel work, but now, particularly with the internet and all the resources available, um, that as long as things are documented and it's, quote, out there, it's available for anybody who's curious.
Hmm.
And the reality of uh, life is that there is fashion in art, and I believe that but there's enough information about Bob out there, and he impacted enough people so that when there's truly resurgent interest, there'll be stuff that people can find about him. Of course, I would love to be alive so they can talk to me.
Hmm.
But if I'm not, I don't believe I, as one person, am going to have a material effect on the course of his reputation historically.
Okay.
Okay, it's I don't any more than Mrs. Rembrandt has made a vast impact on her husband's reputation. It's and I guess it comes from realizing that one of the things that you need for a happy life is realizing what you can live without and how much you can't control.
Yes.
And so I want to do everything I can to get the word out while maintaining balance in my life. But I'm not going to, um, you know, go find vast numbers of ways that I can push the word. The word is out there if you're interested.
Hmm.
And if enough people get interested, that's great. And if Bob Hunter turns out to be another Caravaggio and it takes 400 years, um, that's great too.
Sure. Have you ever considered writing a biography on Mr. Hunter from your perspective, being his wife?
Um, no, I haven't considered it.
Hmm. Sure.
Um, the reason being, I just I don't quite feel up to it. I've given you quite an oral history. I just there's something disingenuous about the wife writing about the husband or the husband writing about the wife.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't think I can separate my wifeness enough to write about him historically.
Yes.
And the relationship between the two of us is far too intimate and personal to both of us to make good reading. Does
Hmm.
that make any sense?
Yes, I think I understand what you're saying. In that case, do you think it would be more appropriate if one of your children were to write the biography?
Katie has played around with that. Um, she may yet do it because she's quite young. She isn't 40 yet.
Okay,
Um, he's he was an amazing person.
absolutely.
Um, but I think Bob would be mortified if somebody was going to write a book about it. Um, it's just his work stands on its own,
Hmm.
and his great gift, it seems to me, was what he gave to his students.
Hmm.
And that is evident in their work and their way of working. Stapleton Kearns always says, "This is Bob taught me what a professional painter is and does."
Mm, absolutely.
I mean,
No,
that's pretty high praise.
absolutely. Definitely.
And it's the value of what Bob taught is in what he taught, not the fact that he taught it. Do you see what I'm saying?
So it wasn't about him, it was about the
No.
content.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that it's it's one always wants to know about the historical figures who created something or managed something that was remarkable. But at the end of the day, it's not about the person, it's about what they managed.
Sure. So therefore, you believe that perhaps the biography of Robert Douglas Hunter isn't necessary. It's not necessary for it to be published.
It's not necessary for me to write it.
Okay. If someone was to come along and propose the
And write
idea,
it, if I'm alive, I'll give them all the help I possibly can. If I'm not alive, there's plenty of documentation.
absolutely. In conclusion, I would like to share some comments that have been made about Mr. Hunter from members of the Greater Boston community who include former students, gallerists, and friends. From J. Todd Gallery and Custom Framing, August 16, 2014. For the past 25 years, it has been such a pleasure exhibiting Bob's work in our galleries. His professionalism, generosity, and kindness are the first three elements of his outstanding character that come to mind, along a myriad of others. Everyone that I know who has been fortunate enough to make his acquaintance in any number of roles has had the same feeling of appreciation. The void that he leaves in the Boston art community can never be filled. An artist's artist, a gentleman's gentleman, a teacher's teacher, the stories of his goodwill abound. God bless his wonderful family. We know that your joyous memories of him will long outlive the grief that we know you are feeling today. The entire staff at J. Todd sends its condolences. From artist Vale Pagliari, September 3, 2014. Quote, well, Vale, your problem isn't the painting, it's the damn frame, unquote. I can still hear Bob's booming, distinctive voice in my head as I write this. Although I only met Bob 10 years ago, I consider him an important mentor along with my art school teacher, Marshall Woodside Joyce. Every now and then I would call Bob at his Walpole home and he would say, come on over and bring whatever new you have painted with you. Bob missed teaching, I think, and the student contact and friendly critiques. I always appreciated and enjoyed his insightful comments on my work. I only learned of his passing yesterday, Monday, September 1st, accidentally through a conversation with another artist during a paint out at the Art Association in Gloucester. Bob was larger than life to me, so I find this sad news hard to take, and I will miss him greatly. When I last spoke to Bob, he did say he was wheelchair bound now, but still painting every day, and his voice sounded strong. I wish to extend heartfelt condolences to his wife Elizabeth and his family. He was a very special man to countless artists and to anyone who recognized a well-conceived canvas. He could make a painting sing in his own unique, expressive way. Not many leave such a prodigious legacy of beauty as this man has. His strong work ethic, ruthless dedication to art, combined with his open willingness to share his knowledge with others, make his loss all the more felt by so many. We always think we have more time than we do. Goodbye, my friend. From Peter Williams, Painting Conservator, September 8, 2014. Dear Liz, one evening at the St. Bolitolb Club, I was honoured to have Bob sitting on my left during dinner. He was the most articulate, charming, and best-dressed artist I have ever met. He will be sorely missed. Love to you and your family. From Michael Bonanno, artist, February 2019. I was fortunate enough to have Mr. Hunter, who'd rather be called Bob, help me with my figurative and imaginative work during the late 80s to 2002. To me, he was like a father figure, so generous with his time. With him, I didn't just learn to see nature and paint the visual impression. It was about painting the life I saw in my subjects onto a canvas. If you didn't get it right the first time, well, it's only a painting. Try it again. I was so sad to hear that Bob had passed away. His spirit and eloquence, though, is definitely still with us. Thank you, sir. Longtime friend of Mr. Hunter's, Paul Ingbretson, said that he was, quote, best known for his richly textured and masterfully painted still lifes. Like Chardin, under Hunter's brush and out of his soul, his sense of life emerged in art, unquote. Prior student of Mr. Hunter, Thomas Dunlay, recalls a demonstration he witnessed him give. Quote, this was one of my first awakenings. It was a demo by a really competent and knowledgeable painter. Hunter did this for me personally. I was tagging along with him, painting. He went through his whole process of how he approaches a painting. It's a 3-hour study, and it's a marvelous piece. This hangs on my wall and reminds me of his words every day, unquote. Former student of Mr. Hunter's, Bruce Bauman, explains, quote, he was an amazing man, a true gentleman and intellectual. He had an encyclopedic knowledge of art and painters, and he was a master at composition. He knew how to arrange shapes and values so they had unity. His paintings had mood, almost like poetry, unquote. Mr. Bauman and Mr. Hunter painted together weekly for almost 14 years. Mr. Bauman continues by explaining, quote, we would start early and head out to paint for several hours, then would come back for lunch and critique each other's works. We never really talked while we painted, but when we got back to the house it was a real education, listening to him talk. It was a special time in my life. He gave me the highlight of my career when he came to one of my shows and bought one of my works. That's the kind of guy he was, unquote. Former student of Mr. Hunter's, Sergio Roffo, had this to say, quote, he was so generous with his time and his talent. He shared with everyone. He taught me how to paint. He was a just and great man, and a great painter. He was so meticulous and so prolific. He just never stopped painting, unquote. It is obvious through reading these comments that Mr. Hunter was a very decent man. It would have been a privilege to have been able to meet him during his lifetime. Let me close by stating that I'm very happy to hear that your daughter, Catherine Hunter Cassim, has chosen to continue Mr. Hunter's legacy through maintaining the Hunter name into the 21st century. I'm sure her father would be proud. Now, Elizabeth, is there anything else that you would like to discuss or revisit before we end?
No, Emilio, I think you did a fantastic job with your script, and it's been all kinds of fun doing the Skype sessions.
Likewise, Elizabeth, and I really thank you for all of your generous information, just taking the time to sit with me and to clarify all of my questions and any facts that I had mistakenly put down. I really appreciate that, and I really look forward to seeing how you continue to manage Mr. Gamble and Mr. Hunter's legacy as we move forward further into the 21st century. And I wish you very well in that. And I really look forward to the day when Mr. Gamble's biography in Studio Crosslights is published, so we can come to understand more about Mr. Gamble, and hopefully one day we get the biography on Mr. Hunter, so we can come to understand more about this incredible man as well.
You're a very good teacher, and that was some assignment you just tossed in my direction.
Well, I'm sure that will keep you busy for years to come.
Yes.
Would you like to state your contact details so that listeners may reach you?
Yes. My mailing address is 492 Lincoln Road in Walpole, Walpole, Massachusetts, 02081 in the United States. My email address is artytarts, A as in apple, R as in round, T as in Tom, Y as in yo-yo, T as in Tom, A as in apple, R as in round, T as in Tom, S as in Sam, at AOL.com. And I think those are the two most effective ways to reach me. And if I don't get back to you in a suitable period of time, nudge me. I'm of a certain age and tend to be easily distracted. My principal distraction is by a horse whose name is Mozart. One of us is 26. Our total ages add to 100. I'll let you figure out who's 26.
Elizabeth, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate that, and I wish you the very best as you progress with your work into the future.
Thanks so much, Emilio. It's been great fun.
Okay,
Good luck
great.
with the project.
Thank you very much. Okay, now, bye bye, Elizabeth.
Bye bye.